Warlord by Chris Ryan. Read by Michael Fenner. Prologue. Sierra Madre Oriental, Mexico, 2011. When Mikey saw the roadblock up ahead, he knew there was going to be trouble. Mikey looked like your average stoner kid fresh out of college. Shoulder-length hair, wispy beard, surf shorts, and a motor psycho t-shirt. Sandals. But appearances can be deceptive. Mikey had never smoked a joint or snorted a line. He'd drunk a single bottle of Coors Light on his 16th birthday and not touched the stuff since. After this road trip through Mexico, he'd be returning home to take up his place at Virginia Theological Seminary, the first step on his path to the priesthood. Mikey's friends had told him to avoid this part of Mexico. His father, too. It was cartel country, lawless, violent. Stick to Mexico City, they said. Guanajuato, Playa del Carmen, the safe places. Mikey listened carefully to their warnings before deciding that he would trust in his faith, in the goodness of his fellow man. He had, however, agreed not to travel these roads after dark. Everyone agreed that would be foolish, even Mikey. Now he was beginning to wish he'd listened to what they said about daytime travel, too. As the bus slowed down, Michael craned his neck to see through the bus windscreen. The roadblock came into clearer view. An articulated lorry, bodywork corroded and tires burned out, lay across the road at right angles. Big white letters were graffitied across its side. Mikey could make out the word muertos and a huge letter Z, and he could see armed men sitting atop the lorry. For a moment he wondered if they were army personnel. Then he looked around at his fellow travellers. They were all male and all Mexican. Mikey was the only American on the bus. They were clearly poor. Their jeans were torn, and their T-shirts grimy and saturated with sweat. Work clothes. One of them, sitting 2 seats ahead of Mikey, was making the sign of the cross. Another, several seats behind, was muttering to himself and looking at the floor. The bus came to a halt, but the engine continued to tick over. A passenger in the rear seat called something out in Spanish to the driver. Mikey, who could speak a little of the language, understood what he said. "Go back, cabron! Don't stop! Can't you see who it is?" Too late. 2 gunmen were hammering on the entrance door with the butts of their rifles. Mikey felt his bowels go weak. The driver stumbled out of his seat and wrenched the door open. If he thought he would gain some goodwill by being compliant, he was wrong. As the 2 men barged their way in, one of them struck the butt of his rifle against the driver's jaw. He collapsed, bleeding from the mouth. "Okay, pendejos," one of the men barked in Spanish. "Get out the bus!" Nobody moved. Mikey assumed the others were, like him, paralyzed by reluctance and terror. The men gave it 5 seconds. Then, without another warning, one of them turned his back on the passengers and pulled the driver up from the dirty floor of the bus. He slammed him face forward against the windscreen. Mikey saw the driver's head press sideways against the glass, his hands palm outwards on either side. The gunman raised his weapon. The barrel was no more than a foot from the driver's head. He fired. The shocking, deafening report penetrated Mikey to the core. The driver collapsed. His brain matter, like jelly, left a thick goo on the blood-spattered windscreen. The glass had splintered at the point where the round penetrated his head, and cracked into the glass. Mikey felt himself retch, and had to cover his mouth with his hand. "Get out the bus!" the other gunman repeated. This time there was no hesitation. The passengers snapped to their feet and pressed their way out of the bus, Mikey included. Sandwiched between the other passengers, he got a whiff of urine. Someone had wet themselves with fear, and Mikey had to try hard to stop himself doing the same. He averted his eyes as he passed the butchered body of the driver and stumbled down the steps of the bus onto the hard-baked ground outside. The midday sun was dazzling. The dry heat caught the back of his throat, A heat haze rose from the metal bulk of the graffitied lorry. Beyond it, he saw the mountains of the Sierra Madre, grey and rocky against the piercing blue sky. A few metres from where the bus was parked was a roadside shrine, one of many that Mikey had seen on his journey. This one was in the form of the Virgin Mary, gaudy and brightly coloured, 1 metre high, and housed in a wooden casing with a pitched roof. From the corner of his eye, he saw some of his fellow passengers making the sign of the cross. He hurriedly did the same, to stop himself standing out. The gunmen lined them up against the side of the bus, shouting, several at a time. Mikey couldn't work out what they were saying. His ears were still ringing from the noise of the gunshot, but through his half-closed eyes he could see one of the men was hanging back maybe 10 metres. He had the features of a man in early middle age, close-cropped black hair, a pencil-thin moustache, and eyebrows that pointed up at the sides, as though he was constantly asking a question. While everyone else's lips were dried and cracked, his were moist. His eyes were black, and there was a deadness to them that chilled Mikey far more than even the sight of the driver had done. He wore jeans, leather boots, and a white vest that showed impressive upper arm muscles. The arms themselves were covered with tattoos. He stepped toward the line of terrified passengers, his own rifle hanging loosely from a strap around his neck. It was obvious from the way the other gunman got out of his way that he was the main guy. The man stood 2 metres in front of the centre of the line. There was a moment's silence. Mikey was able to make out the tattoos more clearly. On one arm he saw a grotesque angel of death, wearing a red military beret and pointing a gun. Beneath it, in an ornate Gothic font, the text Z1. The man spoke in quiet, almost whispered Spanish. "We're going to play a game," he said. He turned to the nearest gunman. "Choose 2 of them," he said. "Si, Z1. "Yes, Z1," the gunman replied. He stepped toward the line of passengers, grabbed the 2 nearest, and dragged them so they were standing in front of the roadside shrine. One of them was an older man, perhaps in his 60s, with dark leathery skin and a lean, lined face. The other was much younger, 20 perhaps, certainly no older than Mikey himself, but not in nearly such good shape as the older man. He had a noticeable double chin, and those parts of his upper arm that were visible below his T-shirt were flabby and without definition. "The game is called Who Will Be the Next Hitman?" the man called Z1 announced. He looked around on the ground and found 2 flinty stones, each about the size of a grapefruit. He gave one to the older man, one to the younger. "The rules are very simple," he said. "You fight in pairs. The one who survives will join us. The one who doesn't won't." He looked to the 2 passengers holding the stones and nodded. At first, neither man moved. They stood 3 metres apart and stared at the stones in their hands. "Fight, pendejos!" one of the gunmen shouted. Mikey recognized his voice as belonging to the man who had ordered them off the bus, but he couldn't take his eyes off the 2 reluctant gladiators. The younger man was trembling, licking his lips and glancing left and right, as if trying to decide whether to run. The older man was still staring at the stone in his hands. He was still and craggy as the mountains in the distance. "Come on, man," he muttered. "I have a family, children." Z1 gave a harsh bark of laughter. "Good," he said. "So, if you don't put up a proper fight, we can hang them from the nearest bridge with their guts spilling out." The other gunmen laughed. Mikey could see there were tears brimming in the older man's eyes now. He took a tentative step forward and held up the stone so it was level with his shoulder. The younger man stepped backwards. "Don't do it, senor," he breathed. "We don't have to fight." "Of course we have to fight," the older man said. "Don't you understand who these people are?" "But—" "I'm sorry. My family." The older man raised the stone a little higher. With a speed that belied his age, he moved on the younger man and cracked the stone down hard on the side of his head. His victim sank to his knees, and there was an involuntary moan from the rest of the passengers. Z1 watched the proceedings with the same dead look in his eyes. The old man looked over his shoulder at him. to the death," said Z1. Mikey averted his eyes after the second blow to the younger man's head. But he couldn't close his ears. He heard each of the following 3 cracks of stone against skull, followed by a horrible silence that could only mean one thing. 10 seconds passed. Mikey dared to look up again. He wished he hadn't. The younger man was sprawled on the ground. His head was pulp. The ground was stained a dark brown. There were spatters of blood on the statue of the Virgin. The older man was looking in disbelief at the rock in his bloodied hands. Tears were now streaming down his grizzled face. Z1 nodded at one of his men, who stepped over to the older man and ushered him at gunpoint toward the roadblock. "Okay, pendejos," Z1 said. "Who's next?" All of the passengers, Mikey included, bowed their heads. Z1 walked slowly along the line, looking each man up and down. Bile hit the back of Mikey's throat. He prayed hard. He tried not to catch Z1's eye as he inspected each of the travellers, but he found it impossible. He felt giddy when he saw a small smile cross Z1's lips. "What have we got here?" Z1 said. "A Yankee." Mikey backed away, but there was only half a metre between him and the bus. Z1 gave an instruction to his men. One of them approached, holding the bloodied stone that the older man had used to kill his victim. "Hold out your hand, Yankee," he said. Mikey swallowed hard. Then he shook his head. "No," he said in hoarse, stuttering Spanish. Z1's expression did not change. There was silence. "You want to go, Yankee?" he said. Mikey drew a deep, steadying breath. He nodded. "Then go," Z1 said. He pointed back along the road down which the bus had travelled. "Go back to Yankee country where you belong." Mikey edged away from him. He glanced back toward the terrified passengers and their tormentors. From the corner of his vision, he noticed that already there was a fly buzzing around the head of the dead man. Nobody spoke. "Them too," Mikey said. "Let them get back on the bus. Let them leave." Z1 turned to the passengers. "Does anybody else want to leave?" he said. His voice was very quiet, but there was no doubt that everybody heard it. None of the passengers responded. They all looked at the ground. It was as if nobody had spoken. "Only you, Yankee," Z1 said. "So, you should go." Mikey swallowed again. His fervent, silent prayer was being answered. Maybe, if he was fast enough, he could find a member of the Federales, the federal police. He'd heard that members of the regular police force were routinely in the pockets of the cartels. The Federales were a breed apart, highly armed, highly trained, and desperate to stamp out the cartels. Maybe, if he could alert them, he could stop this awful thing from happening. He turned his back on them. The road stretched northwards into the distance, the horizon shaky in the heat haze. He took several hesitant steps away from the others. There was a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. It urged him to start running. He had run maybe 15 metres when he heard the report of the gun. At the same time, a thump at the back of his right knee, as though someone had kicked him there. He fell hard to the ground. Seconds later, the pain hit. Mikey had never known agony like it, sharp, jagged pain that pierced his whole leg. He looked toward his knee and was horrified to see blood trying to pool around him and being sucked up by the dry ground. Everything started to spin. He was aware of movement from where the others were standing. Vaguely he could make out one of the passengers moving toward him, with Z1 following a couple of meters behind. Only when the passenger, a teenage boy, was standing above him, did Mikey see that he was holding the bloodied stone. The statue of the Virgin wavered in the heat haze several meters beyond him. Mikey tried to say the word, "please," but instead he vomited from pain and fear. The kid with the stone swore under his breath, clearly disgusted. But then he looked toward Z1, who was standing grimly at the scene, his hands loosely holding his weapon. Mikey knew what was coming. He tried to scramble away, but it was useless. His leg was a heavy weight, and the pain was shrieking through him. He tried to speak, to beg the guy not to do it. But the kid had no choice. He knelt down by Mikey's side and lifted the stone. The first blow cracked against Mikey's cheekbone. Mikey inhaled sharply, breathing in a lungful of dry dust through his mouth, just as a burst of blood and mucus exploded from his nose. The young man muttered a word of apology under his breath. In that pain-racked instant, Mikey thought he understood why he was saying sorry. He had intended to hit Mikey further up the side of his face, at the level of his temple, because then it would be over more quickly. Now he rested the stone carefully against Mikey's temple, before raising it about 50 centimeters and preparing to strike. Over the young man's shoulder, Mikey saw Z1 looking down at him. "Adios, Yankee," he said. They were the last words Mikey ever heard. The young man slammed the stone down against his skull. Somewhere, among the sickening, spinning pain, he felt the bone splinter. Then everything went dark. Mikey's troubles were over, as quickly as they had begun. Mikey's humiliation did not end with his death. The man who called himself Z1 stood above the young man's corpse. He turned to one of his men. "Bring the bag," he said. 30 seconds later, a heavy bag fell at his feet. His guy opened it up. It contained knives, 20, maybe more. Long blades, short blades, broad blades and narrow, plastic handles and wooden. He selected one at random. It was an old kitchen knife. He held the blade in a hammer fist, then stabbed it hard into the young man's torso. There was a slight resistance from the gristle and bone, but he stabbed hard and the blade sank into the body up to the hilt. Blood oozed from the wound, but only a little. Z1 turned to his guy. "Everyone does it," he said. His men organized their prisoners into a line. They forced each one at gunpoint to take a knife and stab it into the corpse. Most of them looked away as they did it. Some cried, but nobody dared to disobey. Within 5 minutes, all 20 knives were sticking out of Mikey's body at different angles. The prisoners lined up against the wall again. One of Z1's men took photographs of the desecrated body. Z1 turned to the prisoners, raised his hands, and shouted, "El puerco espín!" The porcupine. "Who else wants to join the porcupine?" he demanded. Nobody replied. Everybody gazed at their shoes. "Muy bien," Z1 said. "The ones who survive will bury the ones who die, here behind the roadside shrine. Let us continue with our little game, shall we?" Wednesday. Chapter 1. Walthamstow, North London, 1500 hours GMT. For an SAS man, situational awareness is as instinctive as breathing. After 7 years in the regiment, it was second nature for Danny Black to absorb and process every last detail of his surroundings. He did it almost without thinking. So as he stood at the base of a 30-story tower block, which was as grey and unwelcoming as the sky, he was aware of everything. The graffiti that was concentrated on the northwest side of the building, telling him that was where gang members would likely hang out at night. The net curtain that twitched on the second floor. The workmen, barely visible on the roof. The grime music that filled the air. Some of it was pumping from the windows of the lower floors. Some came from the direction of the car park that surrounded the tower block. In his peripheral vision, Danny was acutely conscious of the 3 stocky guys in their early 20s sitting on the bonnet of the BMW. The music, 50 Cent, came from their car. They were eyeing Danny, threats in their gaze. Fine. They could look at him all they wanted. He'd only need to deal with them if they made the mistake of forcing his hand. A helicopter passed overhead. A single glance told Danny it was a Bell Long Ranger, almost definitely civilian. Nothing like the military heliplanes in which he'd been on manoeuvres over the capital weeks before, part of the SAS's show of force in the wake of certain terror threats. He dragged his attention back down to earth. A white transit van pulled out of its parking space 25 metres to Danny's left. Written on the side were the words, "T.J. Painting and Decorating, one call will sort it all." Danny recorded every feature of his environment automatically. Situational awareness, the most important part of his job, because a regiment man doesn't like surprises. Not that he was here on military business. Today's job was personal. He entered the ground floor of the tower block. It was several degrees colder here. The concrete walls and floor made his footsteps echo. He trod more quietly, tuning his ears into the potential sound of an echo that would indicate the presence of another person. There was none. The door to the lift was jammed half open. The lift itself stuck a couple of feet from the ground. A strip light flickered overhead. There was an inevitable scent of stale urine. He headed to the staircase at the corner of the building and climbed to the 5th floor, stopping at each landing to check up and down the stairwell. No sign of anyone. Good. On the 5th floor landing, he moved through the creaking swing doors to find 2 corridors heading off at right angles. An old plaque indicated that apartments 500 to 515 were situated to the right, 516 to 530 straight ahead. He went straight ahead. His tip-off had told him he needed apartment 525. The noise in the corridor was a mixture of blaring TVs and more music. Danny blocked it out. As he passed apartment 519, the door opened. A thin girl, probably no more than 16, with prominent black rings under her eyes, looked out. She wore ripped trousers and nothing but a filthy bra on top. Danny felt conscious that he must appear different to most guys she saw, healthy-looking, chiselled, with his dark hair and black leather jacket. She slammed the door shut again almost immediately. Danny continued walking. There was no noise from 525. Danny put his ear to the door to check. Complete silence. Slowly and quietly he tried the door handle. It was locked, but that didn't matter. The lock was cheap and old. He pulled out his wallet and removed the credit card-sized lock-picking set he carried everywhere with him. He inserted the tiny tension wrench and applied slight pressure to it. Then he inserted the L-rake and gently scraped the top of the lock. He had the first 4 pins manipulated in a couple of seconds. The 5th pin was trickier and took him 10 seconds to locate. The lock clicked quietly open. Danny nudged the bottom of the door with his foot. It swung ajar. A disgusting smell hit his nose, musty, rotten. The air inside this flat was fetid and humid. Although there were no lights on, and there was still no sound, he caught a whiff of human sweat that told him the place was occupied. He stepped inside. There was a bathroom straight ahead of him, no seat on the toilet, a mildewed shower curtain hanging from a broken rail over the bath. To the right, a kitchen, to the left, a closed door. He scoped out the kitchen first. It was humming with fruit flies, attracted by the dirty plates piled in the sink. Somebody was sitting at a small square table. Their head was resting forehead down on the table. Danny couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. Short, greasy hair, dirty blue sweatshirt. Next to him, or her, was a burned-down tea-light candle, a teaspoon, some tinfoil, and a used hypodermic syringe, the usual paraphernalia of a smack addict. Danny could tell this wasn't the person he was looking for, so he left the kitchen and headed back toward the closed door. The door was stiff because it was ill-fitting against the carpet. It opened onto a room that contained a single old sofa and 3 people. Like the guy or girl in the kitchen, they were comatose. One, a young woman, was splayed on the sofa. She wore a purple jumper and nothing on the lower half of her body. Her legs were a mess of bruises, split veins, and needle marks. On the floor, leaning against the sofa at her feet, was a naked man, his skin dotted with tattoos and similar needle marks on his arms. In the centre of the room, lying on the floor, fully clothed at least, was Danny's brother. Danny hadn't seen Kyle for 2 years. He'd have been happy not to see him for another 2. but their father had begged Danny to find out where the idiot was, or if he was even still alive. As a regiment man, Danny had enough police contacts to track down a helpless junkie with a history of petty crime to feed his habit. 24 hours after making his first inquiry, he knew exactly what counts the police wanted to speak to him about, and where they would look for him if they had the time and resources for such low-level stuff. So, here he was. The floor was strewn with needles, cigarette lighters, and condoms. Danny stepped over them, bent down, grabbed the top of Kyle's arm with one hand, and pulled him to his feet. At first, he was just a dead weight. After a couple of seconds, his eyes flickered open. He didn't seem to recognize Danny, and instinctively tried to swipe him away. Danny simply pushed him, so he stumbled toward the open door. He glanced at the semi-naked couple on the sofa. They hadn't even stirred. He pushed Kyle out into the corridor. Standing by the open door was a figure. Danny immediately recognized the dirty blue sweatshirt of the comatose person in the kitchen. Narrow nose, crazy eyes. He was holding the hypodermic syringe in his right hand like a weapon, aggressively. "What you fucking doing?" he growled. He could barely get his words out straight. It was hardly a fight. But if you're going to start a fight, you'd better finish it. Danny strode up to the wild-eyed junkie, knocked the syringe hand away with one arm, and kneed him in the groin. When he bent over in agony, Danny raised his knee and cracked it against the underside of his chin. It knocked the junkie out cold. Danny had struck him harder than he intended, but finding his brother in this shithole made him angry. The junkie got the sharp end of that anger. He turned back, grabbed Kyle, and yanked him out of the flat. In the outside corridor, Danny pushed his brother roughly toward the staircase. Kyle stumbled several meters. When Danny caught up, he pushed him again. At the top of the stairs, he forced his brother against the wall. "Try to run away from me, Kyle. I'll break your arm. Got it?" Kyle looked hungrily back toward the flat. Danny sensed he was weighing up his hunger for another hit, with his fear of his brother. Kyle had seen what Danny could do to a man. He nodded and started to stagger down the stairs. "Best decision you've made all year," Danny muttered. A minute later, they were back outside the tower block. Nothing had changed. The music was still blaring. The BMW guys were still there. They were staring aggressively at Danny, who felt Kyle try to wriggle out of his grasp, like a dog straining for his owner. "Guys!" Kyle shouted. "Guys!" The men were staring aggressively at Danny, shoulders back, chin jutting out. One of them stepped forward. "What you doing with our best customer?" he growled. Danny sensed the fight was coming, which meant he had to attack first. It was hard-wired in him. He stopped a meter away from the guy who'd shouted out, let go of Kyle, grabbed the man's little finger, and snapped it hard to the side. The guy's eyes widened in sudden pain, and he doubled over. He pushed the guy back toward his mates with a sharp jab from the heel of his hand. "You scumbags ever sell another rap of H to this scumbag?" he said. "Our next conversation won't be so polite." Silence. The guy with the broken finger was doubled over, gasping, but Danny could tell the others were judging whether to fight back. "If anything I just said isn't clear, now's the time to tell me," he said. The threat hung in the air. Could go either way, Danny knew. They'd either attack or retreat. Either was fine with him. One of the guys raised his palms in an "I'm backing away" gesture. Danny nodded curtly, stepped backward a few paces, grabbed Kyle again, who was staring dumbly at the unfolding scene, and only turned his back on the trio when he was well out of their reach. As he strode away, still pulling Kyle, he used the side mirrors of some parked cars to watch the guys. They were getting into their BMW. They wouldn't be giving him any more trouble. Danny's own vehicle, also a BMW but older, was parked 50 meters beyond the tower block. He forced Kyle into the back seat, then took the wheel. Kyle tried to open the door, but it wouldn't work. "Child lock, Kyle," Danny said. "For children." He knocked the car into first and drove off. "Where we going?" Kyle said. His voice was reedy and cracked. Danny didn't answer. He manoeuvred the car off the estate and onto the main road alongside it. 5 minutes after that, he was pulling up alongside Walthamstow police station. He climbed out of the car, its hazard lights flashing, and walked round to the passenger side before dragging Kyle out onto the pavement and hoisting him up into the police station. "Kyle Black," Danny announced before the duty sergeant even had time to speak. "He's wanted on 3 counts of aggravated burglary, 1 GBH. Frisk him, and you'll probably find he's carrying something he shouldn't." Kyle muttered a curse, but one look from Danny silenced him. He was scared of Danny, and with good reason. More than once, Kyle had called on Danny to dig him out of a hole, but you don't call on an SAS man and expect the non-violent approach. Kyle knew what his brother was, so he shrank against the wall as the duty sergeant approached him. Danny didn't want to see any more. He turned his back on his brother and left the police station. Back in his car, he took several deep breaths to calm himself. Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number. A frail voice answered.
"Did you find him?"
"Yeah, I found him."
"Where was he?"
"You don't want to know, Dad."
"I don't need protecting, Danny."
But that wasn't true. Elderly, lonely, and wheelchair-bound, with nothing but his memories of his army days to keep him company, Danny's father did need protecting, from the reality of Kyle's tawdry existence.
"Where is he now?"
the old man asked. "Having a chat with the old Bill." A pause.
"He'll be safe in custody?"
Danny didn't answer immediately. The truth was that Kyle might find himself serving a short stretch where he'd find it easier to get hold of the junk that had messed up his life than he would do on the street. "Yeah, Dad, they'll get him clean." The old man let the lie pass without comment.
"When can I see you? What about that granddaughter of mine?"
Danny suppressed a wave of emotion. He couldn't even see his daughter, so there was no way his dad could, perhaps ever. "It'll be a while. I have to go away."
"On a job?"
Danny didn't reply.
"Where are you going?"
"You know I can't tell you, Dad." Danny immediately heard the heat in his father's voice.
"Of course you could tell me. I'm your—"
"Dad," Danny interrupted. "You know the rules. It's for your benefit as well as mine." Another pause, then,
"Stay safe, son."
Danny allowed himself a wry smile. Stay safe? He'd settled for staying alive. Safe was too much to ask for. "Sure, Dad," he said. "Course I will." He hung up, checked his watch, and then pulled out into the North London traffic. He had an appointment to keep, and he was late. Chapter 2. San Antonio, Texas. 120 miles from the Mexican border. 1200 hours, North American Central Time. Jesus loved his wheels, like loved them. He'd driven the Range Rover Sport new out of the dealership in his hometown of Nuevo Laredo a week ago, and almost non-stop ever since. He drove it even when he had nowhere to go. He especially enjoyed crossing the US-Mexican border in it. The Yankee border guards gave him the usual trouble as he tried to enter the US. Normally, he had to make do with waving his green card at them. Jesus's mother was American. Now he could rub their noses in the fact he was driving a vehicle that they could only dream of owning on their pathetic salaries. "You want to get into another business, cabron," he told one of them just before he was waved through the border at the Rio Grande River crossing at Nuevo Laredo and onto American soil. The border guard knew what he meant, of course, but as the vehicle was clean, and so was Jesus, there was nothing he could do about it. He enjoyed driving the Range Rover through the dusty streets of the run-down border towns, where he'd collected money from his employer's network of small-time dealers. It made him feel important. He enjoyed showing it off in front of the cartel workers, slightly higher up the food chain from the dealers, who gave him packages of heroin and meth to distribute back to the streets. It made them realize he wasn't to be messed with. And now he was enjoying driving along this well-heeled suburban street, music pumping from the car stereo, taking in the manicured lawns, large houses, and cars of similar value parked up in the driveways. He felt like one of the beautiful people. Jesus was not beautiful. A childhood of running drugs for the cartels had left its marks. A broken nose, a lip split more times than he could count, and a scar on his right shoulder where a bullet had grazed him. The motherfucker who fired it was the first man Jesus had killed. He used a knife and dumped his victim's dead body naked on the doorstep of his family, a Z etched on his abdomen with the knife tip. That was 5 years ago, when Jesus was 14. He was proud of his scars, though, just like he was proud of the tattoo on his chest, a skeletal face with a beret and an Uzi. It marked him out as a member of the most feared cartel in Mexico. It marked him out as a Zeta. He arrived at a particularly fine house on the left-hand side of the road. Palm trees in the yard, lawn so neat with perfect stripes it looked like a freaking tennis court, columns either side of the door, all that posh shit like he'd seen on TV. If you looked to the side, you could just catch a glimpse of the swimming pool out back. A white Range Rover, the mirror image of the one Jesus was driving, and his inspiration for it, was sitting at the front. Jesus parked up behind it and killed the engine. The music died with it. He clicked open the glove compartment and pulled out a Glock 43 9mm semi-automatic and a brown envelope. He looked inside to make sure the 3 small Ziploc plastic bags, each containing a little white powder, were still there. They were. 1 hit per day. When the dope ran out in 3 days' time, he'd be back with more. For a price, of course. Jesus wasn't an idiot. He knew not to skim a single dollar off the money he collected for the cartel. Money was the only thing they cared about. If so much as a nickel went missing, they'd be all over it. It was harder for them to keep a precise inventory of the merchandise itself. Jesus felt safe enough stealing a little. Not that he took this shit himself. He'd seen too many people throw their lives down the can to follow that path. But he also knew that to a junkie, the guy who supplied the junk was God. They'd do anything for him. Like anything. He tucked the Glock into the back of his jeans and let himself out of the car, locked it with the fob, and trampled across the lawn to the front door, clutching the brown envelope. He knew he looked out of place with his tattoos and baseball shirt. He wasn't surprised to see the middle-aged woman on the opposite side of the road, standing just next to the white van parked opposite the house, giving him an unfriendly stare. This was a good neighborhood. Soccer moms with perfect kids and husbands whose boring jobs brought in a couple of $100K a year plus benefits. Truth was, guys like Jesus didn't fit in, no matter what cars they drove. Whatever. Jesus wasn't here to be adored. He knocked on the door. It opened immediately like it always did. A woman stood there. Talk about a MILF, Jesus thought. Great rack, pert little ass. Plenty of makeup just the way he liked it. A bit thin round the cheeks, maybe. Hardly surprising, given her appetites. She stepped aside to let him in, then closed the door quickly. "Did you bring it?" she said. Jesus held up the brown envelope. The woman made to snatch it, but Jesus pulled it away. He sauntered into the house, making a big show of admiring the gleaming marble floor, the sweeping staircase, and the soft focus photographs, massively enlarged, of her beautiful family on the wall. Jesus pointed at the picture of her husband. "Where is he?" His English was perfect, but he had a slight Mexican accent. "Away on business," she said. "Vancouver." Jesus didn't know where Vancouver was, but gave a shrug to hide his ignorance. "Couldn't I just get a hit now?" the woman said. "I'll make it, worth your while." "Bullshit," Jesus said. "You'll be out of it. Don't want my bitches sleeping on the job, you feel me?" "I won't. Jesus clicked his fingers and made a get-here gesture. The woman walked toward him. She was clearly trying to make eye contact, but couldn't help glancing at the brown envelope in Jesus's fist. When she was standing in front of him, He made a kneel-down gesture. She sank to the floor, and with trembling hands started to undo his zipper. "Slowly, bitch," Jesus said. "You make me think you're not that into me. There's plenty others want my little present." He closed his eyes and let her get to work.
Where is he? Away on business. Vancouver.
Vancouver, my ass. $20 says he's nuts deep in his PA right now. Rav Patel, that was the name he used in this time and place, and he was sticking to it, took a swig of his Starbucks iced coffee, then put his finger to his earpiece and carried on listening. Rav wasn't the only guy inside the white van opposite the house with 2 Range Rovers in the drive. His longtime colleague, a Hispanic comms and surveillance specialist whose work name was Michael, had his eye to the covert camera that was right now watching the front of the house. Their boss, Ethan Kleinman, was sitting in the back of the van, face intent, one finger also on his earpiece. To look at Ethan Kleinman, you'd never chalk him up as a CIA man. With his full beard, the colour of wet sand, now turning grey, little round spectacles, corduroy jacket, and small watery eyes, he looked more like a minor league university professor than an intelligence agent. He'd been with the company for 35 years, and was surely approaching the time when he ought to be thinking about retirement, or at least a comfortable desk job to see out the rest of his working life. But Kleinman still operated in the field. Nobody knew why, and anybody who asked was patiently deflected to an alternative topic of conversation. Kleinman walked with a slight limp, a souvenir of fieldwork south of the border more than 10 years ago, though exactly what was a mystery to everyone.
"Couldn't I get a hit now? I'll make it, worth your while."
Kleinman removed his earpiece. "I don't think I need to hear any more," he said quietly. "You joking?" Rav said. "Who needs you porn when you got this?" He sighed when Kleinman gave him a disapproving look. "We're recording anyway," he said. "We can always read the transcripts." Which was true. It had taken them just under 20 minutes that morning to fit microphones behind the light switches in each of the rooms while the lady of the house was dropping the kids off at school. He took another slurp of coffee, then tapped one of his 2 daisy-chained computer monitors. "Shouldn't she be baking cookies or something? What happens when the kids get home and she's away with the fairies?" "High-functioning heroin addict," Kleinman said. "Sure," Rav said. "High-functioning till she ODs before the school run and we find her sprawled over the dashboard of her SUV. Welcome to America," Kleinman said. Something on the screen caught Rav's attention. "Okay, passengers," he said. "We got a match." Rav's left-hand screen had 4 still images, taken minutes previously, of the young man climbing out of his Range Rover and heading across the front yard to the door. The surveillance team had lucked out when the young man had looked almost directly at their vehicle. It gave them a full frontal shot to run through the NSA's facial recognition database. When Rav first came to work for the company 5 years ago, a search like this would take 48 hours. Now it was a 5-minute job. His right-hand screen showed the full CIA file for the target. Rav read the salient details out loud. Jesus Sanchez, dual American and Mexican citizenship. No address on file. Affiliated with the Las Zetas cartel. Piece of work, huh? Just read the file, Rav. We got him implicated in 12 homicides. Rav clicked a link. Oh, man, he breathed. The link had taken him to a blog post by an anonymous journalist covering the atrocities of the Mexican cartels. Anonymous because any journalist who put their name to an unfavourable article about their criminal activities could expect to be made an example of. The cartels didn't just own the police south of the border, they owned the newspapers as well. The blog post detailed a drug-related killing that had occurred 12 months previously in the Mexican border town of Nuevo Laredo. 3 members of a rival cartel were found butchered against the railings of a children's playground. The corpses were naked. The heads and genitals had been removed. The genitals were resting where the heads should be, and vice versa. The arms and legs were spread-eagled. A cardboard placard lay on the chest of the middle corpse. It was scrawled with a message in Spanish, "A present from the sicarios of Los Zetas." "Sicarios," Kleinman said in an excellent Spanish accent. "Hitmen. You know where that word comes from?" Rav shook his head. He hated it when Kleinman went into teacher mode. "Latin. It means murderer. I think I prefer that definition, no?" Rav shrugged. Hitman, murderer, what the hell difference did it make? "Any doubt our boy was involved?" Kleinman asked. Rav minimized the window and returned to the CIA file. "No," he said. "It was him. We got witnesses, all of them too scared to go on the record. Usual story." Rav turned back to Kleinman. "We could bust him now," he said. "He's got the junk on him. Got to be worth 2 to 3 years. Stick him in San Quentin and hope the Aryan Brotherhood do us all a favor." Kleinman shook his head. "No," he said. "The cartel will get him the best lawyers in town. Make sure he's tried in Mexico. Even if the judge isn't crooked, those 2 years will be the most comfortable he ever spends. The cartel will sort his family out financially. He'll be home and dry." "So why the hell do we bother tracking him?" Rav said. Kleinman removed his glasses and started to clean them on the sleeve of his jacket. "There are reasons," he said. "Care to share them?" Kleinman didn't answer. "I'd love to nail this son of a bitch," Rav said. "Not your job, Rav." "Then whose?" Kleinman acted as if he hadn't heard. There was a moment of silence in the van. Then Michael spoke. "The target's leaving," he said. Jesus was no longer carrying the brown envelope as he left the house and sauntered back to his vehicle. Inside the Range Rover, he returned his handgun to the glove compartment, started the engine, and knocked it into reverse. He felt good. His posh Yankee MILF had done her thing. His tires screeched as he straightened up in the road. He hit the brakes. The white van on the other side of the street was still there. It crossed Jesus's mind that it was out of place in this posh, leafy area. Fuck it, he thought. Probably just workmen. And what did it matter anyway? No one could harm him. He was a member of Los Zetas, the most feared cartel in the world. He was respected by the bosses. He was untouchable. He hit the gas and sped off down the street, his tires screeching again and Shakira blaring from his open windows. Chapter 3. Emirates Stadium, London. 1900 hours GMT. Danny Black had his phone pressed to his ear. Crowds of football supporters swarmed round him outside the stadium. Night had fallen, and the Emirates Stadium was glowing like a beacon. For a moment, Danny was reminded of the way Camp Bastion glowed in the desert night out in Helmand. The similarities stopped there. Out in the Stan, the air was filled with the distant sound of mortars and the dry stench of cordite. Here it was all klaxons and fried onions.
"You lit,"
said a voice at the other end of the phone.
"It's serious drinking time you're wasting, buddy. I could have
Danny killed the phone and stopped behind a squat, broad-shouldered man. He tapped him on the shoulder. The man turned round. Spud Glover was Danny's best mate in the regiment. The situations they'd shared, it was impossible not to be close. Right now, though, Spud, short, squat, balding, and unmistakably similar in looks to Phil Collins, was looking at Danny as if he'd just shagged his girlfriend.
"Fuck's sake, mucker. You were supposed to be here half an hour ago. They'll have necked all the booze by now. Where have you been, anyway?"
"Family reunion," Danny said. Spud sniffed. "Right," he said. "Bad as that, huh?" He knew Danny's family life was a Class A fuck-up. He turned and indicated 2 men who were standing just by him. Danny nodded a greeting. "Tyson," he said. "Spike." Jack Tyson Fletcher took his nickname from his startling resemblance to the boxer Tyson Fury, down to the shaved head and crooked nose. He was taller even than Danny. He wore a black beanie over his shaved head. Danny couldn't remember a time when Tyson hadn't worn that beanie. and his slightly reluctant, over-firm handshake was more a challenge than a greeting. Tyson had served with the regiment a few years longer than Danny, but weirdly they'd never found themselves on ops together. Danny detected a moment of friction. Their eye contact lasted just a little too long. Danny refused to break it. A couple of seconds later, Tyson released his hand and momentarily looked away before grinning. "Black," he said. His voice was deep, pure East London. "I was beginning to think you'd got a better offer." "Not possible," Danny said. He offered his hand to Spike, who took it much more eagerly. Spike was younger than the rest of them. He had just turned 22, but barely looked older than 16, right down to the acne that still plagued his cheeks, and the slightly wispy stubble on his face. Not that it mattered. Danny knew the guys in the training wing rated Spike very highly. Acne or no acne, he was a demolitions ninja, and the word was that he'd never been bested in hand-to-hand combat on the training ground. Despite being much slighter than Spud, more lean and agile-looking, there was something very similar about their faces, which figured, because Spud and Spike were cousins. Maybe a couple of times removed, Danny couldn't remember. "I was a bit worried," Tyson said, "that it might be past Snowflake's bedtime." "Call me that again," Spike said. Tyson shrugged. "Chillax, kid. Come on. This way, East End hospitality. Hope you brought your drinking trousers, Black." He pushed through the crowd. Spike was flushing from the neck up, clearly embarrassed by the way Tyson had spoken to him. He followed without saying anything. Spud, walking shoulder to shoulder with Danny, looked a bit apologetic. "Spike's a good lad," Danny said. They'd spent the past week in briefings for the upcoming op, and Danny had grown to like the kid. "Not going to lie, Mucker," Spud said. "He nearly messed himself when he heard he was on the team, especially with the famous Danny Black. I had to tell him you're a bit of a disappointment in real life." "Friends like you," Danny grinned at him. "Spike's been on standby squadron for the last 6 months, chomping at the bit to get out on a real op. Dumped his bird just so as he can keep his mind on the job." "Really?" "Between you and me, not such a big loss," Spud said. "Bit of a bobfuck." And when Danny gave him a confused look, he explained, "Body of Barbie, face of Ken." Danny laughed. Spud was his best mate, and always good value. When Danny needed someone to put his head in a better place, Spud was his first call. His fondness for his cousin was evident. Spud had told Danny all about Spike, real name Simon Ramsey, but nobody remembered that. How, when he was a teenager, all he'd wanted was to follow his big cousin into the regiment. How he'd spent 3 years visiting Hereford whenever he could. How he'd aced selection. Truth to tell, Danny would have preferred someone with a bit more experience on a job like the one they had coming up, but it was obvious Spud had a soft spot for the kid, and it wasn't as if Spike couldn't handle himself. He'd done his training like the rest of them. "What's the crack?" Danny asked, pointing at the football stadium. Even through the hubbub, he automatically picked out a plainclothes security guy standing by the gate they were approaching. The security guy turned his back to Danny and put one hand in his pocket. Danny immediately clocked an ASP retractable baton under his coat. Illegal, but that didn't stop some of the plainclothes guys carrying them, given that they couldn't carry firearms. "When was the last time you gave a flying fuck about Arsenal versus... Who are they playing?" "Spurs, mate. Game of the season, apparently. Anyway, mate of Tyson's has a private box. Beats chucking empty pint glasses around the terraces with the plebs." "You reckon?" Danny said. He wasn't a private box kind of guy, and he wasn't here for the free booze. A pre-deployment social was an important part of prepping for an operation. A chance for members of the team to get to know each other away from the intense environment of HQ, but he'd have been just as happy doing it over a few pints in a Hereford pub. At the gate, Tyson handed out some VIP passes, and they gained entrance to the stadium. Tyson led them away from the crowds and up a concrete stairwell into the gods. It was clear he knew his way. He'd done this before. "So, who is this mate of yours, Tyson?" Spud asked. "Got a few bob, has he?" "Just a geezer I know," Tyson said curtly. "Friend of a friend, that kind of thing." Spud caught Danny's eye and mouthed the word. "Touchy?" Danny grinned again. They were walking along a wide corridor at the top of the stadium now. There were people milling around, though it was nothing like as busy as the lower levels. Tyson stopped outside a door where a good-looking blonde woman in her 30s stood with a clipboard. She wore a diamante collar around her neck, and the smell of her perfume was musky and expensive.
"Tyson party,"
he said. The woman checked her list, ticked off her name, then stood aside.
"Good evening, Mr. Tyson," she said. "Welcome to the stadium."
Danny felt her eyes lingering on him as they filed into the private box. There was quite a party buzzing inside. Danny estimated 40 people, including them. A couple of smartly dressed waiters were carrying trays of champagne. Dolled-up women were making small talk to smart-suited middle-aged and elderly men. An overwhelming smell of aftershave. If anyone was interested in the Arsenal and Spurs teams lining up on the pitch, visible through the windows at the far side of the room, and on the screens either end with the sound turned down, they didn't show it. The 4 SAS men loitered slightly awkwardly by the entrance. Danny felt as out of place at a cocktail party as most of this lot would feel on the firing range. He was aware of people in the crowd glancing toward them. The men with a hint of bolshy arrogance, the women with a hint of something else. Danny hoped Tyson hadn't been shooting his mouth off about who they were and what they did for a living. After 30 seconds, a very well-tanned man in his 60s approached from the centre of the throng. He wore a well-fitting black suit with an open-neck white shirt. Danny caught a glimpse of a gold chain around his neck. The smell of aftershave grew a bit stronger. Danny heard Spud hiss slightly under his breath, but the guy was in earshot before Danny could ask why.
"Thanks, darling,"
Medallion Man said to the girl at the door.
"We'll look after ourselves now. Lock the door, there's a good girl."
He turned to Tyson.
"Tyson!" he roared. "Long fucking time no see. These your boys?"
Tyson shook hands with the man.
"Danny Black, Spud Glover, Simon Ramsey. This is—" "Aidan Bailey," Spud interrupted. "Yeah, I know."
Danny frowned. He knew the name Aidan Bailey, of course, one of the London underworld's most notorious figures, finger in every pie, extortion rackets, drug running, arms deals. If there was a few illicit quid to be made, Aidan Bailey was making it. And if you asked any member of the CID who they'd most like to nick, Aidan Bailey's name was likely top of their list. Bailey seemed oblivious to the note of distaste in Spud's voice. He made a little gun shape with 2 fingers and a thumb, then mimed taking a little pop at each of the regiment guys in turn. Then he laughed uproariously at what he clearly thought was their little in-joke.
"Come on in, fellas," he said. "Get yourself a drink. Don't suppose you get much of the decent stuff in darkest Hereford."
One of the waiters approached with his tray of champagne.
"You got a beer, pal?"
Spud asked. He sounded much more subdued than he had outside. Danny turned to Tyson.
"This cunt knows who we are," he said.
A statement, not a question.
"Relax, Black," Tyson said. "I've known Aidan for years. It's a party. We're all off duty, including him."
Yeah, Danny thought, except a guy like Aidan Bailey was never off duty. He looked around the private room, scoping for CCTV. 4 regiment guys were hanging around with a crime boss like Aidan Bailey. Easy for people to come to the wrong conclusion. Danny felt uncomfortable being here. The guys accepted bottles of ice-cold Stella from the waiter. Danny turned to the others. There was tension. Tyson was taking an exaggerated pull of his beer, clearly trying to appear to be at ease. Spike was peeling the corner of the label on his bottle with his right thumb, looking at the other guys like a kid trying to work out if his big brothers were about to fight. Danny was staring flintily at Tyson. It was bad form to be indiscreet about anyone else's membership of the regiment. More than bad form. Danny knew better than most how dangerous it could be, both for him and his family, if the nature of his job became common knowledge with the wrong people. But he and Spud also knew better than most that bad blood between the members of an SF unit could be more dangerous than the enemy itself. Danny took a swig of his beer just for show.
"So,"
Spud said, clearly trying to break the tension. He was a good mate of Tyson's as well as of Danny.
"When was the last time you were out there?" he said.
"Mexico?" Tyson asked. Mexico, where a week from now this SAS unit would be operating way under the radar.
3 or 4 years ago, Tyson said. Before that, maybe a decade, when I was helping train up their counter-terrorist boys, you know.
Danny did know. Providing training to the special forces of friendly nations was part of the regiment's bread and butter. Danny had done similar work himself, Spud too, but the case of the Mexican Special Forces was slightly more complicated. In fact, so far as Danny could tell, everything about Mexico was slightly more complicated. Over the past week, Danny and the team had been briefed thoroughly about the situation on the ground along the US-Mexican border, and the situation was messy, violent. The drug cartels had practically taken over. 6 different cartels carved up the whole of Mexico into different zones. Within each zone, the cartels completely controlled the production, sale, and movement of all illegal drugs. Heroin, cocaine, marijuana, crystal meth. 90% of the street drugs consumed in the US were produced and smuggled over the border by the different Mexican cartels. The cartels ran their business with a ruthlessness and a brutality that sickened even Danny. It wasn't enough for rival cartel members to kill each other. Examples had to be made of them. Their butchered corpses were routinely displayed out in the open. Their family members were targeted, tortured, and killed with a breathtaking callousness. It astonished Danny that news of the Mexican drug turf wars wasn't more widely known. In the past 10 years, there had been nearly 200,000 drug-related killings in Mexico, double the death count in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. Alongside the killings was the corruption. Police, army, public officials, journalists. The cartels had such wealth they could buy anybody with any influence, and they had such a disregard for human life they could kill anyone who refused to take their bribes. No wonder that, back in the day, the Mexican government wanted help training up their special forces. In a country where the bad guys own the establishment, the good guys would have to fight them on their own terms. Except that wasn't quite how it had turned out. In the late 1990s, one of the major cartels, the Gulf Cartel, spotted an opportunity. The Mexican government had spent a load of money training up these special forces teams. The cartel could offer a much better wage to fight for rather than against them, so they encouraged these highly trained commando teams to break ranks and join the cartel. The Gulf Cartel found itself with an enforcement wing that would be the envy of most small countries. They called themselves Los Zetas. The Zetas were the terror of Mexico. Like all special forces, these men were trained in extreme levels of violence. They had the stomach for more bloodshed than the ordinary man or woman or the ordinary soldier. As the years passed, their violence was applied without mercy or restraint to rival cartel members and innocent members of the public alike. With muscle like that, the Gulf Cartel thrived. But they failed to take something into account. Like all employees, these trained commandos had their sights set on higher things. In 2010, the Zetas turned against their Gulf Cartel employers, forming their own organization. The Zetas soon became the largest cartel in Mexico. Their core business of drug trafficking was supplemented by protection rackets, kidnappings, and extortion. Where other cartels preferred to use bribery as the first step to achieve their ends, the Zetas defaulted to immediate violence. Their rivals were beheaded, tortured, even hanged and quartered. Women were raped. Mass killings had become commonplace. The Zetas weren't just the most violent, feared, and dangerous cartel in Mexico. They were one of the most vicious crime syndicates in the world.
"Put it this way," the unit's ops officer had put it to them during their briefing. "If B's squadron decided to jump the fence and set up a criminal gang in the UK, how hard would it be for the police or the army to shut you down? You're better trained than any of them. You're the best in the world at close-quarter combat and urban warfare techniques. As you recruited more people, you could instruct them in advanced military procedures. That's what happened with the Zetas. The original members, those still alive, are at the top of the tree, but there's a trickle-down effect to the subordinates. The Zetas are every government's worst nightmare. Special forces gone bad." If the Zetas had kept their activities south of the Mexican border, all this would have been academic to Danny and his unit. But things had gone further than that. This brutal cartel now had such a firm grip on the eastern territories of Mexico that rather than concentrate on maintaining their war of attrition with their rival cartels, they could now devote themselves entirely to business, to profits. That meant shifting more product over the border into the United States. They had done this with massive success. The quantities of heroin, marijuana, coke, and meth heading north over the border had reached unprecedented levels. Where drugs go, violence soon follows. The Zetas brought their cutthroat tactics over the border along with their product. Several DEA men turned up with their heads separated from their bodies. A couple of cops had gone missing. People in Washington started to pay attention. While the Zetas had kept their activities south of the border, it remained a Mexican problem. Now, however, the Yanks were taking an interest. Their war on drugs wasn't just failing, it was obviously failing. The Mexican government had formed a separate, highly militarized police force, the Federales. They were a good unit and remained reasonably free of the corruption that plagued the regular Mexican police. But although they were well-trained and well-armed, and had a hunger to stamp out the plague of the cartels, they weren't up to the same level of expertise as special forces fighters. So if the Americans were going to hit the Zetas, and hit them hard, they needed to look elsewhere, which was a problem. The Yanks were constitutionally barred from using their own military on American soil. Any hard arrest would be thrown out of court on a technicality. Not to mention the diplomatic clusterfuck that would ensue if it became known that American military personnel were assassinating Mexican citizens across the border, no matter what the justification. No, American special forces were barred from doing a job like this. Delta units and SEAL teams were out of play, which was where Danny and the boys came in. "Please, lads, take a trip over the pond to kill some Zetas for us. We'd sure be grateful." Special relationship. The average man in the street didn't know just how special it was. Danny took another pull of his beer and looked around the room. Half the guys still had their eyes on the SAS unit. "Look at these twats," he muttered. Spud grinned. "Not exactly Zeta material, huh? Maybe we should take a few of these run and reg wannabes out to Mexico with us. We could do with some cannon fodder." "Mexico?" Danny turned quickly to find Aidan Bailey standing right behind him. He cursed silently, not knowing how much of their conversation the crime boss had heard. Their deployment was top secret and totally deniable. If they were caught on American or Mexican soil, neither the US nor the British would acknowledge their presence. Danny and the team knew that and accepted the risk. It went with the job. Before he could confirm or deny anything, Bailey had slapped one hand on his shoulder like they were old mates. "Sir, you must be Danny Black," Bailey said. "Tyson tells me you're the head honcho in this little outfit. Am I right or am I right?" Danny didn't answer. He just looked meaningfully at where Bailey's hand was still on his shoulder. Bailey didn't seem to take the hint. He carried on talking. "Friend of Jack's," he said, "is a friend of mine. Anything I can do for you, so just say the word, and I mean anything. You can start by moving your hand." Aidan Bailey grinned. He let his hand fall, but wasn't put off. "Man in my position always needs a few good men, Danny. You ever need a bit of extra work, you just shout. Plenty of opportunity for a man of your talents, if you take my meaning. Proper pay and all." "A man of my talents," Danny said darkly, "isn't interested in the kind of work you've got to offer." Aidan Bailey's reputation preceded him. Drug trafficking, extortion, Bailey's involvement in the seedy underbelly of the UK crime world was well known, as was the authorities' inability to make anything stick to him. Bailey gave him a thin smile. "Well," he said, "the offer stands." He sniffed and addressed the others. "Anything you need, lads, you just ask." He looked over at a couple of attractive women in low-cut dresses who were standing nearby. "Need," he said, "or want, you get my drift." He wandered back over into the crowd. Danny turned to Tyson. "I don't care who you spend your time with, Tyson," he said, "but don't ever mention my name to a scumbag like that again, okay?"
Tyson shrugged and took a pull on his beer.
"Whatever," he said. "Don't tell me it's the first dodgy job offer you've ever received. You're in the SAS, Black. You're not a bleeding Sunday school teacher."
Tyson was right, of course. It was almost impossible to do this job without attracting the attention of the criminal fraternity. There were even guys inside the regiment who he knew walked both sides of the law. He wondered if Tyson was one of them. Tyson seemed to know what he was thinking.
"You got it wrong," he said. "I already told you, Aidan and I go way back. I keep my nose out of his business. He keeps his nose out of mine."
He turned to Spud and Spike.
"I suggest we enjoy the party," he said. 20 quid says the gunners take it 2-0. What do you say, Snowflake?"
Spike scowled as Tyson followed Bailey into the crowd. 30 seconds later, Tyson was chatting to a woman whose little black dress revealed a whole lot more than it hid.
"Remind me why we need Tyson on the team again," Danny muttered.
But he didn't need reminding. Tyson was a core component of the operation. Back in the day when the Zetas were bona fide members of the Mexican military, Tyson had been on the SAS training team that spent 3 months helping them hone their counter-terrorist skills. He'd lived and worked alongside them. He knew their ways, and in several instances, their faces. He'd taught them, if not everything they knew, then a good chunk of it, and he spoke fluent Spanish. So yeah, they needed Tyson on the team. Spike walked over to the window on the far side of the room and watched the match. He looked very slight from this distance.
"I know he's your cousin, Mucker," Danny said, "but I can't cut him any slack if he doesn't pull his weight. You get that, right? Just because Tyson's wound you up, don't take it out on Spike. He'll be fine."
Spud smiled.
"Regular little pyromaniac, that one. Blew up his dad's lawnmower with a 9-volt battery when he was 13. Put 20 years on the old fella. Better at close-quarter combat than you and me put together and all."
He pulled on his beer.
"Heard from the missus?"
he asked, obviously wanting to change the subject. Danny looked away. The truth was, the last time Danny saw his girlfriend Clara and their baby girl Rose was when he and Spud forcibly extracted them from a house on the outskirts of Birmingham. They were abducted as leverage against Danny. Not for the first time, Clara had to witness the brutal realities of Danny's work as he and Spud dealt with their kidnappers the only way they knew how. Once the regiment knew the full story, they cleared up the scene, hushed everything up. Clara, however, was still in counselling, and Danny's chance of seeing his daughter any time soon was smaller than Spur's chances of a win tonight. Truth to tell, he was looking forward to starting the mission and getting in country. It would take his mind off the grim reality of his life back home.
"Nothing," he told Spud. He shrugged. "Better that way."
Before Spud could reply, one of the waitresses walked up to them with a dazzling smile. She carried a handheld wicker basket containing 20 or 30 small brown envelopes, a couple of inches square.
"Present for Mr. Bailey, gentlemen,"
she said. Spud took one of the envelopes. Danny declined, but positioned himself so he was blocking the CCTV camera's line of sight of Spud. Spud opened his envelope up. It contained a small Ziploc bag with a thimbleful of white powder. He licked his little finger, dabbed it into the powder, then smeared a little against his gums.
"Cook," he said. "Natch."
Danny felt an irrational anger swell up inside him. After the time he'd spent with his brother that day, this was the last thing he wanted to see. Not to mention that it was far too easy for someone to see one of his unit with a rap of marching powder and come to the wrong conclusion.
"Get Spike," he said. "I don't want him making the wrong decision."
Spud nodded and headed straight over to grab his cousin. Danny scanned the room for Tyson. Their eyes met. Danny jerked his thumb toward the door to indicate they were getting out of there. Tyson shook his head and went back to chatting to the woman with half a dress. Spud and Spike approached.
"I don't get it,"
Spike said.
"Why are we this is pretty—"
Spike had a habit, Danny noticed, of not finishing his sentences.
"Trust me," Danny said.
"What about Tyson? How come he gets to—"
"Tyson's a big boy," Danny said. He can make his own mistakes. He turned toward the door where the girl with the Diamante collar and the clipboard was still standing. "We're leaving," Danny told her. She looked him up and down again. "Shame?" she said, but she unlocked the door to let them out. Danny looked over his shoulder as he left the room. He caught sight of Aidan Bailey watching them leave, an unknowable expression on his face. Danny turned his back on him. He didn't need men like Aidan Bailey taking an interest in him. Life was complicated enough as it was.
Thursday, Chapter 4. Willesden, London, 14:30 hours GMT. He was an old man. His knees were gone. His spine was beginning to arch. His eyesight was cloudy, and he couldn't hear well. But none of these was the worst thing about being old. The worst thing about being old was catching sight of yourself in the mirror, seeing the lined face, the grey hair, the thin body. So he turned his back on the mirror that hung above the old electric fire in the bungalow where he lived alone, wincing slightly at the knee pain that shot up his thigh and into his hip. The living room presented itself to him. It was shabby, a three-piece suite that had seen better days, an occasional table stained with coffee rings, yesterday's dirty dinner plate still sitting on it, an old TV in the corner. The curtains were shut, as they always were. He preferred not to have passers-by looking in. On the mantelpiece below the mirror was a photograph of his boy and his late wife in an old silver frame, but that was the only ornament in the room. He walked over to the TV and switched it on. The volume was almost up full, because that was the only way he could hear it. It was Countdown. He turned his back on the TV and started walking toward the sofa. He cocked his head. Had he heard somebody at the door? He wasn't sure over the noise of the television. He squinted at his watch. 2:30. He wasn't expecting anyone today. His first thought was that it was kids playing him up. He even muttered the word, "kids." He headed across the room and out into the hallway. He peered through the frosted glass of the front door. He could see the outline of two people, one in front of the other, too big for kids. Maybe a delivery, but he wasn't expecting one, and anyway, delivery men usually worked alone. He had a security chain fastened across the door as always, and the door was double-locked. He stepped closer. "Who's there?" he said. "Read your meter, mate," a muffled voice replied. The old man cocked his head again. "Someone read me meter last week," he said. "Probably gas, mate. This is electricity." The old man nodded and raised his hand to unlock the chain. Then he stopped. "I don't have gas," he said. There was a pause, a little movement behind the glass. "I can show you me ID, mate." The old man closed his eyes. Had they read his meter last week? It was so difficult to keep track, and he got so confused these days. Only yesterday he looked in his kitchen cupboard for a tin of dog food, only to remember his dog died years ago. Or was it months? He fumbled with the chub lock halfway down the door, then unlocked the latch. This left only the security chain, which he kept in place. He opened the door the 2 inches that the chain allowed. The man he had been talking to was holding up a small laminated card, about the same size as a credit card. The old man couldn't quite read it. He stretched out his hand to take it, passing his fingers through the gap in the door. It all happened so fast. The door slammed. The old man's fingers were caught between the door and the doorframe, and the impact was so violent that he felt his brittle bones crack. He gasped in pain, but as he did so, the door burst open. The security chain was ripped from its fittings, and the wooden frame of the door itself cracked hard against the old man's stooped head. He fell as the 2 men bundled into his house. By the time he hit the floor, they were inside, and the door was closed again. He tried to shout, but his voice was frail, and the fall had winded him. His broken fingers were agonizing. He waved his arms feebly, a pathetic attempt to stop the men bending down to grab him and pull him to his feet. "Shut your pie, old Grandad," one of them said as they yanked him up from the ground. "You can't do this," the old man gasped.
My boy will be here any minute. He'll—" The man swiped him hard across the jaw. His neck cricked with the impact. He tasted blood on his lip. He would have fallen again if the men hadn't each been holding one of his arms. They dragged him roughly back into the main room. Countdown was still on. The two men threw him onto the sofa. He hit his head again, this time on the wooden bar that formed part of the sofa's frame. Again he tried to talk, to tell them his wallet was on his bedside table and his pension money in a tin by the kettle in the kitchen. All that came out was a frightened jumble of words, and he realized, even as he tried to speak, that these two men weren't here to rob him. One of them had a rucksack, which he removed from over his shoulder. He rummaged around inside it and pulled out two black woolen balaclavas. They pulled them over their heads so that all the old man could see was their eyes and their mouths. He fell silent. The two men looked down on him. Up until this moment he hadn't had time to feel fear. Now, as the two masked men looked over him, he felt nothing else. The man with the rucksack pulled something else out of his bag. The old man squinted to see what it was. A roll of black duct tape. The man walked around the back of the sofa. There was the sound of the duct tape being unrolled. From behind, the man slammed a strip of the thick adhesive tape over the old man's mouth before wrapping it several times around his head and mouth again. From the corner of his eye, he saw a knife blade cut the tape from the roll. The man threw the roll to his companion, who was still standing in front of the sofa. The companion pulled out another strip of duct tape and used it to bind the old man's wrists in front of him. "Kill the TV," the rucksack guy said. His mate did just that. With the curtains shut, it was now very dark in the room. The rucksack guy turned the lights on. "Jesus," he said, "what a fucking dump." He walked round to the front of the sofa again. "All right," he said. "Let's do it." The rucksack guy kneeled on the sofa next to him and grabbed his thin hair with one hand. He put his knife up against the old man's throat. The old man felt the blade against the loose skin of his neck. The rucksack guy held the blade there for several seconds. The old man caught sight of the picture on the mantelpiece, his wife and son, the last thing he would see before he died. He closed his eyes and waited for the rucksack guy to slice. But he didn't. The old man opened his eyes again. The blade was still pressed against his throat, but the other guy was holding a phone up. For a moment, the old man didn't understand what he was doing. Then he understood. He was videoing them. Nobody spoke. The old man stared wildly at the phone. Then the guy lowered it. "Done," he said. The rucksack guy removed the knife from his throat. Then he leaned in and spoke very clearly into the man's ear. "This isn't over, Grandad. Not nearly. Now, why don't you be a good old geezer, sit there quietly and try not to piss yourself?" He turned to his companion. "We need to move him somewhere else," he said. "Can't stay here. Some Meals on Wheels do-gooders might come round." He stood up. "Get on the blower. Ask if there's a safe house we can use." His mate nodded. "Stick the kettle on while we wait," he said. Chapter 5. Nuevo Laredo, Mexico. Night had fallen. As a result, Ana Rodriguez had bolted all 3 deadlocks on her front door, double-checked every window, and switched on the floodlights that lit up every dark corner of her small front yard. She didn't own a dog, but had read somewhere that leaving a dog bowl out on the porch was a good way of preventing opportunistic crime. A small precaution, but in a town like this, you needed all the help you could get. The lights inside her tiny one-bedroomed house were dim. This served 2 purposes. Firstly, it meant she could see out more easily than other people could see in. Secondly, it meant her little boy Miguel had a better chance of sleeping. He was too frightened to sleep by himself in the small bedroom they shared off the main room of the house, so Anna had taken to making up a bed for him on the sofa, with a small stool for him to rest his comic book. She would carry him to the bedroom when it was time for her to go to sleep. Anna had grown used to the fact that night was no longer a quiet, peaceful time in Nuevo Laredo. Distant gunshots regularly punctuated the air. The sound of tires screeching in the nearby streets was so common she barely registered it anymore. Maybe once or twice a night there would be the noise of a police siren, But that particular sound was becoming less frequent. Police corruption was endemic. It was increasingly worth their while to keep those sirens switched off. Anna was exhausted. As a pediatric doctor at the local hospital, she hardly had a minute's rest from treating the children of the town and comforting their anxious parents. Mostly, the kids who passed through her care were suffering from the usual childhood ailments. Occasionally, they presented with an unexplained wound. Anna had learned not to ask any questions. Her first duty was to her patients and their health, not to the truth. Away from the hospital, she maintained the same strategy. She was known throughout the area for her willingness to treat anyone, adult or child, from whatever side of the battles that raged across Nuevo Laredo and beyond. Law enforcement, cartel members, ordinary citizens caught in the crossfire. Ana Rodriguez provided medical care to everyone, no questions asked. She saw it as her duty. She sat at her small kitchen table, eating beans with a wooden spoon straight from the saucepan. Her face glowed in the light from her clunky old laptop, which was tethered to her mobile phone to get an internet connection. She was reading a blog written by an anonymous journalist entitled Narco-Terror. The blog's mission statement was to detail every single atrocity carried out by the cartels. Such atrocities were seldom reported in the newspapers these days, partly because they were so commonplace they were barely news, partly because the cartel had taken to targeting journalists who spoke out against their activities. Whoever was the writer of this blog, he or she was a brave man or woman. At some point, their identity would be revealed. When that happened, the cartel would surely make an example of them. For now, however, Narco-Terror was the most popular news source in this part of Mexico. It was also the most gruesome. In Anna's line of work, there was no place for squeamishness. You didn't have to treat too many gun wounds or pull the sheet over the face of too many corpses to become hardened to the sight of them. But even she had to force herself to read some of these reports. Her eyes scanned over photographs of bodies with their heads and genitals removed, of corpses swinging from bridges, of naked torsos with obscene messages carved into the skin. The homepage of Narco-Terror always carried the same picture, a young man with 20 or 30 knives stuck into his torso. He was known as El Puerco Espin, the porcupine. He had been murdered as part of a gruesome mass killing by the Zetas. Nobody knew where he or his fellow victims were buried, but his picture had become emblematic of the horror of the cartel's violence. Anna put the saucepan containing her frugal supper back on the table and pushed it away, just as a gunshot echoed somewhere in the distance. Her little boy stirred. Anna scraped back her chair and walked over to where he was lying. She stood for a moment, gazing down at his perfect little face, at his chest rising and falling. Then her phone rang. She answered it quickly, not wanting the noise to disturb her son. She knew immediately, from the chaotic sounds at the other end, that it was a call for help, the heavy breathing, the distraught noise of someone crying, a distinct moan of pain. A panicked voice, female.
"Help us!"
"What's your name?" Anna said, suddenly brisk and efficient. No point asking how this woman had her number. There wasn't time for that.
"Rosa."
"Tell me what happened, Rosa," Anna said.
"We were driving into the city. They stopped us in the middle of the road, demanded our money. My husband tried to say no, so they shot him."
Anna knew it was a lie. If things had been so simple, they'd have called the hospital, or the federales. It didn't matter to Anna. A patient was a patient. "Where is the wound?"
"In his leg. They shot him in his leg."
"I need you to tear away the clothes and look at the blood. Is it bright red or dark red?"
"I don't understand. Why does that—"
"Rosa, what color is the blood?" A pause.
"Bright red. I think it's bright red."
Bad news. Bright red blood indicated that the bleeding was arterial rather than venous. She knew how the cartel worked. They didn't mess around. If they shot someone, it was to kill them, and they knew how to kill people. It sounded to her like they'd aimed for the artery at the top of the leg, fatal if it wasn't treated immediately, but a slow and nasty way to go.
You need to keep pressure on the wound. Hard pressure. Ignore the blood. Can you do that?
I think so.
And you need to tell me exactly where you are.
State Highway 1, maybe 4 kilometers from the center of town.
Anna cursed under her breath. Did people never listen? It was well known that these highways were one of the most dangerous places to be after dark. Tourists to the area had to be transported en masse and chaperoned by the police, and everyone knew not to drive at night.
Keep the line open, Anna said. I'll be there as quickly as I can.
She grabbed her phone and car keys from the table. She hurried over to the wooden sideboard where she kept her cutlery and crockery. She removed the cutlery drawer and unfastened the handgun she had duct-taped to the back of it. She put it back, thought for a millisecond, and then took a small black-and-white photograph from under a pot on the sideboard. She put it in her back pocket. Then she ran over to where Miguel was lying. He was clutching his favourite toy, an old Buzz Lightyear whose left arm was missing. She knelt down by the side of the sofa and put one hand on his cheek. Miguel stirred.
"Mummy has to go out,"
she whispered. Miguel sat up immediately and tried to hug her while still clutching Buzz Lightyear. She unwrapped his arms from around her body and placed the handgun next to the comic book on the stool that doubled as a bedside table.
"Lock the doors," she said. "Don't open them for anybody except me. You understand?"
She knew he did. They went through the same routine every time she was called out at night. It didn't make it any easier, though. She kissed his forehead, then led him to the front door, where she let herself out. She waited on the porch to hear the locks close inside, and the small voice saying, "Goodbye, Mama." Then she hurried toward her cars. Anna owned 2 vehicles. One was an old van, which sometimes acted as a makeshift ambulance, sometimes as a utility vehicle for fetching DIY materials for the house, or shifting her and Miguel's stuff. It smelled of disinfectant and paint. The second car was a dented old saloon with a smoking exhaust and a cracked wing mirror. She kept this vehicle for when she had to go out at night. The cartels were in the habit of stealing larger vehicles to move their personnel around. Why they needed to do that when they had so much money, Anna couldn't understand. But they did, so at night she drove a car that nobody could possibly want to steal. She kept a stash of medical equipment in the trunk, neatly packed in an old rucksack, clean bandages, packs of saline solution, swabs, tourniquets, steri-strips, antibiotic shots. She started up the engine, then put her phone on speaker and rested it on the dashboard.
"Rosa, are you still there?"
The bleeding is very bad.
"Keep the pressure on. Is he conscious?"
Maybe. I think so."
Anna cursed again. She knocked the car into gear and screeched out of her front yard. Her house was in a residential area in the southern suburbs of Nuevo Laredo. During the daytime, she could drive up to the top of the hill on which her house was situated and look across the U.S. border 2 kilometers away into Texas. When crazy politicians talked of building 20-foot walls, this was the area they were talking about. Tonight, however, she headed south on the 85. It was the long way round, but it meant avoiding the center of Nuevo Laredo, and the roads would be clear, for reasons Rosa had discovered. Of course, it meant Anna would be running the same risk as her patient, but that couldn't be helped. Response time was key. As she expected, the highway heading south was empty. After 3 kilometers, she came to a crossroads where she turned to the northwest, heading up toward Highway 1. The parched low brush of the surrounding area zoomed past in a blur. Every minute or so, she shouted into the phone, "Rosa, how are you doing?" But Rosa's responses were increasingly muffled and confused. It was hard for Anna to tell what the status of her patient was. She instinctively put her foot on the gas, but she was already flooring it. The car was tipping 90. Which was why, when all 4 tires suddenly blew, she lost complete control of the vehicle. The car spun 720 degrees. Anna instinctively hit the brake and immediately sensed the hot stench of burning rubber. The car slid toward the side of the road, grating harshly against the tarmac. When it came to a halt, it was facing back the way she had come. Her headlamps illuminated the cause of the crash, a length of something resembling razor wire, stretched out across the width of the road. It was clearly meant to halt the next vehicle that came along, which meant only one thing. Anna was being carjacked. While the vehicle had been spinning, her body had been flooded with adrenaline. Now the fear kicked in, a tight knot in her stomach. She winced. 3 sets of headlamps appeared at the side of the road, shining directly at her. She held out one palm to block the light, then fumbled with her other hand to find the cell phone that had fallen to the floor. "Rosa!" she shouted. "Can you hear me?"
I think I'm losing him.
"Is he breathing?" Silhouettes appeared in front of the headlamps. Anna counted them. 7.
I think so.
"Keep the pressure on the wound." Anna was doing her best to sound calm. "I'll be there very soon." The 7 figures were standing 5 meters in front of the car, spread in a semicircle, each of them a meter apart. Anna could make out their clothes and faces now. There was nothing unusual about the way they were dressed. They all wore jeans and either black T-shirts or white T-shirts. They all wore chunky gold chains around their necks, and their arms were covered in tattoos. 3 had goatee beards, the rest were unshaven. One of them, he stood in the centre of the circle, had a medallion. By the light of the headlamps, Anna saw it was embossed with an ornate letter Z. Z for Zeta. Anna's mouth went dry. They were all armed, of course. Assault rifles slung round their necks, or pistols with absurdly large handles shoved into the waist of their jeans. The man with the medallion shouted, "Out of the car, pendejo!" They clearly hadn't yet seen that the driver was a woman. Anna glanced at the phone that was now resting in the passenger seat. Wishing now that she had not left her gun at home with Miguel, she drew a deep breath. Then she opened the driver's door and stepped outside. The reaction was immediate. One of the men wolf-whistled. Another couple of them chuckled. The guy with the Zeta medallion, Anna had him down as the leader of this little troop, took a few steps forward. He stopped a couple of meters in front of Anna, then closed his eyes. He had fake eyes tattooed on his eyelids. They made Anna feel sick. He opened his eyes again. "Buenas noches, puta," he said. "Good evening, whore." He looked over his shoulder at his companions. "We struck lucky," he said. Anna didn't reply. Shielded by the open door, she clenched her fists involuntarily into a hammer shape. Not that it would do any good against the handgun tucked in the man's jeans. No, Anna couldn't fight these men. She would have to use other means of defense. "Bad things can happen," said the man, "to whores who drive this road at night." He made an unpleasant clicking sound at the back of his throat. "You're probably right," Anna said in as clear a voice as she could muster. "But that's not going to happen tonight." The man grinned. "No?" "No." She pointed to the 3 vehicles on the side of the road. "Since you damaged my car, you're going to give me one of those cars, and you're going to let me go on my way." Laughter from the other men. The guy with the medallion stepped forward once more. Now all that separated them was the open car door. He leaned forward so his lips brushed Anna's earlobes. He stank of tobacco. "No," he whispered. "I'm going to have you here on the roadside. Then I'm going to give you to my friends. If you're a good little girl and you do what we want, maybe we won't kill you at the end of it." He closed his eyes again to reveal the eyelid tattoos. "If you're a good little boy and let me have one of those cars, maybe you'll still be alive when the sun comes up." The man opened his eyes again. He clearly didn't like being spoken to like this, but Anna could tell he was momentarily unsettled. "And why would I do that, puta?" She swallowed hard. "Because my name is Anna Rodriguez," she said. "Perhaps you've heard of me." The man inclined his head, narrowed his eyes like he was trying to work out if she was telling the truth. "I don't believe you," he said. "That's your problem," Anna said. They stared at each other. "I'm going to take something out of my pocket," Anna said, knowing how dangerous it would be to make an unexpected move. She slowly put her hand in her back pocket and pulled out the photograph. She held it up between trembling fingers. The man stared at it. He said nothing, but Anna could tell the dynamic had suddenly changed. He took a step back, but his companions were becoming impatient. One of them staggered forward. Anna could tell from his gait that he was high. "Hey!" he shouted. "What are we waiting for? Why is the puta still standing up?" The man with the medallion turned. In a single swift motion he removed the handgun from his waist and held it hard up against his companion's cheek. "Do you want his head, Senora?" he asked. "No," Anna said weakly. I just—" She ducked into her car and grabbed her phone from the passenger seat. Then she hurried round to the trunk, opened it up, and grabbed her medical rucksack. She looked toward the cars on the side of the road. "Which one?" she asked. The guy with the medallion moved his gun from his companion's face. The companion staggered back, clearly shocked. He pointed to the vehicle on the left. "Do you need an escort, Senora?" Anna shook her head. "If you have any friends on the road," she said, "call them now. Tell them not to interfere with me." The man nodded. Anna hurried past the others. They were staring aggressively at her, but clearly knew better than to mess with their boss. "Senora!" the man called when she was by the vehicle. "Are you going to tell him?" She tried to sound steely. "Only if one of your people stops me again." She climbed behind the wheel of the vehicle the guy with the medallion had indicated. The engine was still turning over. She slammed the door shut and hit the gas. "Rosa!" she shouted, as she screeched back onto the main road, scattering the Zeta gang and only giving her beaten-up old car the briefest glance in the rear-view mirror. "Rosa, talk to me!"
"I can't wake him up,"
came the terrified voice at the other end of the phone.
"There's so much blood. You have to hurry."
The Zeta vehicle was faster and more powerful than Anna's old saloon. It could break 100 without even grumbling. Anna's hands were clammy against the leather steering wheel. She kept her eyes on the road ahead, overtaking only 2 vehicles in the next 5 minutes. They both sounded their horns in protest at her excessive speed. When she came to the junction with Highway 1, she almost lost control of the vehicle as she hung her left, running the red lights. 2 minutes later, she saw a vehicle parked 100 meters further on by the side of the road, its hazard lights flashing. That had to be them. She waited until she was much closer, then slammed on the brakes and came to a sudden, noisy halt. She grabbed her medical rucksack and jumped out of the car. Her patient was lying on the ground in front of his own vehicle, floodlit now on both sides by the headlamps of both his car and Anna's. He was on his back. Rosa, Anna assumed this was her, was startlingly young, maybe 17. She was obviously normally very pretty, with lustrous black hair and full lips. Tonight she was a horror show. Her face was smeared in blood. Her matted hair curtained a deathly pale face. Anna ran up to the patient and took in the situation with a single glance. He was the same age as Rosa, and had lost catastrophic quantities of blood. It had pooled dark and sticky all around him. He was unconscious. She took his pulse at the wrist. It was there, but only just. There was no sign of breathing. She worked quickly. Everything in her medical pack had a place, so she managed to locate a tourniquet in seconds. She wrapped it round the top of her patient's leg, just above the wound, and pulled it as tight as she could in an attempt to stem the bleeding. She shuffled up so that she was kneeling by his chest. Her jeans were sticky now with blood, and placed the heel of her left hand on his breastbone, resting her other hand on top. She started pumping the rib cage vigorously. It sank at least an inch with each pump. On the 10th compression, she felt a bone crack in the chest. That didn't matter. If she couldn't get him breathing again, the bones were insignificant. After 30 compressions, she gave 2 rescue breaths, but the skin on his face was extremely cold. She knew, from years of experience, that he wasn't going to make it. Another 30 compressions, another 2 rescue breaths. She checked his pulse. Nothing. Anna bowed her head. Then she turned to Rosa. She looked as corpse-like as her boyfriend. "I'm sorry," she said. "It's too late. He's gone." Rosa stared at her. She shook her head. Then she suddenly started beating her fists against Anna's shoulders. "Make him live!" she cried.
Make him live.
But Anna couldn't. She let the girl's fury run its course. Then she wrapped her arms around her weeping, shivering body. "We can't stay here," she whispered. "We have to leave him where he is. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere safe." And then Anna thought to herself she would hurry back home, where her little boy was waiting for her. Friday. Chapter 6. Hereford, 1100 hours GMT. The vehicle that was to transport Danny and his unit to RAF Northolt bore no indication that it was carrying a Special Forces team. The black Land Rover Discovery could just as easily have been a young mum on the school run. There was enough room for Danny, Spud, Tyson and Spike, their driver up front, their gear in the back. Each man had a shoulder bag containing 3 sets of civvies, nothing more. Their hardware was to be supplied in-country. They carried no ID, nor anything that would identify them in any way. Under the radar. Journey time from Hereford HQ to Northolt, 2 hours 30 minutes. It passed quickly. Danny hadn't forgotten Tyson's lack of operational security 2 nights previously, but the team had moved on, having spent the remaining 48 hours in the briefing rooms of RAF Credenhill. Here they received general, non-specific intel about cartel activity on the Mexico-Texas border where they were headed. They studied the mapping very carefully. They knew they were heading toward semi-arid terrain, that the border between the 2 countries was demarcated by the Rio Grande, a 2,000-mile-long river that flowed from Colorado out into the Gulf of Mexico. That the main official border crossing between the U.S. and Mexico crossed the Rio Grande at the Mexican town of Nuevo Laredo, the epicenter of the Zetas' drug trafficking activities. They would, however, receive more detailed operational instructions once they landed on U.S. soil. If everything went according to plan, that would be approximately 1700 hours United States Central Time. Once they were inside the confines of Northolt, however, anyone with any military know-how would have realized that the Discovery did not contain regular personnel. The RAF base, used principally for executive flights for the royal family, government ministers and military commanders, was typically sleepy. They shouldered their bags and made their way into the terminal itself. Danny, who'd lost count of how many times he was deployed from Northolt, automatically led the way to a small reception desk at the north end of the terminal. "Johnson package," he said, giving the false name supplied by the ops officer back at HQ. The slight security guard behind the desk nodded perfunctorily, picked up his desk phone and made a quick call. 30 seconds later, the door behind the desk opened, and another guy, mid-50s, weather-beaten face that told of an army career spent in hot temperatures, appeared. There were no introductions. "This way, gentlemen," he said. He led them down a bare corridor into a sparse holding room that overlooked the airfield. There was no small talk. A soldier with that many years' experience clearly knew not to ask a regiment unit anything about their activities, or even their names. "Your flight isn't here yet, guys," he said. "We're expecting wheels down in about 5 minutes, then probably a 45-minute turnaround. Make yourself comfortable if you can." He looked wryly at the hard plastic seats along one wall. "Coffee over there." He left the room, closing the door carefully behind them. "Word of advice from an old lag," Tyson said to Spike, who'd walked straight up to the coffee machine. "Never touch the coffee at the British Air Base. Get you into Mexico, then we'll find you some decent coffee." "Wonder what aircraft we'll be on?" Spud said, ignoring Tyson's comment rather pointedly, and fetching a coffee for both him and his cousin. Danny looked across the airfield. He could see a collection of private jets on the far side, and an Augusta Westland with its rotors powering down. He could also just make out, emerging from the grey clouds and slightly obscured through the haze, an aircraft coming in to land. "That one," he said. Spud joined him at the window. "Only the best when you're working for the Yanks, right?" Spud was right. As the aircraft neared the runway, Danny identified it as a Gulfstream 4 C-20 series. He could tell from the turbulent listing of the wings that there were high winds in the area, but the Gulfstream made an exemplary landing. SF flight team. 2 minutes after hitting the tarmac, it taxied off the runway and came to a halt no more than 75 metres from their waiting room. There were no military markings on the aircraft, just a registration number on the side of one of the jet engines. Danny would bet anything the plane was registered to an impossible-to-locate offshore company. A refuelling vehicle immediately sped toward it, but Danny's attention was on the personnel alighting from the aircraft. It was immediately clear to him that the 4 tall, broad-shouldered men were also Special Forces personnel. They were wearing khaki trousers or jeans, with T-shirts that highlighted their impressive physiques. 3 of them had white skin, but tanned. The guy at the front was black. Each carried a duffel bag, not unlike the bags Danny and his team had packed. They had short, cropped hair and moved with a slow swagger that wasn't exactly arrogant, but certainly oozed confidence.
"SEAL team?"
Spud suggested. "Or Delta," said Danny.
"Got it in one, Danny Black,"
Tyson said. He had joined them at the window. Spike was loitering just behind him.
"Snake eaters."
Spike looked confused.
"That's what they call Delta over the pond. I recognise the black geezer at the front. Good man. Got to know him in Iraq when I was out there under McChrystal. Crossed paths in the stand, too."
"What's a Delta Force team doing coming into Northolt?" Spike said. Danny turned away from the window.
"Tit for tat would be my guess," he said.
"What do you—" Spike said. It was Spud who answered, but not before double-checking the door was still closed. "Big fucking favour the firm's doing the CIA, sending a bunch of bruisers like us out to do their dirty work on the cartels. Bet they've asked for something in return, like a Delta unit to get their hands dirty on UK soil, where the headshed doesn't want British soldiers involved." "Like what?" Spike asked. Spud turned to Danny and Tyson.
"Always like this as a kid," he said with a grin. "Answer one question, 10 more follow. His old man thought it meant he was clever. Deluded old bastard. Spike, old buddy, if you don't like the spooks keeping secrets from you, you're in the wrong game." He ruffled his cousin's hair. Spike flushed slightly. Danny felt a moment of sympathy for the kid. "You've got my permission to kick him in the bollocks next time he does that," he told Spike. Spud squatted slightly as if inviting Spike to do just that. "Balls of steel, mucker," he said with a grin. "Balls of steel." The door opened. A guy entered. He wore a nondescript Nomex flight suit with empty Velcro patches on the arms and chest, from which his badges had been removed. "Flight Lieutenant Gray," he introduced himself in a Midwest American accent, before shaking hands briefly with each member of the team. "We've got an air traffic control window for wheels up at 1400 hours. That gives us 35 minutes to do the turnaround, but if you're ready, let's board now." The team turned instinctively to Danny, who simply nodded. They followed the flight lieutenant out of the room, then turned left down a deserted staircase that led to the tarmac. An MOD police officer was standing security at the bottom of the steps. He stood aside to let them through. Danny's team came face to face with the Delta unit. Tyson hustled himself to the front of the team and offered his hand to the black guy. The Yank grinned. "Tyson," he said in a slow drawl. "Long fucking way from Mosul, huh?" "Almost didn't recognize you without the face fungus, Tam." Tam gave him a confused look. Tyson stroked his chin to indicate he was talking about beards, an essential accessory for any SF personnel operating in the Middle East. Now, however, both units were clean-shaven. "How's it going, anyway?" You know, full of busy." He looked meaningfully around the grey utilitarian Air Force base. "Not gonna lie, we'd prefer to be other places." "What brings you into the UK?" Tyson asked. Asking the question was like flicking a switch. The expressions on Tam's unit mates' faces became immediately frosty. With good reason. Such questions were off-limits, especially with the US units, who tended to be over the top with operational security. But as Danny had already seen, OPSEC wasn't Tyson's strong point. Tam slapped him on the arm. "Good to see you, brother," he said, pointedly ignoring the question. "Next time maybe we'll get the chance to grab ourselves a beer." He turned to the rest of his Delta mates, nodded, and led them into the terminal. "Cagey fuckers," Tyson said. He sniffed. "Hate us because they ain't us, right? Still, I'd like to know what they're doing in the UK." "Yeah," Danny said. Just like they'd like to know what we're doing in the US. Come on, let's board. There was a big difference, Danny knew, between a military private jet and a civilian one. The main cabin of the Gulfstream was decked out with 10 extendable seats, a decent size and comfortable enough, but canvas-lined and well-worn. A thin charcoal-grey carpet on the floor and a faint smell of fuel and sweat. Against the partitioned wall with the cockpit was a fixed catering unit with a selection of pre-packed sandwiches and bottled water. No booze, of course. Flight Lieutenant Gray was waiting for them. He pointed toward a door at the rear of the aircraft. "You could dump your stuff in there," he said. "Wheels up in 20, so make yourselves comfortable." Danny carried his bag to the door the flight lieutenant had indicated. On a regular private jet, this would be the bedroom. No such luxuries on a U.S. Army Gulfstream. Danny opened the doors to see a small, sparse cabin. The shutters were fixed down on the windows. The plastic moulded to the interior of the aircraft so they couldn't be raised. There was no carpet in here. Attached to the metal floor were 6 shackle points, hinged rings for clipping on handcuffs or leg cuffs. "I wonder how many people have been fussing at that floor," Spud said quietly from just behind Danny. Danny grunted. It was impossible to do this job without coming face to face with evidence of the darker side of military operations. Those shackles told him that the Gulfstream that was to ferry them across the Atlantic had carried any number of rendition targets as well, to whichever black camps were politically convenient. He dumped his gear at the back of the room. As he walked back to the main cabin, he passed Spike. Spike was staring at the shackle points and looked a bit uncomfortable. For a moment, Danny was reminded of himself as a young trooper. It wouldn't take long, he told himself, for Spike to become hardened to sights like that. The doors in the main cabin were closed now. Danny grabbed a couple of sandwiches and got them down him. Many operations had taught him to grab whatever rest he could, when he could. He intended to sleep his way across the Atlantic. The captain's voice came across the PA system. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. If I can ask you to get yourselves comfortable, we're going to start taxiing in approximately 5 minutes. We're going to get you down on the ground in southern Texas in approximately 10 hours. That'll be about 1700 hours local time. I'll come back to you once we're at cruising altitude." Danny selected a seat up front. To his slight surprise, Tyson took the seat next to him. "Black," he said quietly. "About that business back at the Emirates. I should have kept my fucking mouth shut." "It happened," Danny said. "So, are we good?" "Sure," Danny said. "We're good, so long as you lay off Spike. He doesn't need you talking to him like he's a fucking 3-year-old. Tyson glanced out the window. The tarmac slid past as they taxied toward the runway. "We're operating a long way from home anyway," he said. "Yeah," Danny replied. "Long way." He reclined his seat and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, they were airborne. Chapter 7. Lackland Air Force Base, Texas, 1700 hours United States Central Time. The Gulfstream's wheels hit the runway bang on schedule. As soon as it came to a halt, the guys grabbed their gear from the back cabin and made their way to the exit. The sun was deep red and low in the sky. Danny removed his aviator shades from the top pocket of his shirt and put them on. He took several lungfuls of the hot, dry air. Within seconds, he was sweating. This American Air Force base was not busy. There were a couple of vehicles driving around the edge of the airfield, and a few men in uniform milling around. At the edge of the tarmac was a selection of low, sand-coloured buildings. Beyond them, a high perimeter fence topped with rolls of razor wire. At the foot of the air stair leading off the private jet was a black Chrysler SUV. All the doors were open, and a soldier in American Army combat uniform stood by it. He saluted as the unit alighted, then moved round to open up the trunk. The guys dumped their gear inside and took their seats in the SUV. Nobody asked them for ID or even checked their names. They drove in silence across the tarmac toward a security gate. More crisp salutes from the 2 guys on guard, and the unit passed through into a square compound surrounded on 3 sides by low barracks. There was another SUV parked here, a black Tahoe. Unlike the Chrysler, It looked as if it had seen better days. Scratches, small dents, and a patch on the left-hand side where it might have been swiped by another car. Danny wasn't fooled. As the setting sun reflected off the vehicle's windscreen, he caught a green tint from the refracted light. It told him this was toughened glass. If the windscreen was armoured, chances were the rest of the vehicle was too. He didn't get a chance to examine the vehicle further. A man had appeared in one of the doorways just beyond. Early 60s, maybe older, medium height, a full sandy-coloured beard turning grey, corduroy jacket that was definitely the wrong choice of clothing here in this heat. He looked slightly out of place, unfit compared to the soldiers in the vicinity. His watery eyes had dark bags under them. He made no real effort to hide the holster strapped to his body beneath the jacket. He squinted at them as he walked in their direction. He had quite a pronounced limp. Yet another salute from the unit's driver as he approached.
"These guys should just glue their fingertips to their heads," Spud muttered.
The bearded man spoke quietly to the driver. He nodded abruptly, removed the unit's bags from the trunk and laid them on the dusty ground, then got back behind the wheel and left the compound. The man waited until the sound of the engine had completely faded before speaking.
"Welcome to Texas, gentlemen," he said.
He looked at them each in turn.
"Danny Black," he said, his eyes falling on Danny. "Spud Glover, Tyson Fletcher, Spike Ramsey." He identified each of them by their correct nicknames, though none of the guys confirmed their identities. "I'm Ethan Kleinman, your CIA liaison. We'll be working hand in glove, so I'm happy to make your acquaintance." He went round each member of the unit and shook their hands. Danny noticed he didn't seem keen to look them straight in the eye. "This is just a meet and greet," Kleinman said. "We'll have an in-depth briefing when we get to our next location." He tapped the beaten-up Tahoe. "Unless you have any questions, I suggest we get moving."
"No questions," Danny said. "Let's go." The guys picked up their bags and put them in the back of the Tahoe. Kleinman caught Spike looking rather dubiously at the vehicle.
"Don't worry about it, son," he said. "We spend a lot of money making them look like a heap of shit. It's actually a brand-new vehicle, tuned-up engine. We send them to a body shop to make them look like this."
Spike flushed slightly. He clearly disliked being made to look as if he didn't know these little details. He stepped back and gently kicked one of the wheels with his right foot.
"Bog-standard pimpmobile," he said. "I'm guessing if you've Kevlar-plated it, you'll have needed to upgrade the suspension. Fancy suspension is normally red or yellow, so I hope you've sprayed it to keep it camouflaged. And if you've put in a more powerful engine, you'll have upgraded the braking system as well. Extra weight, extra speed. Normal brakes won't be up to the job." He sniffed. "Want to tell me anything else I already—" His sentence trailed away.
"Kids today, huh?" Tyson said. "Amazing what they pick up."
Kleinman inclined his head.
"Point taken, boy," he said mildly. "Glad to see you know your stuff. Shall we get out of here? Military bases always give me a headache."
He limped up to the car and got behind the wheel. Danny sat in the passenger seat. The rest of the guys took their places in the back. Whenever Danny sat in a vehicle, he made a point of checking the hand position of the driver. You could tell a lot by the way they handled the steering wheel. Kleinman handled his like a pro. Hands at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock, thumbs over the steering wheel, not under it, where they could easily be broken in the event of an impact. Kleinman had the air of a bumbling old academic, but Danny suspected it was carefully cultivated. As their CIA liaison officer reversed carefully out of the compound, Danny made a mental note not to underestimate him. They left the military base to a further series of salutes and no questions asked. Within 10 minutes, they were driving at a steady 55 mph along a clear, straight road. The sinking sun was half below the horizon now, and the flat desert scenery on either side was bathed in a dark, dusky pink. The terrain was level and hard-baked. It seemed to go on forever. They drove in silence as the day turned to night. There was a definite tension between the unit and the CIA guy. Without any operational matters to discuss, both sides were obviously resistant to small talk. As darkness fell, the desert terrain flew by in a cinematic blur. They passed the occasional freight truck trundling in the opposite direction.
Most of them, Danny noticed, bore Mexican number plates. "Almost none, boy," Kleinman said quietly. "What?" Danny said. "You're wondering how many of those Mexican trucks are involved in the drug trade. You're quite a mind reader. Answer is, almost none. 1 in 5 of those babies get stopped and searched at the border crossings. Tires get slashed to check they're not stuffed with product or cash. Seat stuffing gets examined. Random products of whatever goods they're transporting get opened up. A few of the small-time producers might think it's worth their while using a truck to smuggle their gear into the U.S. They might secrete a bit of product in the gas tank, but the big boys," he shook his head, "too cute for that." "So how do they do it?" Danny said. "How don't they do it, boy? I've seen it all. Female drug mules replacing their breast implants with bags of coke. Tunnels under the border, light aircraft. They use special drug catapults to hurl mostly marijuana over the Rio Grande. Crude homemade submarines to smuggle stuff in and out by sea. Past year or two we've had packages of crystal meth coming over, mostly by cheap drones you can buy on the internet." He scratched his beard. "Yeah," he said. "They'll always find a way. Soon as we plug a hole in the dam, they find another one." The car fell into silence again. Danny couldn't help remembering the shitty little flat where he'd found his brother, comatose among the drug paraphernalia. There was something in Kleinman's blasé tone of voice that irritated him, like he was leading them in to fight a lost cause. They'd been travelling south for another hour when Kleinman indicated right and pulled off the freeway onto a narrow road that headed due west. Their surroundings gradually became somewhat more urban, an out-of-town gas station, a 24-hour convenience store, a couple of warehouses. Danny noticed that many of the signs were written in Spanish as well as English. The traffic grew busier, and within 15 minutes they were in the suburbs of a small town. "San Angelo," Kleinman announced. 5 miles north of the Mexican border, 15 miles east of the border town of Laredo. I'll level with you guys." He indicated left into a large car parking area. "It ain't Disneyland." At the far end of the car parking area was a single-story motel. At one end, on a tall pole, was an unlit neon sign bearing the words Desert Oasis Motel. Kleinman pulled up in front. "Welcome home," he said. The unit didn't get out of the car immediately. Like Danny, the others took a moment to orientate themselves. Everything about this motel made it look as if it was shut down. It comprised a single story of 7 units. Each unit had 1 door and 1 window. There didn't appear to be any lights on. At one end was a corner unit with a sign saying Office, and a placard in the window saying No Vacancies. Again, no lights to indicate it was occupied. The masonry had once been whitewashed, but was now stained and tatty, its render falling away. There were only 2 vehicles parked outside. Both of them were black Tahoes, just like the vehicle in which they were travelling, right down to the artful dents. The only difference was that these 2 had Mexican plates. On the other side of the road, perhaps 100 meters away, was another bigger hotel, a cheap prefab construction, but several stories high, and with a burger joint and a pizza place on the ground floor. If you were a traveller wanting a room for the night, that's where you'd go. You'd certainly pass by the Desert Oasis Motel, which made it as good as invisible. Danny looked in the rear-view mirror. He saw the others were watching him. He nodded. As one, they opened the doors of the Tahoe and alighted. They reclaimed their bags from the trunk and followed Kleinman as he limped toward the motel. He led them to the door 2 along from the deserted office. There was no sign of it being occupied, but on closer examination, Danny saw the window was covered on the inside with a piece of cardboard. It had the effect of making the motel seem even more run down. Danny had seen enough covert ops rooms, however, to realize this was a deliberate piece of camouflage. Kleinman knocked 3 times on the door. There was a pause, then a muffled voice. "Can't you read the frickin' sign? No vacancies! There's a hotel across the main drag." "It's Ethan," Kleinman said. Another pause, then a scratching sound on the other side of the door as the person unlocked from inside. The door opened and a dim light flooded out. "Inside, please," Kleinman said. "Quickly." They filed in, Danny leading the way. The room he found himself in stank of cigarettes and body odour. The built-in wardrobes on one wall told him it had once been a motel bedroom. Now it contained no regular motel furniture. Instead, there were a couple of army cots along the far wall with rough khaki-coloured blankets. The walls themselves were covered in maps of the surrounding area, as well as satellite imaging printouts. Danny was right about the windows. There were two, one in the front, one in the back. Both had sheets of cardboard roughly stuck over them with thick strips of duct tape. There was a metal-framed table in the middle of the room with a couple of laptops, a stack of comms gear, and wires snaking all the way across the floor to an entry point in the left-hand wall. Sitting at the table were two men. One of them looked like a Sikh. He had a black turban and wispy facial hair. The other had a Hispanic appearance, dark skin, black hair, slightly dishevelled. "This is Rav Patel and Michael Hernandez," Kleinman said. He took a Zippo lighter from his pocket and was flicking it open, sparking it, then flicking it shut again, though there was no sign of a cigarette. "As you've probably guessed, that's not their real names, but don't ask them because they ain't telling." Rav raised a Starbucks cup in greeting, then looked inside. Seeing it was empty, he sighed and chucked it into one corner, where it joined another 5 or 6 empty cups. Michael made no sign of greeting. He just turned back to monitoring his laptop. Next to his computer was a plate of food. Tyson pointed at it. "The 4 dicks of death," he said. Danny knew that was the Yanks' nickname for a particularly disgusting MRE of beef and beans. "Food of champions." "Rav and Michael are our intel guys," Kleinman said, ignoring the interruption. "Rav will be doing satellite, Michael will be on comms and operating a drone if we need it. They'll have all the information you need on targets, which I'll be giving you as the operation unfolds." None of the SAS guys made any response. It was clear Kleinman had a load to say. They let him get on and say it. "Hereford have sent through details of your clothes sizes. You've a room each here, and you'll find packages of work clothes from Duluth Trading. Hard-wearing, khaki and sand color, but not uniform, obviously. There's body armor for each of you. I strongly recommend you wear it. I've taken the liberty of ordering in Salomon Quest boots for each of you. Any problems with that?" "No problems." "Good. If the operation changes in any way and we find ourselves operating more on the streets, we'll just buy whatever clothes you need there and then." Kleinman looked around the room, and his eyes fell on a leather briefcase. He walked over, opened it up, and drew out 4 brown envelopes. He gave one to each of the unit. Danny looked inside and saw a sheaf of used American dollars. $1,000 each, petty cash," he said. "You need more, just say." "You want a receipt for this?" Spike asked. It was a reasonable question. On ordinary regiment ops, every last pound needed to be signed for. Kleinman seemed to find this very funny. "Why?" he said. "Don't you think we can afford it, boy?" He shook his head. "I don't like receipts, and I don't want you guys keeping any. You're not officially here, remember. Last thing we want is a paper trail that says you are." "Don't worry about Snowflake," Tyson cut in. He had already greedily folded his notes and put them in his back pocket. "He'll learn." Rav grinned. Danny had to grab Spike's arm to stop him kicking off. The moment passed, however, and the guys removed the dollars from their envelopes and shoved them into their back pockets. "What about hardware?" Spud said. "Follow me," Kleinman said, sparking his Zippo again. On the right-hand wall was an adjoining door to the next room. It had 2 mortise locks and a sturdy security chain. Kleinman unlocked them all, then led them through the door. The guys filed in. Tyson let out a low whistle. The contents of this room were not quite as extensive as the armory back at Hereford, but it wasn't far off. Along one wall was a rack of assault rifles, M4s and M16s. Another wall was given over to handguns. "You could take your pick from 9mm, 45s or 40s, Kleinman said. He picked up a SIG 9mm. "It was one of these bad boys that gave me this." He indicated his bad leg. "Where did that happen?" Danny asked. "South of the border, boy," Kleinman said evasively. He walked over to a corner of the room where several black crates were stacked. "We've ordered in Kevlar helmets cut away, night sights, and ammunition, of course. We have C4 plastic explosives, remote detonators, yada yada yada. Anything you don't see, let me know, and we'll have it ordered up." The guys were quiet. Danny knew why. Everything about this operation spoke of no expense spared. Tyson was greedily eyeing up the handguns, a kid in a sweetie shop. "Shall we get going with the briefing?" Danny said. "One more thing," Kleinman told him. He led them back into the operations room. "You have personal cell phones? Please hand them over to Rav." Rav stood up from his seat and handed round a plastic tub. The guys dropped their regiment-issue phones into it. Rav took them to one corner of the room where there was a small safe. He deposited them inside before handing round a new set of Iridium sat phone handsets. "CIA issue," Kleinman said, "fully encrypted. Our ops room number is programmed to speed dial 1. He watched as each member of the team switched on their phones and memorized the number, because if they lost their phones for any reason, they still had to make contact with base. "Now take a seat, please," Kleinman said when they were done. He indicated some plastic chairs stowed under the table. The guys sat down. Rav and Michael stretched back on their own chairs. Kleinman stared at one of the maps on the wall for a moment. Then he turned to look at them. "You know, in general terms," he said, "our problem with the Zeta cartel." Kleinman barely waited for a response before continuing. "The Zetas were originally Mexican special forces trained up by the British SAS in the first place." He glanced at Tyson with scarcely disguised disapproval. "Hey, Grandad, how about we have a chinwag about how the CIA trained up the Mooj in Afghanistan in the 70s? Tyson said. "How about we don't, boy? What's done is done. The original Zetas were a cadre of about 40 Special Forces soldiers who switched sides and started working for the Gulf Cartel. Eventually, they turned against their employers and started a cartel of their own. They're now the most successful and most violent cartel in Mexico, and the principal area of operations is," he pointed in a direction that Danny knew to be south, "just over the Rio Grande from here. Clearly they've massively expanded in personnel since the original 40 Zetas. Many of the originals have been killed, but the remainder have instilled a culture of extreme brutality and violence. The current-day Zetas are better trained and more ruthless than any cartel members we've yet come across. Their success across the border means they're able to ship unprecedented quantities of product into the U.S. We've got middle-class Americans comatose over the dashboards of their SUVs because they're high on heroin. We've got DEA officers being mown down in broad daylight. It's got to stop, and the only way we can do it is by destabilizing the Zetas. And that means getting to the top guys." Kleinman picked up a sheaf of A4 photographs from the table. He held one of them up. It was a picture of a Mexican man, middle-aged, short black hair, pencil moustache. "The Zetas refer to themselves numerically," Kleinman said. "The head of the cartel is Z1. His lieutenants are Z2, Z3, and Z4, and so on. This is Z1. Real name—" "Augusto Chavez," Tyson interrupted. "I'd know that fucker anywhere. He used to find dead animals and pin them to the targets on the range. Said it helped him get his eye in if he had something real to shoot." Tyson shook his head at the memory. "He was a fucking psycho. I flagged it up to the head shed at the time, told him to watch him, a regular little warlord in the making. They chose not to listen to me." Danny was only half listening to Tyson. His attention was on Kleinman. As soon as he'd held up that picture, his hand had started, almost imperceptibly, to tremble. He appeared relieved to put the photograph back down in favor of two more, which he held up to the unit. "Z2 and Z3, he said. "But really the identity of these individuals is for the moment academic. We don't know where they are. The Zeta leadership has a network of safe houses throughout Mexico. They no longer need to trouble themselves with the day-to-day brutality of their cartel. They have a whole army of underlings to do their dirty work for them." "And if I know Chavez," Tyson said. "He won't give a flying fuck if we whack a few of the little guys." He said it with a dismissive sneer in his voice, as if Kleinman was being unusually stupid. "You're quite right," Kleinman said. "Targeting the regular Zeta foot soldiers will have precisely zero effect on the situation. The Federales have been doing that for some time, but they're not suitable for the kind of work we have in mind. We want to eliminate Z1. But if we're going to draw out the Zeta leadership, including Z1 himself, we need to target the thing that matters far more to them than human life." He removed his round glasses, cleaned them on the material of his corduroy jacket, and put them back on his face. "We need to target their money." Tyson, it seemed, had no argument with that. "Money is the only thing these people care about," Kleinman elaborated. "If that comes under threat, we predict the Zeta leadership will have no alternative but to take command of the situation and put themselves on the front line. And when they do that—" He left the sentence hanging. "So, how do we hit the money?" Danny asked. "That," Kleinman said, "is a very good question." He held up yet another photograph, this time of a light aircraft taken from a considerable distance by a telephoto lens at night. "And this is the answer," he said. Chapter 8. "We've known for a few months now," Kleinman continued, "that the Zeta cartel are using this very aircraft to shift their drug dollars back into Mexico under the radar, literally." "Where does that intel—" Spike asked. His face was very intent. He was clearly listening hard. "Classified information, and you're not on the list. It doesn't matter how we know. We just do know the aircraft flies regularly from a private airstrip about 50 miles east of here. Rav, do you want to give them the details?" Rav nodded. "The pilot's name is Barry Osman." "Good Mexican name," Spud said. "He's American, a geological surveyor. At least that's his cover. He works freelance for the oil companies, spotting likely drilling sites, that kind of thing. Keeps his Cessna at this airfield, has 15 to 20 flying hours a week. Once a month, regular as clockwork, he takes a night flight, leaving the airfield at approximately 0200 hours. He flies east along the Rio Grande, the northern edge of the U.S. border, for about 10 minutes. Then we routinely lose him from the radar picture. He reappears at the same point about an hour later and returns to the airfield." Danny knew what the pilot was doing. "He's losing height quickly, so he's off radar. Then he's heading over the border to deliver the money. That's our best guess, boy," Kleinman said. He stood up and walked over to one of the maps on the wall. "Given the timings, the only airfield in range is this one." He pointed to a red dot on the map, about 10 miles south of the border. Tyson shook his head. "Cessna like that, decent pilot, you don't need an airstrip. You could land it on a road or anywhere." "Sure," Kleinman said, sparking his lighter. "But we don't think so. The cartel doesn't need to be so covert. They'll have bribed or threatened whoever they need to make sure the money gets unloaded. It's precious to them, so we're pretty sure they'd put the plane down on a decent runway for safety." "How much is the plane carrying with each run?" Spike asked quietly. "Hard to tell. At a guess, I'd say about 20 mil. Tyson gave a low whistle. "Worth a bit of aggro, then," he said. "Old Z1's gone up in a while since I knew him." "So, why haven't you hit it before now?" Spud asked. "Because there's no point unless it's part of a coordinated strategy, boy. The Zetas need to know that somebody is systematically going after their money. The plane is only one of 2 initial targets you'll be going after. You'll remember I told you the cartel has different methods of smuggling product across the border?" "Drug catapults," Danny recalled. "Drones. Right. They're not going to use these 2 methods to move cash back into Mexico, but in addition to light aircraft, they also use the tunnels they've dug under the border. Ordinarily, by the time we locate these tunnels, the cartel has moved on to new ones. Past few days we struck lucky. We've had surveillance on a Zeta Sicario name of Jesus." "Hallelujah," Spud said. "We believe he knows the location of one of these tunnels, and the time and the date of a major transportation of drug money from the U.S. side to the Mexican side." "These tunnels really go under the Rio Grande River?" Danny asked. In a few instances, yes. You need to pick this guy up and encourage him to be, how can I put it, forthcoming about everything he knows. I guess that means making him more scared of you than he is of his Zeta paymasters."
"I think we can manage that," Spud said.
"When's the next light aircraft run?" Danny said. "Tomorrow night, 0200 hours. The guys can give you all the intel you need. I'll leave it up to you how you want to hit the money, but if the aircraft itself needs to run into any—" he took a moment to search for the right words, "any technical difficulties, it needs to happen in Mexican airspace, not ours. In the meantime, our Zeta Sicario is due in San Antonio tomorrow at midday. He supplies a suburban soccer mom, name of Claire Dupre, with a regular package of heroin in return for favors of a sexual nature. I suggest you pick him up when he's at his most vulnerable, if you take my meaning." Rav Patel sniggered. "I'll play you the tape of their last get-together," he said. "Then you'll get his meaning." "What's the location of the San Antonio meet?" Danny asked. "The Dupre's house," Kleinman said. "Rav, play the tape."
"Close your ears, snowflake," Tyson said. "Save your blushes, huh?"
"Cut it out, Tyson," Danny said angrily as Rav turned to his computer and started a recording. A woman with a pure American accent, a guy with a Mexican inflection.
"Did you bring it? Where is he?" "Away on business. Vancouver."
"Move us to the relevant part, Rav." Rav shrugged, but did as he was told.
"You'll be back, right?" 3 days, bitch. Same time, same place. And you'd better up your game. That was a definite 6 out of 10.
"You know," Spud said quietly, "I don't think him and me are ever going to be friends." "Do you have pictures of the house?" Danny asked. "Layouts?" Again, Kleinman turned to Rav, who handed over a package of photographs. Danny laid them out on the table. They showed a well-heeled, expensive suburban house, palm trees on the front, a very neat, well-manicured lawn with diagonal stripes, white Range Rover in the drive. "Sweet," Spud said. Danny was scanning the photos of the house for possible entry points, but his eyes were attracted to something else. At the front of the lawn was a small wooden sign staked into the grass only a few inches high. It said, "Real Green." He pointed at it. "What's that?" Kleinman looked. "Lawn care company," he said. "They put their signs on each lawn they look after, like advertising." Danny turned to Rav. "I need you to go into town first thing, find one of those places that prints up T-shirts, get 4 with Real Green printed on them, big letters. You can do that?" Rav nodded. "Sure." "I'll need to know the name of the woman's husband and kids." "Not a problem." Danny looked over at Spike. "We need to get an IED on board that Cessna before it takes off. Remote detonation. What do you need?" Spike walked up to the table and took another look at the picture of the Cessna. His fingers absent-mindedly touched the acne on his face. 4-inch stick of military-grade C4, he said. 3 active mobile phones, detonator. His eyes narrowed for a moment. Get me a small emergency first aid pouch from a fishing tackle place. Danny looked at Kleinman. You got it, the CIA man said. We'll need 2 sets of old mechanics' overalls, he said, and 2 of us need to cross the Mexican border to get eyes on the airfield where our guy puts the Cessna down. Leave it with me, Kleinman said. I suggest we RV at 0600 tomorrow morning for an update. Roger that, Danny said. In the meantime, Kleinman said, do you have any further questions? Yeah, Spud said. I've got a question. Where do we get something to eat? Apart from the 4 dicks of death, I'm Hank Marvin here. A flicker of annoyance crossed Kleinman's face, but he let it pass. Ralph or Michael will fetch you whatever you need, boy, he said. In the meantime, I suggest you make yourself comfortable in your rooms. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Abductor Zeta Hitman blew up a plane. Spud checked the items off on his fingers. All in a day's work, he said. Right, fellas? Danny's room was about as sparse as he expected it to be. Like in the ops room, the windows were blacked out, and the light from the one bare bulb was very dim. A single bed, a bathroom that was clean but basic, with a new bar of rough soap, and some shaving foam, a razor, and some traditional razor blades in the bathroom cabinet. a thin layer of dust on all the surfaces, cobwebs in the corner. Kleinman had clearly seen to it that no cleaning staff would be around to trouble them. Not that it mattered. This was luxury compared to some of the places he'd operated out of. The clothing and boots the CIA man had promised them were stashed in cardboard delivery boxes. Danny was just rummaging through them when there was a knock on his door. He opened it. Spud was standing there. Spud yanked a thumb backwards to indicate they should talk outside. Danny understood why. They were supposedly on the same team as the CIA guys, of course, but it was beyond question that their rooms would be bugged and the two intel guys would be monitoring their conversations. If Danny had been in their shoes, that's what he would do. He followed his mate out into the car park in front of the motel. It was still hot out. "Did you notice how the old boy's hand trembled when he held up that photo of Z1? Spud asked. Danny nodded. "He knows the guy. I bet my house on it." "Yeah? Well, I've seen the state of your house." Danny grinned. It was good to have Spud along. His sarcastic comments had a way of taking the heat out of any situation. "Anything else he's not telling us?" Spud said. "He's a spook," Danny said. "There's a whole shitload he's not telling us. Just like you told Spike. And talking of Spike," Danny chose his words carefully, "he's up to sorting this IED, right?" "Are you kidding me? I told you, Spike's a fucking genius at all that shit. Ignore Tyson. He's just stirring." Danny nodded, but didn't reply. Rav Patel was walking across the car park, carrying an armful of pizza boxes. He grinned at them. "Bon appetit, gentlemen," he said. He handed the pizzas over to Spud, then sauntered back towards the ops room. Halfway there, he stopped and looked back over his shoulder. "Real green, right?" "Right." He returned to the ops room, whistling tunelessly. The old man had only one hope, so he tried not to look at the clock above the fireplace too often. He was finding it difficult to keep track of time. Sometimes he would look at the clock, and an hour had passed. Sometimes only 10 minutes. He had spent the worst night of his life with his two captors. They didn't let him leave the front room except to go to the toilet. Even then, they made him keep the door open, and laughed cruelly when he was unable to go. He tried to explain that he needed a laxative from the chemist. They told him not to be so stupid, that if he didn't shut up, the only way he'd be leaving this house was in several pieces in bin liners. He had drowsed on the sofa during the night, while the two men took turns watching him. He was terribly cold, and woke every 10 minutes from shivering. His head hurt from where he'd hit it, and his lips tasted of blood where the men had ripped off the duct tape after taking their video of him. He was very hungry, but the men didn't offer him any food, and just the occasional mouthful of water to keep him alive. They helped themselves to whatever was in his fridge. And as the following day passed, they grew more and more edgy. Every couple of hours, there would be a phone call. The old man couldn't hear what was being said at the other end, of course, but his two tormentors kept repeating the same message. "But we can't keep him here. Someone will come. We need somewhere to move him to if you want the old bastard alive." To each other they said, "If anyone comes, we keep quiet. Don't answer the door." 10 minutes ago, there was a different call. He heard one of the men say, "Okay, we'll get him in the car as soon as it's dark." He felt a surge of panic as he heard that, and looked at the clock again. 5 minutes to 4. The light was failing outside. He bowed his head. If they knew he was clock-watching, they might realize he was waiting for someone, which he was. The young man, Benjamin, a volunteer from the local church. He was only 18, and his wispy goatee beard didn't make him look any older. The old man looked forward to his visits. A half-hour chat and a cup of tea with someone made all the difference when you lived alone. He was always punctual, 4 o'clock on the dot. The old man allowed himself a quick glance at the clock. 2 minutes to 4. I need the lavatory," he croaked. "For fuck's sake, old man, you're bunged up. Just sit there and keep your mouth shut." "Keep your arsehole shut and all," the other man laughed. I think I'm going to dirty myself." Both men looked at him in disgust. The old man glanced at the clock again. 1 minute to 4. "I did him last time," one of the men said. "It's your turn." I don't see why we can't just plug him now. Just take the old fucker upstairs, will ya?"
The old man found it hard to stand up. Nobody helped him. By the time he was finally on his feet, his reluctant toilet companion had already moved to the hallway and was standing at the foot of the stairs, a couple of meters from the front door. The old man walked painfully toward him. Every muscle ached. His legs trembled. He was halfway across the room when the doorbell rang. The old man stopped. The guy by the stairs appeared in the living room doorway. The other man stood up. They stared at each other for a moment. Silence.
"Expecting someone?"
The guy in the front room breathed dangerously. The old man didn't reply. The bell rang again, and there was a rap on the door.
"I think he saw me through the glass," the guy by the door whispered. "We need to open up. He ain't going away."
The other man walked up to him. He had his gun, and he rested it hard against the old man's neck.
"What's their name?" he said.
Benjamin?
"Who is he?"
He comes and has a cup of tea with me."
"Do you want him to walk away with his brains still inside his skull?"
"Yes, but—"
"Then you tell him we're from the council, checking everything's all right. Got it?"
The old man nodded. The man with the gun looked toward his mate.
"Open up," he said quietly.
The guy turned to the front door. The old man couldn't see him now, but heard him undoing the latches and opening up. "You must be Benjamin," he said brightly. "Come on in. He's waiting for you. Kettle's on." "Call the police!" the old man shouted as loud as his feeble voice could manage. "Benjamin, call the—" Everything happened so quickly. The man with the gun jabbed his elbow hard into the old man's chest, knocking him winded onto the floor. There was a scuffling at the doorway. Within 5 seconds the old man heard the door slam shut, and to his horror saw his friend Benjamin being hauled aggressively into the room. Benjamin seemed too surprised to struggle or make a noise. He didn't understand what was going on.
"No blood,"
said the guy who had knocked the old man down. He said it sharply, like he was worried. He didn't need to be. His mate hooked one arm around Benjamin's neck. Benjamin made his first sound, a strangled, choking noise. It didn't last long. His attacker thrust the palm of his free hand hard against the side of Benjamin's head. His head tilted grotesquely several degrees. There was a nasty crack. Benjamin's body went limp. His attacker let him slump gently to the floor. The old man heard nothing but the clock ticking on the mantelpiece. Then the guy with the gun was in his face, kneeling down and hissing.
"You stupid old git," he said. "Try something like that again. We'll be shoving you in a hole with your mate Benjamin."
He turned to his friend.
"We'll have to get rid of the body," he growled.
Then suddenly losing his temper, he kicked Benjamin's corpse hard in the ribs.
"Fuck!" he spat. "Fuck!"
His mate was scowling too.
"Who's going to tell Aidan Bailey?" he asked. "Jesus, this is a fuck-up."
The two men stared at each other.
"Just get the body packaged up," said the guy with the gun. "We'll move it after dark."
He looked down at the old man, who couldn't stand the heat of his stare. He put his face in his hands and started to cry. The village of San Cristobal had a population of just over 2,000. It nestled at the foot of a hill 20 miles south of Nuevo Laredo and was by far the poorest in the region. There was a grand old municipal building on the center square, painted yellow and red. It doubled up as an administrative center, a doctor's surgery, and a food bank. On the other side of the square was a timber-framed Catholic church with a large wooden crucifix set outside it. These were the only two buildings of note in San Cristobal. Every other structure was a shack. Breeze-block exterior walls, tin roofs. The village sat under a nest of humming electricity pylons. Some of the inhabitants had painted their tiny houses in bright, vivid colours. Others were covered with spray-paint graffiti. There was no car in this village less than 15 years old. It was an ugly village, but softened slightly by the setting sun. Kids played with pebbles in the dusty streets. Older men in dirty T-shirts and baseball caps sat on low concrete walls smoking roll-up cigarettes. Teenage girls paraded in brightly coloured homemade dresses.
Young men catcalled them, but they didn't seem to mind. Everything changed when 6 vehicles appeared on the hillside, their headlamps glowing in the dusk as they descended toward the village. The old men barked at the kids to get inside. The teenage girls disappeared back to their houses. The boys forgot their shows of bravado and did the same. By the time the convoy reached the village, the streets were practically empty. The vehicles, shiny black SUVs that looked quite out of place in San Cristobal, parked in the center square outside the church. Men emerged. They carried guns. Some had rifles slung across their chests. Others had handguns in unconcealed holsters. Across their faces, many of them wore black bandanas printed with white skulls. They all had a swagger, none more so than one man who, when he blinked, revealed fake eyes tattooed on his eyelids. He stood by the large wooden crucifix and slowly looked around the deserted center of the village. There was still nobody outside. He addressed his men. "1 each," he said. The men nodded and dispersed from the village square in many different directions. The man with the tattooed eyelids leaned against his vehicle and lit a cigarette. He glanced at his watch, then started to whistle tunelessly. He heard someone scream in the distance. He stubbed out his cigarette and lit another. It took about 3 minutes for the first of his men to reappear. He had a villager at gunpoint, an old guy with light hair and a leathery face. "In the church," he instructed, and his guy poked the old guy in the back with the tip of his weapon and nudged him toward the entrance of the church. By this time, 2 more of his men were entering the square from different directions. One had a younger man at gunpoint, who stumbled ahead of him, clearly sick with terror. The other had one of the young girls in the brightly coloured dresses. She was crying. The man with tattooed lids eyed her up and down as his guy forced her toward the church. Within 5 minutes, each of his guys had grabbed a villager and forced them into the church. The door was shut. 5 of the gunmen surrounded the building. There was shouting across the village, wailing. A few of the braver villagers had appeared at the perimeter of the center square, 10 or 15. A couple of the braver ones, men in their 20s, edged onto the square itself. "Get out of here!" one of them shouted. "We don't want you here!" The guy with the tattooed eyelids walked toward them. They stuck together, chins jutting out. "We said get out of here!" one of them shouted. The guy stopped when he was 2 meters from where they were standing. Then he withdrew his handgun, unlocked it. Without hesitation, he pointed it at the head of one of the young men. He fired. The gunshot echoed across the hillside as a round slammed into the young man's forehead, cracking away part of his skull and spattering his companion with blood like paint flicked from a brush. The young man collapsed heavily to the ground. His companion staggered back. The guy with the tattooed eyelids pointed his gun at the head of this second man, fired again, turned his back immediately, and was walking back toward the church by the time his second victim had hit the deck. He went directly to the trunk of his vehicle, removed 4 large heavy jerry cans full of petrol, handed 3 of the cans to 3 of his men. They used it to douse the wooden walls of the church, front, back, and sides. While he was glugging fuel against the wooden front door, it opened, and one of the prisoners started shouting at them. It earned him a fierce crack to his left cheekbone with the butt of a rifle. The door didn't open again. But the sound from inside grew louder. Men were shouting, women were screaming, children were crying. It started to get on his nerves. When all 4 jerry cans were empty, he piled them up by the front door. The men all stepped back. Several of them had their phones out, videoing the church. The man with the tattooed eyes waited until he was 10 meters away, then lit a 3rd cigarette. He took several deep drags. He blew gently on the end to ensure the tip was burning properly. Then he threw it toward the jerry cans. The fuel vapor ignited even before the cigarette hit the cans. An impenetrable circle of flames immediately surrounded the church. They were silent for a few seconds, but then started to crackle as the wooden structure, bone dry from the Mexican heat, started to combust. Within a minute, the noise of the flames drowned out the sound of the people screaming inside.
There were still screams and shouting from the surrounding village, but several of his guys were now directing their rifles towards the perimeter of the square. Nobody dared approach, for fear of ending up like the two corpses still bleeding out onto the dusty ground. The flames licked higher up the walls of the church. Clouds of smoke billowed up into the air. He thought that maybe he could hear somebody screaming. Any minute now, he knew, they would try to escape from the church, but that was okay. He was facing the main entrance, his handgun ready. The remainder of his men had surrounded the building and were covering every possible exit point, the windows and the door at the rear. He was right. Barely 30 seconds passed before the front door opened. There was a belch of thick smoke, and a figure appeared silhouetted behind the flames, adult by the look of it, but he couldn't immediately tell if it was male or female. The figure sprinted out of the church. Male. His hair was on fire. He was screaming wildly. The gunman waited until he was 10 meters clear of the church before raising his weapon. He shot once. The figure went down. He turned to a couple of his men. "That one will do," he said. A couple of his guys sauntered back to their vehicle. When they returned to the body, one of them was carrying a heavy-duty hacksaw. The corpse's hair had burned away now, though the head was still smouldering. The guy with the hacksaw bent down, placed the blade against the man's gullet, and started to saw. He was as nonchalant as if he was doing a straightforward home repair. The man with the tattooed eyelids turned his attention back to the church. Opening the door had been a bad move by the dead man. A backdraft had sucked the fire into the church itself. Within a couple of minutes, all the exterior walls were covered with flame. The roof itself was smouldering. Part of it had collapsed. There was no chance of anyone escaping now. If the heat hadn't got them, the smoke certainly would have. The guys surrounding the church who had done this before knew that too. They lowered their weapons and were sauntering back toward the vehicles, cracking jokes, laughing, watching their video footage of the burning church as they walked. The guys holding the perimeter square held on for a minute or so longer, but soon they too were returning to the convoy. Nobody needed to give any kind of instruction. They all simply climbed back into their vehicles, as relaxed as if they'd just stopped off for a cup of coffee. The man with the saw was stuffing the decapitated head into a regular supermarket plastic bag. His hands were covered in blood, and he looked at them with annoyance, before wiping them on his clothes and carrying his gruesome package back to one of the vehicles. He didn't look back at the decapitated body lying on the ground. The convoy drove off through the village, back toward the hillside, in the same order in which it had arrived. Its evening's work was done. The villagers waited until the convoy had left the village before they dared to enter the church square again. 2 sets of parents collapsed by the bodies of their sons, whose faces were now unrecognizable from the entry wounds. A wife knelt by the decapitated body of her husband, wailing desperately. The remaining villagers approached the church, but they couldn't get closer than 15 meters because the flames were still fierce. Those who had family inside fell to their knees distraught and broken. Those who did not stared at each other in disbelief, and as the burning church collapsed in on itself, uttered the same word to each other over and over again. "Por qué?" they said. Why? Saturday, Chapter 9. Danny slept lightly behind the locked door of his motel room. His sleep was disturbed. He saw his daughter in the cockpit of a light aircraft that exploded a moment later. He saw the drug-squalid flat where he'd found his brother, but now a Mexican sicario called Jesus was sprawled on the sofa. At approximately 0400, he heard a vehicle pull up outside the motel. A car door slammed. 2 minutes later, the car drove away. He got out of bed at 0500 exactly. It was completely dark in the room, thanks to the cardboard-covered windows, so he switched on the bedside light, which he covered with yesterday's T-shirt to keep the glare down. 100 press-ups, 100 sit-ups. Washed, pulled on some of the Duluth trading clothing Kleinman had supplied, sand-coloured jeans and a checked shirt.
His body armor was leaning up against one wall. For a moment he considered wearing it, but rejected the idea. Body armor would look too bulky, too obvious. They were about to operate in a suburban residential area. It would make him stick out. He unlocked the door to his room at 05:55 hours. Spud was already outside the motel, silhouetted in the dawn light as he looked toward the main road. Very few cars. His mate looked over at Danny and nodded. There was no need for any pleasantries. It was time to get working. Spike and Tyson appeared 30 seconds later. Together the unit entered the ops room. Hernandez was asleep in one of the army cots. He didn't stir as they entered. For all Danny knew, Kleinman and Rav could have been up all night. They were wearing the same clothes, and the room smelt even worse than when they'd arrived. There was a tray of coffees in Dunkin' Donuts packaging on the table, and another tray containing the donuts themselves. Kleinman made a help-yourself gesture while sparking his lighter with one hand. The unit did just that. Rav held up a T-shirt, large, pale green. The real green logo, just as Danny had seen it on the lawn sign, was printed across the chest. He had to hand it to the CIA. They moved fast. He figured the vehicle he'd heard in the night was delivering the gear he'd asked for. "Your overalls are in the weapons room," Rav said. He looked at Spike. "You'll find everything you asked for there, too. I've got radio sets and wireless earpieces for you. They're tuned into the listening devices we planted in the house, so you'll be able to hear everything that's going on in there." He gave them a salacious grin, which none of the SAS men returned. Danny turned to his team. "Spike," he said, "you're staying here." Spike visibly flushed. What are you do—" "You need to construct your IED. Without that, tonight's hit on the plane is a no-go. Take your time, make sure it works." "Leave the big jobs to the big boys, Snowflake," Tyson said. Before Spike could continue the argument, Danny addressed Kleinman. "What's the deal with the border crossing?" "The only official border crossing is the one between Laredo on the U.S. side and Nuevo Laredo on the Mexican side," Kleinman said. "There's too much surveillance there, and I don't want your faces cropping up on CCTV imagery. Facial recognition is too good. We've made contact with some tame U.S. border control agents. They have vehicles patrolling those parts of the border that aren't fenced or at a roadhead. We're in the process of arranging an RV with them for you. They'll get you across." He looked at his watch, then threw Spud a key. "That's for the cargo unit in the back of the Tahoe. It'll be cozy but big enough for your guy. It's about a 3-hour drive to San Antonio. You need to get ready." It didn't take more than 10 minutes for Danny, Spud, and Tyson to prepare themselves. They removed their shirts and strapped on the radio packs that Rav handed round. Then they moved into the weapons room, where they each selected a body holster before turning their attention to the handguns. Danny chose a compact HK-45C, which he loaded with a full 10-round clip. Spud and Tyson both selected a Sig Sauer P2269 9mm. Danny and Spud took a spare magazine, loaded. Tyson brazenly took 3. There was an aftermarket for good ammo, and it wasn't unknown for a certain type of regiment guy to make a few quid on the side, flogging excess ammo. Tyson was that type. Grabbing all he could get was hardwired in him. Once they'd strapped on their weapons and radios, each man grabbed a fistful of cable ties, essential for a hard arrest, then donned the real green T-shirts. They were extra large, baggy enough to conceal the bulges of the firearms underneath, at least to the untrained eye. For now they put their regular shirts back over their T-shirts, and they looked once more like 3 ordinary guys. Kleinman gave them directions to Claire Dupre's house, along with the keys to one of the armored Tahoes outside the motel. "You wanted the names of her husband and children," Rav said, when they were nearly ready to depart. "He's called Don Dupre. The children are Charlie and Chelsea." He paused, looking as if an unpleasant thought had just hit him. "You guys aren't going to mess with the kids, right?" Danny, Spud, and Tyson gave him a steady look. None of them answered. Danny turned to Spike. He hadn't spoken since he'd been told he wasn't joining them. Like he was sulking. Well, he could sulk all he liked. Getting an explosive device onto the Cessna that evening wasn't going to be straightforward. Spike needed to get his part right, and that meant not rushing it. "We'll be back by 1600 hours, Danny said. "Make sure you're ready by then." "And try not to blow the motel up, Spike, there's a good lad." Spud winked at him. Spike simply glowered back. Danny turned to the others. "Let's move," he said. By 0630 hours, Danny, Spud and Tyson all needed their sunglasses, and the aircon was on full. Danny drove along the highway at a steady 55 mph. He had memorized the directions to the suburb of San Antonio where they were heading, and the road was clear. But he counted 3 police cars in the first half hour of travel, and the last thing he wanted was to be pulled over for speeding. A call to their CIA handler would get them out of any kind of infringement, of course, but they couldn't afford to delay. The tape of Jesus talking to his junkie soccer mom had stipulated same time, same place, and as Kleiman had told them, that meant they had to be ready for their target at 1200 hours. Not a problem. It was just shy of 1000 hours when their beaten-up but souped-up Tahoe drove down the road in which Claire Dupre's house was situated. They identified the house from its photo immediately. The 2 gently swaying palm trees, the real green placard. No sign of the white Range Rover. Danny figured it was in the adjoining garage. They only drove past the house once. It was deeply ingrained in Danny, from more surveillance sessions than he could remember, that repeated drive-pasts were a red light to anyone with eyes on. They pulled up 50 meters beyond the front yard. From here, they could watch the comings and goings in the house in the rear-view mirror. They were also close enough to get there fast. "Reckon I'd top myself if I lived here," Spud said after they'd been sitting there for half an hour. Danny knew what he meant. The sky was a clear blue, the weather was warm, the houses were big and the parked cars were flash, but nothing was happening in this wide, perfect residential street. There were no pedestrians, no traffic. It was a ghost town. The outside temperature rose. The inside of the Tahoe became an oven. Danny kept eyes on the Dupre residence in the rear-view mirror. It showed no signs of occupancy. Even the wooden shutters were closed, both on the ground floor and the first floor. At 11:30 hours, they switched on their radio packs and inserted their covert earpieces. Silence, except for the occasional sound of an interior door opening and closing. Danny had an image of Claire Dupre pacing the rooms of her house, waiting for her visitor. Their target arrived at 11:55 hours. Danny didn't need to see his face to realize it was him. A gleaming black Range Rover stormed up the road, music pumping through its windows. As it sped past the unit's Tahoe, Danny got a glimpse of a young man with a black and white bandana tight around his forehead. The wheels of his vehicle screeched slightly as he came to a clumsy halt outside the Dupre house. The music died. He slammed the driver's door hard as he exited the vehicle and swaggered across the immaculate front lawn, holding a brown envelope in his hands. "What a cunt," Spud said. 100 carat, Danny agreed. 100 carat cunt, Spud grinned. "Imagine that." Danny smiled. Tyson didn't. "He's got a weapon," Tyson said, eyeing the target in the Tahoe's side mirror, tucked into the back of his jeans under his baseball top. "Got it," Danny agreed. As their target rang the bell, they heard the noise in their earpieces. The front door opened almost immediately. The target entered the Dupre house, and they heard the door closing. The conversation inside the house was relayed into their earpieces.
"The fuck you wearing? I thought I told you to raise your game." I thought you'd like this." "You thought wrong. Maybe I'll take this shit somewhere else." No, come on, baby."
"That was me thinking this was going to be one for the wank bank," Spud said. "When the time comes, I get to plug the fucker," Tyson growled. All 3 men were removing their shirts to reveal their real green tops. "Join the queue," Danny said. "But no one plugs anyone yet. We need to get Romeo back to the motel." By the sound of it, Romeo was getting busy. They heard a clattering sound over the radio and a small whimper. It sounded as though their target was getting rough with Claire Dupre. "Let's do it," Danny said. He turned on the Tahoe's ignition and performed a U-turn so they were facing back toward the Dupre house. He approached it at a normal speed, No boy racer antics for two reasons. It kept him in control of the vehicle, and it stopped them drawing attention to themselves. They pulled up outside the house. "Positions," Danny said. Each man reached under his shirt, removed their weapon from their holster, cocked them and locked them, then stowed them down the back of their trousers, just as Jesus had done. They exited the car. Spud took up position at the front edge of the lawn. He bent down as though examining the grass. Tyson walked up to the black Range Rover. If their target tried to run, there was a high likelihood he would try to get to his vehicle. With Tyson standing between him and it, that wouldn't be straightforward. Danny approached the door. In his earpiece, he heard porno sounds. Claire Dupre was obviously putting on a show for her dealer. He rang the doorbell. The porno sounds stopped.
"Fucking leave it. What if it's my... You have to hide."
She sounded terrified.
"I ain't hiding, puta."
Danny rang the bell again, twice in quick succession. There was a pause of 20 seconds. From the corner of his eye, Danny saw the shutter of the room adjacent to where he was standing flick open.
"It's the lawn people."
The relief in her voice was clear.
"The what? What the fuck's the lawn people? They look after... It doesn't matter. I'll get rid of them. They're not supposed to come today. I'll get rid of them now. Do it quickly."
A hard arrest needed to be just that. Hard. Danny listened carefully for footsteps on the other side of the door. When he heard them close, he pulled his weapon out of his jeans and unlocked the safety. Claire Dupre was talking even before she opened the door. Danny heard her voice additionally in his earpiece. It was reedy and trembling.
"We didn't call you," she said. "It's not convenient today. You'll have to come back another—"
As she spoke, she opened the door. Danny didn't hesitate for a second. In one movement, he thrust the door open as hard as he could, removing the handgun from the back of his jeans. He burst into the house. Their target was sitting on an upholstered chaise longue at the far side of the large entrance hall. Distance 10 meters. His trousers and underwear were round his ankles. His firearm was lying by his feet on the marble floor. Danny immediately identified it as a Glock 43 9mm semi-automatic. The brown envelope he'd been carrying was resting next to him. For a few precious seconds, he seemed more concerned about pulling his baggy baseball top over his dick than defending himself. Danny used that time to rush toward him, his weapon firmly fixed at his target's chest. He'd covered half the distance by the time the target seemed to understand what was happening. He forgot about his modesty and suddenly reached down for his own weapon. Too late. Danny was there. He didn't want to lay down a round if he didn't have to, so he used his advantage of height to kick the base of his heavy boot flat into his target's face. There was a snap as the nose broke. The target slammed violently back on the chaise longue and cracked his head against the wall. Blood streamed down his face. Danny kicked his firearm backwards. It slid across the shiny floor. He glanced over his shoulder. Spud and Tyson were there. Tyson had grabbed the woman and slammed one hand over her mouth to stop her making a noise. She was semi-naked, dressed only in black underwear and a negligee. Her eyes were wide and terrified. Spud closed the door quietly, then reached into his rucksack as he hurried toward Danny and the target. Danny grabbed the target by his neck. He forcefully pulled him up, then threw him face down onto the ground and pulled his arms behind his back. Spud handed him a sturdy plastic cable tie, which Danny used to bind the target's wrists. The target shouted something in Spanish. Danny wasn't having it. He thumped the back of his target's head so his bleeding face slammed against the hard marble floor. That shut him up. He rolled him onto his back, removed the bandana he was wearing round his forehead, scrunched it up into a ball, and forced it hard into the target's mouth. While he did this, Spud was binding his ankles with another cable tie. The target's trousers were still down, his dick still exposed. "I'd heard Mexicans were hung like a fucking cocktail sausage," Spud said. "Turns out it's true, huh?" "Give me the hood," Danny said. Spud reached into his bag and pulled out a black hood with a drawstring at the hem. The target started shaking his head and making frightened, strangled noises. Danny ignored that as he pulled the hood over his head and tightened the drawstring so it wouldn't fall off. Danny decided to leave his trousers down. A bit of humiliation went a long way in keeping a prisoner compliant. He and Spud stood up.
Spud went to reclaim the target's weapon, which he immediately made safe before removing the magazine. Danny strode up to where Tyson was restraining the woman by the door, his hand still over her mouth. She wasn't struggling. She was completely paralyzed with fear.
"Listen carefully," Danny said. "That man is a known drug dealer. We have photographic evidence and audio recordings of your meetings with him. If you mention a single word of what's happened today, that evidence gets handed directly to your husband Donald, your son Charlie, and your daughter Chelsea. Got it?"
She nodded vigorously. Tyson removed his hand from over her mouth. She instantly dissolved into great racking sobs, hiding her face in her hands. The target was squirming on the floor, unable to stand up, squeaking with terror. Danny turned to Spud. "Open up the garage," he said, and to Tyson, "Move the vehicles. Back the Tahoe up to the garage door. We'll load him into the trunk from there." His unit mates nodded. Tyson exited from the front, shutting the door behind him. Danny heard him whistling as he walked away from the house. Spud left the entrance hall in the direction of the adjoining garage. Danny made to follow him. He walked over to the target, and his eyes fell on the brown envelope, which had fallen to the floor in front of the chaise longue. He grabbed it, then leant down to lift up the target and put him over his shoulder.
"Wait!"
The woman was still standing by the door. She looked ghoulish. Her eye makeup was streaming down her cheeks. Her skin was white.
The package. It's mine. Give it to me."
Danny looked inside the envelope. It contained 3 Ziploc bags, each with a quantity of white powder with a faint brown tinge. Danny felt a surge of distaste as he remembered Kyle's disgusting apartment. It sickened him that, despite everything, this woman, abused, humiliated, and desperate, was still thinking of nothing but her next hit. He wanted to take the poison away with him, for her own good. But that wasn't the right operational call. If she was desperate for her junk, Claire Dupre could make things difficult for the unit, start screaming, run out of the house semi-naked, trying to grab her drugs. No, the right call was to give her the package, let her disappear quietly upstairs. He threw the package across the marble floor. It slid toward her. She stumbled toward it, a horrible hunger in her eyes, bent down to grab it. With a final animal-like glance at Danny, she scurried through a door on the far side of the room. Danny heard the sound of the Tahoe reversing up the drive toward the garage door. He bent down and felt inside the pocket of the target's rolled-down jeans. His car keys were there. Danny took them. He grabbed their wriggling target and put him over his shoulder, fireman's lift style. "All right, Jesus," he said. "Piss yourself and I'll cut your dick off. There'll be no second coming for you." The target wriggled some more, trying to escape from his ignominious position, but he wasn't going anywhere. Danny followed Spud's route out of the entrance hall. He carried the target through an immaculate, expensive kitchen, on the far side of which was a door leading directly to the adjoining garage. A white Range Rover was parked in here. Danny recognized it from the photographs of the house. And Spud raised the up-and-over garage door. Tyson reversed the black Tahoe up to it and was now opening the trunk. Danny kept back for a minute while Spud checked nobody was watching from the street. He gave Danny the nod. Danny carried the target up to the open trunk. The cargo unit was open. Danny forced his prisoner inside. He wriggled and squealed more than usual. Tyson leant in. When he straightened up again, he had Jesus's wallet. As Danny shut the cargo unit, and the prisoner's squeals became muffled as he locked it and then closed the trunk, Tyson rifled through the wallet, pulling out a thick wad of American dollars. "Finders keepers," he muttered. "Let's get out of here," Danny said. He handed Spud the target's car keys. "Follow us. We'll find a parking lot to dump his vehicle in." Tyson took the wheel of the Tahoe. He edged it forward so they could close the garage door. As Danny approached the passenger seat, he saw a neighbor on the far side of the road watching them. He gave her a wave and a bright smile. The neighbor didn't return it, but walked on seemingly unsuspicious. Why should she be? They were just 3 regular lawn guys loading up. As they drove down the driveway, Danny could vaguely hear the target bumping around in the back. Experience told him he would quieten down within about 10 minutes. If he didn't, that was his problem. They indicated left. Danny looked back toward the house.
He wasn't certain, but he thought he saw the figure of Claire Dupre at the half-open shutters, her gaunt, ghostly face looking out. As they drove away, he had the impression that she collapsed where she stood. In a tiny part of his mind, he wondered if he shouldn't have handed over the junk, but he soon rid himself of that thought. He wasn't a social worker. He was a soldier, and he had a job to do. They dumped the target's vehicle in a Walmart parking lot 20 minutes from the Dupre house, knowing it would likely be a couple of days minimum before anyone reported it as abandoned. They were back at the motel at 15:30 hours. The Texan sun was oppressively hot. That played to their advantage. Nobody would venture outside in this kind of heat unless they had to. The lot in front of the motel was as deserted as it was the previous night. They could transfer their prisoner without worrying about anybody seeing. Kleinman was waiting for them, in the scant shade cast by the motel's frontage, sparking his lighter as usual, though he still didn't have a cigarette. They hadn't been in touch. Danny simply assumed their vehicle was fitted with a tracking device, so he knew to expect them. As they approached the building, the CIA man opened the door of the bedroom at the far end of the strip. Tyson pulled up outside it, with the car facing away from the motel. The unit got out of the vehicle. Danny opened the trunk. As he predicted, the target had fallen silent shortly after leaving San Antonio. When Danny unlocked the cargo unit and the light flooded in, he started wriggling and squealing again. He sounded even more frightened this time. It crossed Danny's mind that he possibly thought he'd been picked up by a rival cartel, in which case he'd be expecting the same treatment he'd dished out himself. Danny saw no immediate need to tell him any different. Let the fucker sweat it out for a bit. Danny took his arms. Spud took his feet. They manoeuvred him into the bedroom, where Kleinman was waiting for them, an inquiring look on his face. "In the tub," Danny said. They moved him into the bathroom and dumped their bound, hooded, wriggling target into the bath. "You're sure you got the right guy?" Kleinman said critically. "Doesn't look like a Zeta hitman to me." "Don't expect them all to be like that, kiddos," said Tyson, who had appeared in the doorway. "My guess is this fella's pretty low down the food chain. When the big boys come out to play, things will get tougher." They moved out into the bedroom. "We'll question him about the location of the tunnel tomorrow, once he's had a chance to get a bit more fucked up in the head," Danny said. "Someone needs to watch him while we're on the job tonight." "Rav and Michael can do a rota," Kleinman said. He left them for a moment, then returned with Hernandez, who, as usual, barely made eye contact with the unit, let alone spoke to them. He appeared less than thrilled to be on guard duty. "Our guy stays in the tub," Danny said. "If he needs to piss or shit, he does it there. Keep the hood on, keep the wrists and legs strapped. Don't let him out for any reason. If he starts to make a fuss, whack him over the head. If he starts to fall asleep, spray him with a cold shower. I want him sleep-deprived when the time comes to question him. Got it?" Hernandez inclined his head and disappeared into the bathroom. "Where's Spike?" Danny asked. "In the ops room with Rav," Kleinman said. He led them from the bedroom, locking the door on the outside. They followed their limping CIA contact to the other end of the motel. Rav was sitting at the desk, headset on, staring at his computer screen. He barely looked up as the unit entered. The adjoining door to the weapons room was open. Spike was in that room, surrounded by their miniature arsenal. He'd set up a small table in the middle of the room. There was a reading lamp shining down on the table, on which was resting a soldering iron, a roll of solder, some small screwdrivers, and a magnifying glass, and additionally the fruit of Spike's morning's work. He had constructed a neat little package. It comprised an old-fashioned flip-to-open cell phone handset. The front casing was removed to reveal the guts of the phone. 2 wires were soldered into the circuitry. They were connected to a small detonator, whose prongs were inserted into a 4-inch stick of C4 military-grade explosive, a simple but effective device. A call to the cell phone would activate the detonator, and that small stick of explosive was easily enough to bring down a light aircraft like the Cessna. Spud eyed the device a bit nervously. "No chance of anyone dialing that mobile number by mistake, Mugger." "It's switched off," Spike said without looking up. He sounded as resentful as he was that morning. Do you have to do that? It's getting on my tits." Kleinman was sparking his lighter again, no cigarette in sight. "Reformed smoker," Kleinman said. "What can I tell you? It keeps my hands busy." He carried on sparking. Danny approached the table. "What's all this?" he asked. In one corner was the guts of a second cell phone. The battery was removed and the circuit board was snapped in two. "Fail-safe," Spike said curtly. "What do you mean?" Tyson asked. He looked very interested. Finally, Spike looked up. "It's a break phone," he said. "A simple way of making the call that activates the detonator less easy to trace. I've set up call forwarding from the smashed-up phone to the detonator phone. When we want to activate the detonator phone, we call the number of the smashed-up phone. It forwards the call, and anyone trying to trace the call that caused the explosion will think this phone made it." He prodded the broken circuit board. "Not the phone that made the original call." Spud grinned. "On it like a car bonnet," he announced to nobody in particular. "I told you he was a genius. Fucking psycho, but a genius." "Kids and technology," Tyson said, earning himself a dark look from Spike as he produced the emergency first aid pouch that he'd asked Kleinman to supply. It was made of a black canvas material no bigger than a hardback book and perhaps 2 inches thick. It had the words "First Aid" written on the front in big white letters and a zip to open it. Spike unfastened the zip and carefully slid the explosive device into the pouch. "We need to get it under the pilot's seat," he said. "If anybody finds it, they'll just assume it's part of the aircraft's regular—" His sentence tailed off into nothing. "Are you sure there's cell phone service on the Cessna's expected flight path?" Danny said. Spike nodded. "Ralph checked. So long as the aircraft flies below a radar height, which we know it does, it'll be—" "Good work," Danny said. He turned to Kleinman. "Have you finalized the border crossing for tonight?" "It's all in hand, boy. I just need to know which of you is crossing over into Mexico." "Spud and Tyson. Spike and me will infiltrate the airfield, get the IED on the Cessna before it flies." Kleinman removed his glasses and started cleaning them on his sleeve. "Good," he said. "I have to say, gentlemen, so far I'm pleasantly surprised. I wasn't thrilled at the idea of using a British team for a job this delicate. I'm pleased to say you're proving me wrong. I hope it continues." As he said it, he couldn't stop his eyes flickering at Spike. Spike jutted his chin out and looked as if he was about to say something. He didn't get the chance. "You're going to need precise timings and locations for this evening's operation," Kleinman said. "And I'll need to talk you through the plan for the border crossing. Rav will get us some food. We'll eat while we talk." He limped back into the ops room. The unit followed. Chapter 10. Docklands, London. 0037 hours GMT. Delta Team, call sign Yankee Bravo 9, had arrived at RAF Northolt with nothing but the clothes they were wearing and a fresh set of civvies. A driver affiliated to the American Embassy in London had met them and delivered them promptly to their safe house, a penthouse apartment in the Docklands region of East London. Nobody was waiting for them here, but there was a full complement of all the military hardware they could possibly require. Rifles, handguns, ammunition, body armour, night sights, comms equipment, med packs, everything discreetly delivered by somebody whose face they knew they would never see. It meant they could get to work immediately, and that was a good thing, Tam Garrick thought to himself, because the sooner they completed their op, the sooner they could get the hell out of London. Tam never liked London. Operating in London was like operating in a grey box. And the food, Jesus, the food. Bumping into SAS man Jack Tyson Fletcher hadn't helped things. There was something about that guy Tam didn't trust. Tam knew a bit about him, how he'd been stationed out in Mexico back in the day. It wouldn't surprise him if that was where he and his SAS unit were heading back to now. But Tyson also had a bit of a reputation out in Afghanistan. Rumours going round that he was on the take from some of the elders who had a financial interest in the Taliban's heroin operations. And when he'd tried to pump them for information back at the RAF base, the rest of Tam's team, Brooks, Webb and Dixon, instantly took the same view. They were pissed enough at having to engage in low-level operations in the UK.
Being touched up for info by a questionable regiment dude hadn't helped matters. Yeah, sooner they could get this op squared away, the better. Which was why they now found themselves on the southern bank of the Thames. To their left, the Queen Elizabeth Bridge glowed in the twilight, its lanes rammed with lines of white headlamps and red brake lights. The river was busy too. Several freight ships were heading into the docks, but there were pleasure boats and police vessels also moving in both directions. Cranes towered above the water, and even now, at this late hour, one of them was lifting metal storage containers the size of a semi-trailer off the deck of a grimy-looking merchant vessel. This dock was a 24-hour operation. The Delta unit were on the fringes of its storage area. Here, approximately 50 of these vast metal containers were lined up, ready to be winched onto lorries for the next part of their journey. Security was moderate. The storage area that housed the containers was about 100 meters by 50, protected on 3 sides by a high mesh fence, and on the 4th by the river itself. There was a wide entrance on the near side of the fence, with a vehicle barrier, a small security hut, and several guys milling around smoking. It would be difficult to gain covert access to the storage area, but not impossible. They could make a waterborne entrance from the river. They could find an area of fence to cut through. Chances were they could even talk their way through the security barrier. Tam decided, however, that none of these options was necessary. They could watch from outside the fence. He left Brooks and Dixon in their vehicle on the main road, just opposite the security entrance. Their disabled parking badge meant they wouldn't get moved on by the police. Webb was watching the storage area through the fence on the eastern side. Tam himself had walked west. From here, he could see the security entrance 100 meters away and had a good view of most of the storage containers carefully stacked and laid out. The intel they'd been given was very clear. A delivery vehicle would be picking up from this location between midnight and 0100 hours. Tam was calculating that, this being an unpopular time for some fat-ass delivery driver to make their pickup, it would be straightforward to identify their target. So far, so good. It was 0037 hours. An unmarked white transit had just pulled up at the security entrance. Tam was immediately suspicious of it, not just because of the late hour, or because it arrived in the time window they'd been told to expect. It took a semi-trailer, or what the Brits call an articulated lorry, to move these storage containers wholesale. A van like that could only be collecting individual items from one of the containers, not a smoking gun in itself, but enough for Tam to pay some attention to this new arrival. "You watching?" he said into his radio mic.
"You bet,"
came Webb's reply through his covert earpiece. The van sat at the security entrance for 30 seconds. The barrier raised, and it moved inside the perimeter. The driver seemed to know where he was going. The van curled round toward the eastern side of the storage area. Tam lost eye contact. "You still have it?"
"Roger that."
Tam started walking briskly around the perimeter toward the security entrance, his hands plunged into the pockets of his heavy coat, which completely camouflaged his fully loaded ops vest. His fingers touched a metal object about the size and weight of a Zippo lighter. He affected a slight stagger. Distance to the entrance, 50 meters. Webb's voice crackled in his ear.
"I've lost visuals. The vehicle's pulled up at the end of one of the storage containers. I can only see its nose. 2 guys exiting. I think they're loading something up into the back."
Tam slowed his pace to more of a shuffle. He wanted to arrive at the security entrance at the same time the vehicle left. He stopped to light a cigarette that he would never smoke, but which bought him a bit of time and made him a little less noticeable. Just a liquored-up black dude staggering around. 3 minutes passed. 4.
"Target's on the move,"
said the voice in his ear. Tam increased his pace. In his peripheral vision, he saw the vehicle heading back toward the security entrance. Distance, 10 meters. The barrier was already open. The transit vehicle was accelerating toward it. Tam was on a collision course. 10 meters. 5. The vehicle passed the barrier. Tam stepped out into the road in front of it. The driver hit the brakes heavily. The van screeched to a halt barely a meter from where Tam was staggering in the road. He stumbled and fell, entirely on purpose, hitting the ground just shy of the vehicle's wheel arch. He heard the driver's door open and pulled the metal object out of his pocket. It was heavily magnetic. Tam stuck it quickly on the underside of the wheel arch. Then he started shouting at the top of his voice, slurring with a passable British accent. "You fucking idiots! Look where you're fucking going!" He scrambled to his feet and staggered around in the glare of the vehicle's headlamp. Two burly guys in leather jackets, they almost looked like twins with their shaved heads and flat noses, emerged from the vehicle. One of them grabbed Tam by his coat collar and pushed him heavily back onto the pavement. "Take your hands off me!" Tam screamed at them as he fell heavily against the perimeter fence of the storage area. "Stupid fucking spade," the driver of the vehicle growled at him. "Wish I'd fucking hit you now. One less to worry about. Why don't you fuck off back to Bongo land?" He and his companion climbed back into the vehicle. Both guys slammed their doors shut. The vehicle screeched away.
"Nicely done,"
came Webb's voice over Tam's earpiece. Dead-eyed, Tam watched the transit disappear into the traffic. "We tracking those motherfuckers?" he said.
"Sure are, bud,"
said Brooks from the unit vehicle.
"Sure are."
Back in the Delta unit's armoured vehicle, Tam sat in the passenger seat. Brooks was driving, Webb and Dixon sat in the back. Their GPS tracking screen was fitted to the dashboard, and they were following the transit at a distance of about half a mile through areas of London he'd never heard of before. Woolwich, Bexley Heath, Swanley. "Makes Al Anbar look like Fifth fucking Avenue," Webb drawled in the back. They crossed over the M25, and 10 minutes later found themselves driving down a quiet, dark country lane. A heavy mist had descended, trees on either side. No other vehicles on the road. Not this time of night. It was a good location for what they had to do. "Hit the gas," Tam told Brooks. Brooks accelerated from 50 to 70. The GPS screen told Tam the gap between them and the target vehicle was closing. A minute later, the red tail lights appeared briefly on the road ahead before disappearing round a bend. They kept their speed up. When the road straightened out and the tail lights appeared again, Tam estimated a gap of 50 meters. They closed it down in 20 seconds and were almost bumper to bumper before the Delta vehicle swung out and overtook. The white transit sounded its horn as Brooks took the middle of the road and started to bully the transit into slowing down. In his wing mirror, Tam saw the vehicle trying to overtake, but the road was too narrow, and Brooks was too good a military driver to allow that to happen. Gradually, both vehicles came to a halt. As it did so, he was aware of Webb and Dixon in the back winding down their windows. There was no need for Tam to issue instructions. This was a parade ground maneuver. The Delta unit knew the importance of hitting hard and fast. The drivers of the transit could be armed. It was imperative they be neutralized before they could do the unit any harm. Tam unholstered his sidearm and waited for Webb, who was sitting directly behind him, to open his door. Only then did he exit the vehicle. From behind the protection of the door, he aimed his weapon through the open window, and with 2 precise shots took out the headlamps of the transit. He directed a third shot to the top middle of the van's windscreen. A spider's web splintered across the entire sheet of glass to serve 2 purposes: to obscure the view of the driver and his passenger, and to properly put the shits up them. Tam guessed they were probably cringing behind the dash about now. "Go!" he shouted. Webb and Dixon moved from their backseat positions and sprinted to either side of the transit van. In a couple of seconds, they had opened up the doors and were now dragging the driver and passenger out of their seats. Tam heard the thud as they landed heavily on the road. Webb and Dixon started screaming at them. "Get your hands behind your backs! Hands behind your fucking backs, assholes!" In just a few more seconds, their wrists were tightly bound with cable ties. Webb and Dixon dragged them up to their feet and hustled them roughly to the side of the road. "Get them behind the tree line," Tam barked. "We'll start the vehicles." There was the sound of muffled scuffling as Webb and Dixon moved the prisoners away from the road. Tam slammed the doors of the unit vehicle shut. Brooks pulled over onto the left-hand side of the road. Tam himself jumped behind the wheel of the transit van. The engine was still turning over. He knocked it into reverse, and using the wing mirrors and the red glow of the tail lights, quickly backed up into a gap in the trees beyond the verge. He stopped about 15 meters beyond the tree line, killed the engine, and jumped out.
There was a thick blanket of mist swirling on the forest floor. He was aware of Webb and Dixon about 15 meters away into the woodland, and he knew he could trust them to keep the two prisoners quiet and compliant. Brooks joined him. Wordlessly they moved to the rear of the transit and opened up the back doors. Both men were carrying pencil-thin black flashlights. They shone them into the van.
"Mattresses," Brooks said. Sure enough, their torch beams fell on 8 mattresses stacked on their sides. They looked new, wrapped in clear plastic. "Like hell," Tam said. He jumped up into the back of the van and pulled a black-handled utility knife from his ops vest. He selected a mattress at random. Holding his torch between his teeth, he cut open the plastic wrapper. Then, with one deft slice, he cut into the mattress itself. He was aware of Brooks looking over his shoulder as he parted both sides of the opening. "Last time I did that," Brooks said, "she was wetter than an otter's pocket." Tam ignored the comment. There was foam stuffing inside the mattress, but he didn't have to pull out too many handfuls to get to what it was really concealing. A moment later, he pulled something out. He held it up to show Brooks. "I'm thinking this won't give you the most comfortable night's sleep," he said. It was a set of military-grade night vision goggles, top of the range, a Kevlar helmet fitted with 4 NV tubes that would give full peripheral vision. Tam estimated he was holding $75,000 worth of kit in that helmet alone. "Let's go talk to our boys," he said. They jumped down from the van, slammed the doors shut, and hurried round to where Webb and Dixon were standing over the two prisoners. Tam shone his flashlight directly into their faces. They winced from the fierce beam. Tam selected the driver, who just an hour ago had hurled abuse at him, and pushed him against the perimeter fence of the storage area. He was cheek down against the ground. Tam caught a whiff of urine. He knelt down beside him, keeping the flashlight beam shining directly in his eyes. He rested the butt of his handgun against the man's head. "You want to know what kind of weapon I got pressing into your skull right now?" The guy didn't reply. "It's a Heckler & Koch HK-45, Tam told him. "Compact but hard-hitting. If I release a round now, it's going to go straight through your head and several inches into the ground. It's your call, asshole, but my advice is to answer my questions." "Who are you?" the guy breathed. Tam knew he shouldn't really answer, but it didn't much matter. This guy wasn't going to see sunrise. You know," he said, "just some stupid fucking spade on his way back to Bongo land." "Jesus," the guy gibbered. "Mate, I'm sorry. I didn't mean nothing by it. I didn't think you was a Yank." "I've heard worse from 5-year-olds, asshole. You think I'll give a baker's fuck what a lowlife like you thinks?" The guy shook his head. "What have you got in the back of the van?" Mattresses, that's all, just mattresses." "And in the mattresses?" "I don't know. They didn't tell me. I just had to pick 'em up." Tam considered that for a moment. Was he telling the truth? Maybe, maybe not. "Let me enlighten you," he said. "Those mattresses are stuffed with high-grade military equipment. That shipping container you took them out of was last registered on the East African coast. Know where East Africa is, asshole?" The guy nodded again desperately. "Good," Tam said. "Now we're getting somewhere. You know where this military equipment is headed?" A terrified shake of the head. "To terrorist cells in the United States. That's where we come in, asshole. Do you know what guys like us do to guys like you, who help terrorists on U.S. soil?" Another shake of the head. "Oh," Tam said, affecting a note of disappointment. "Well, let me show you, huh?" He looked toward Webb and Brooks. "Pull him up," he instructed. His teammates grabbed one arm each and yanked the guy to his feet. Tam moved over to where the second guy was lying face down on the ground, with Dixon standing over him. He extended his right arm and pointed both his weapon and his flashlight at the man's head. Then he fired. The suppressed round made a knocking sound as it left the barrel. It slammed into the target's skull. The flashlight illuminated the pink mist as a cloud of blood, bone, and brain matter exploded onto the surrounding ground. It was immediately accompanied by the sound of retching from the driver a couple of meters behind Tam. Tam turned to face him again, once more shining his torch directly into his eyes.
"I got good news. I don't believe for a single second that a dumbass like you is the brains behind a major weapons smuggling operation. That's good news, isn't it, asshole?"
The guy retched again.
"So, all you gotta do is tell me,"
Tam continued in a deathly quiet voice,
"who you're working for."
The driver could barely stand up. His knees kept going. He had vomit down his front and over his chin. He tried to say something, but couldn't get the words out. Tam stepped closer to him, made sure he could see the barrel of the handgun through the glare of the flashlight beam.
"I can't hear you, shit for brains," he said in a sing-song voice. "Who are you working for?"
Bailey,
the driver stammered.
Aiden Bailey.
Tam smiled.
"There," he said. "That wasn't so hard now, was it?"
He lowered the flashlight and the weapon. Then he nodded at Dixon.
"You want to do him, bro," Dixon said. "After that shit he said."
But Tam didn't care about that stuff. He turned his back on the driver, and as he walked back toward the white transit, heard two sounds, the thump of Dixon throwing the driver back down to the ground, and the brutal knock of a suppressed weapon delivering a round to his head. A thick, impenetrable silence fell over the forest. The guys went about their work silently. Dixon and Brooks carried the corpses of the two men back to the white transit, stuffed them into the back alongside the mattresses full of military gear. Tam and Webb went to their unit vehicle and recovered a couple of full jerry cans. They carried them back to the white transit and soaked the bodies and the mattresses with gasoline. Once the cans were empty, Dixon placed a small remote detonator in the van. There could be military-grade explosives in there, so they needed to put some distance between them and it before igniting the fuel. They hurried back to their unit vehicle and retook their seats. Brooks pulled out into the road and hit the gas. They put 200 meters between them and the white transit before Tam gave the instruction, "Blow it." Dixon clicked the detonator. In the rearview mirror, Tam saw a sudden glow above the tree line, but no sound. He pulled out his encrypted sat phone, dialed a number. A featureless male voice answered immediately.
"State your identity."
"This is Yankee Bravo 9, Tam said. "We have a name."
"Go ahead."
"Aiden Bailey, Alpha India Delta Echo November, Bravo Alpha India Lima Echo Yankee."
"Copy that."
"Requesting all intelligence on his current location," Tam said.
"Understood,"
said the voice.
"Wait out. We'll find him."
The line went dead. Chapter 11. 2300 hours. The unit was preparing to split up. Danny and Spike were heading to the airfield from which the Cessna was expected to fly. Spud and Tyson were heading over the border. They were to dig in near the aircraft's landing strip, and when they could see the aircraft coming into land, give the order to detonate Spike's IED. Once they'd confirmed the aircraft had gone down, they could bug out, all in a night's work. Before leaving, Danny checked in on their Zeta prisoner. He was still huddled in the bath, arms and legs bound. He had soiled himself. There was urine and runny feces in the bathtub, and a terrible stench in the room. Hernandez was sitting on the toilet seat, flicking through his phone. He gave Danny a sour look as he entered. At the same time, the target started making a frightened squealing noise. He was obviously scared what the arrival of someone in the room might mean. Danny removed his sidearm from his body holster, held it by the barrel, and cracked the handle down on the prisoner's hooded skull. That shut him up. Back outside, the others were waiting. Spud and Tyson were wearing sets of the hard-wearing work clothes Kleinman had supplied, sturdy boots, body armor. They were stashing their rifles and military Bergens into the trunk of the Tahoe that had Mexican plates. The Bergens each had 2 empty water canteens in the side pockets. Kleinman was going over some last-minute details. "You have the coordinates of the RV point. It's only 45 minutes from here.
The border control guys will meet you at... They'll meet us at 0015 hours, Spud said. Yeah, we got it, buddy. He looked over at Tyson. Ready to get wet, brother? Tyson nodded. Laters, masturbators, he said. He winked at Spike like a patronizing uncle, then gave Danny a slightly unfriendly nod. They climbed into the vehicle and drove off. Spike, like Danny, was dressed in the blue mechanic's overalls that Kleinman had given them. They were artfully spotted with oil and smelled of sweat and turpentine. The only difference between these and a regular pair of overalls was the tear in the side pocket, which allowed them access to their sidearms. Each man had a covert radio earpiece and a chest mic hidden under their overalls. Like Spud and Tyson, they had stashed their longs in the trunk of their vehicle. With luck, they wouldn't need them, but Danny wasn't prepared to rely on luck alone. IED, Danny checked with Spike. Spike held up the old rucksack he was carrying. Then let's go, Danny said. He looked at Kleinman. We'll RV back here at 0400 hours. Sure, Kleinman said. All things being equal. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Kleinman said mildly. He turned his back on them and walked back towards the ops room. Danny could hear the sound of him sparking his lighter. What is it with that guy? Spike said. It's like he doesn't think we know what we're... It's just a Yank Brit thing, Danny said. You get used to it. But he followed Kleinman with his eyes. There was something about the guy that grated. Maybe it was just that he was a spook. Danny didn't have a great track record with spooks. He turned back to Spike. I'll drive, you navigate, he said. The directions Kleinman had given them soon took Danny and Spike away from the built-up area around the outskirts of Laredo into the bleak-baked Texan desert. Their faces glowed dimly in the light from the dashboard, and the landscape to the side of the road passed by in a blur. Danny kept his eyes on the road and in the rear-view mirror, but was aware of Spike giving him the occasional apprehensive look. Once or twice Spike almost spoke, but then seemed to think better of it. "Spit it out," Danny said. There was a pause. Spike looked down at his map. "The road forks to the left in about a mile," he said, a redundant instruction because Danny had memorized their route. "You're still pissed off," Danny said, "because I told you to stay at the motel instead of coming to pick up our Zeta boy." No reply. "Get over it," Danny said. He had no time to mollycoddle a sensitive unit member. If anyone else was I.C. the package for the Cessna, they'd have stayed back to sort it too. You're a good soldier, I can tell that. Spike nodded. "How long have you known Spud?" he said. "Long enough. He talks about you a lot." "We've been through a lot." "Is he your best friend?" It was a strangely childish question. "Sure," Danny said gruffly. "If you want to call it that." Truth was, best friend didn't come close. But it was impossible to explain. Again, Spike looked like he was going to say something, but he didn't, just looked out the passenger window for a few seconds, then back to his map. Estimated journey time to the airfield, 30 minutes. They made it in 25. "It's over the brow of that hill," Spike said, pointing to a hill about half a mile distant. Danny hit the brakes. SOPs dictated they should cover the remaining ground on foot. He killed the headlamps and made a quick three-point turn so the vehicle was pointing in the right direction if they had to extract quickly. Then he pulled over to the side of the road. He and Spike exited the vehicle. Danny removed his M16 from the trunk, double-checking the image-intensifying night vision sight he'd fitted to it. Spike took his discreet IED, stashed into the patched-up old rucksack that suited his oil-spattered overalls. They checked their covert radios were fully operational. Then Danny secured the vehicle, slung his weapon over his shoulder, and together with Spike ran the remaining half-mile to the brow of the hill, hitting the ground and crawling as they came to the crest. Their destination lay on the desert plain ahead of them. It was the third airfield Danny had seen in the past 48 hours, and by far the smallest. Distance, 200 meters. There was a perimeter fence of sorts, but it might as well not have been there, since there were several gaps in it, large enough to drive a vehicle through. The road itself drove straight into the airfield. There was no checkpoint or reception area.
There was a single-story building on the western edge of the field, with a couple of refuelling vehicles and several regular cars parked outside. A hangar sat on the opposite eastern side. Danny counted 3 light aircraft parked outside it. The runway itself ran through the centre of the airfield north to south. It was poorly lit, at least in comparison to the military runways he was used to. Spike had taken a night sight from somewhere about his person. He scanned the airfield for a minute.
"See those 3 light aircraft?" he breathed. "Roger that. Our Cessna is the one in the middle. I can read the registration."
Danny picked it out. He estimated the aircraft were about 30 meters from each other, wingtip to wingtip.
"Any sign of personnel?" "Not by the aircraft I can see. 3 people having a smoke by the other building, all male."
Danny squinted. He could make them out with the naked eye, but not clearly. "How are they dressed?"
"2 of them in regular civvies, 1 in mechanic's overalls."
Danny nodded. "We'll watch for another 5 minutes," he said. "That'll give us a better idea of the probable movement of personnel." But if anything, the next 5 minutes suggested there would be even fewer problems approaching the Cessna than Danny had anticipated. The 3 guys loitering by the low building disappeared back inside. The only movement now was a night bird of some description that came to settle on the top of the hangar.
"Give me the sight,"
Danny said, when the 5 minutes were up. Spike handed it over. Danny put it to his eye, but this time concentrated on the ground outside the perimeter fence of the airfield. The NV capability of the night sight lit it up clear and sharp, although with a faint green tinge. It was standard semi-arid terrain, flat, hard-baked, patches of low scrub here and there. Nowhere particularly useful as an OP, with the exception of a gorse bush, perhaps 1 meter high and 2 meters wide, situated 30 meters from a gap in the perimeter fence on the eastern side of the airfield, just shy of the hangar. Danny pointed it out to Spike.
"I'll dig in there," he said. "I'll be able to cover you until you get past the aircraft."
"What if someone challenges me?"
"Front them up. Tell them you're there to check the landing gear on the Cessna."
"If they don't believe—"
Danny stopped himself from giving him an exhausted look.
"You'll come up with something."
"How long do you need to plant the device?"
"Just a few seconds," Spike said. "They never lock these planes. It's just a matter of putting it under the pilot seat. I'll switch the detonator phone on before I make my approach."
Danny nodded his approval.
"Let's move," he said.
0010 hours. Spud had his handgun on his lap, cocked and locked. He knew this off-road border territory was potentially dangerous. He didn't need Tyson to tell him that. Not that it stopped him.
"It's mainly just poor Mexicans making illegal border entries,"
Tyson said, 2 hands on the wheel, eyes on the road ahead.
"They cross the Rio Grande on crappy little boats, or even try to swim across. But you can bet your boots there'll be narcos making the crossing too. Low-grade mules, mostly. The bosses wouldn't risk anyone important. It's that lot you need to look out for, though. High most of the time, fucking unhinged."
"Give that man a first-class degree in stating the bleeding obvious," Spud said.
"Fucking Kleinman. There's a perfectly good border crossing at Nuevo Laredo. I'll bet he doesn't get his arse wet wading across a fucking river every time he wants to get into Mexico."
"If I had a limp like that," Spud said, "I'd stay clear of a deep puddle. Forget about the Rio Grande." He sniffed. "There's something about that guy," he muttered. He glanced at the GPS unit fitted to the dashboard. 2 clicks on the right.
"That Danny Black wanker likes the sound of his own voice and all,"
Tyson sniffed.
"You think he's up to unit command?"
Spud glanced at him. Truth was, Danny Black had saved his life more times than he could count. They were like brothers.
"Yeah?"
he said.
"I do. Word of advice, if you're going to slag Danny off, do it on someone else's time, not mine."
Tyson shrugged.
"Quite the bromance," he said. "And lay off Spike while you're at it. Keep talking to him like that. One day he's going to have a fucking pop at you. Wouldn't blame him either." "Reckon I'll take my chances,"
Tyson replied. They fell into momentary silence. Then Spud said, "There." 200 meters up ahead, parked on the side of the road, was a vehicle, amber and red roof lights flashing silently. Tyson braked gradually and came to a halt right behind it. Spud holstered his weapon and exited the vehicle. It was a white off-roader with a diagonal green stripe along the middle and the words Border Control clearly marked. The driver wound down his window as Spud walked up alongside it. Uniform, Hispanic features, zero sign of friendliness. The smell of fast food emerged from inside the vehicle, and Spike could barely make out the driver's colleague in the passenger seat. "I guess you're the package we've been waiting for," the driver said. "I guess we are," Spud replied. "Keep to our tail. We stop, you stop. You got that?" "Doesn't sound too complicated." "We're going off-road. You'll need to drive carefully." "No shit, Sherlock." The driver gave him an unfriendly look, then wound up the window again. Spud returned to his seat just as the border control vehicle pulled out. "He told us to drive carefully," he said, removing his sidearm from his holster and lying it on his lap once more. It wasn't a good night for covert manoeuvres, Danny decided. A half-moon hung in the clear sky, providing enough light to cast a faint shadow on the dark ground. The stars swirled impressively. However, their brief surveillance of the airfield had not identified any dedicated security looking out into the desert. Moreover, any of the regular personnel on site would be unlikely to see Danny and Spike approaching, since they would be looking out from an illuminated area, likely without the benefit of any spotting devices. They crested the hill and jogged toward the bush Danny had identified. Distance 150 meters. They covered it in 30 seconds. They crouched down behind it, while Danny unstrapped his rifle and Spike removed the IED from his rucksack. Danny watched a little apprehensively as Spike powered up the cell phone detonator. The 4-inch stick of C4 to which it was fitted would be enough to take out anyone within the 30-meter radius. The cell phone screen glowed in the darkness. Spike nodded with satisfaction, flipped the phone closed, and replaced the device into the innocent-looking first-aid pouch, which he then stashed back in the rucksack. Danny lay on his front, the bush just to his right, his rifle on the ground ahead of him. He rested the end of the barrel on a small hinged bipod he'd taken from his pack and put his eye to the image-intensifying NV sight. The delicate crosshairs were centered on the edge of the runway. He panned right. The 3 smokers were no longer outside. He panned left. A blur, then the sight settled on the nearest of the 3 planes. Its white body appeared clear and sharp. "Go," he told Spike, without taking his eye from the sight. He sensed Spike getting to his feet and heard his footsteps as he walked round Danny. His unit mate came into his field of view a second later, a hulking silhouette jogging toward the perimeter fence of the airfield, growing smaller as he approached it. Silence. Danny kept totally still, his eye to the sight, his finger to the trigger. He hoped there would be no need to use it. 45 seconds passed. Spike arrived at a gap in the perimeter fence. He stopped momentarily. Danny allowed himself to pan left and right, checking for personnel. Nothing. "Clear," he said into his radio. No reply, but Spike moved immediately across the line of the perimeter fence toward the first of the 3 aircraft. Danny panned left. Clear. Right. Clear. Left again. He stopped. "Shit." "Company to you 10 o'clock, he said. A figure was emerging from the aircraft hangar. Danny had a direct line of sight toward him through the gap in the fence. He was walking toward the first aircraft just like Spike. "Get down," Danny hissed.
Too late.
Spike breathed over the comms.
He's seen me.
Danny followed the guy with his sights, the crosshairs directly covering his target's chest. He looked like a mechanic, dressed similarly to Spike. Distance between the 2 men, 15 meters. Danny heard the man's voice, muffled, over Spike's chest mic.
"Hey, pal, can I help you?"
A slow, suspicious Texan drawl. Danny had to hand it to Spike. He was good. Didn't hesitate for a second. He managed to affect a slight American accent as he replied,
"Yeah, they asked me to check the landing gear on this."
The man was still walking toward Spike. Danny followed, his crosshairs not veering from the man's chest. But as he continued to approach Spike, Danny's line of sight was obscured by the perimeter fence. He could see through the wire, but there was no way he could guarantee a direct shot if he needed it.
"What you talking about?"
The guy's voice was more challenging now, aggressive.
"Who told you?" Barry. Barry Osmond, the pilot. Yeah, well, it's the first I've heard of it. I'll call him now.
"Put him down," Danny breathed. It happened in under 5 seconds. Danny saw it all clearly through the night sight. The mechanic had put himself within a metre of Spike's reach. The young SAS soldier moved incredibly quickly. He grabbed the back of the mechanic's neck with his right hand, then made a spear out of the fingers of his left hand. He rammed those fingers at an angle just to the side of the mechanic's larynx, hard, sharp, a training ground throat strike, perfectly and violently executed. Danny knew if the blow was hard enough, it would kill the mechanic in an instant. Slightly softer, and it would put him under for a good 20 minutes. He watched as Spike lowered the man's limp body to the ground, and he remembered how highly the guys in the training wing had spoken about Spike's skills in unarmed combat. They weren't wrong. He watched Spike bend down and check the pulse.
"He'll be okay,"
came the report over the comms. The trouble with putting a guy down, though, is that sometimes it causes more problems than it solves. They couldn't leave an unconscious mechanic where he was likely to be found. Danny was already panning the area through his rifle sight, checking there were no more personnel in Spike's vicinity likely to have seen what had happened or stumble across the mechanic while Spike did his job. "The area's clear," he said through the radio. "Deliver your package, then get your man off sight." Spike didn't need telling twice. He left the mechanic on the ground and strode toward the Cessna. Danny lost sight of him as he walked around the far side of the aircraft, but over the radio he heard the Cessna door opening, then the sound of Spike scratching around as he placed the IED under the pilot's seat, then the door closing again. It had taken him no more than 20 seconds to plant the device. He reappeared in Danny's sights. Danny panned the area again. "Clear." Spike walked back toward the position of the mechanic. He bent down, easily picked the guy up, and slung him over his right shoulder. He jogged toward the perimeter fence while Danny continued his surveillance of the airfield. As Spike cleared the perimeter, he upped his pace, running toward the relative security of Danny's position. Danny realized he was sweating badly. His skin was slippery against the hard metal of his trigger. 30 seconds later, Spike reached the OP. He dumped the mechanic on the ground, where he landed with an unpleasant thud. Danny and Spike looked at each other. There was no need to state the obvious. A missing mechanic could scupper their evening's plans. If anybody came looking for him, things could go noisy. "What do we do?" Spike said. "We stay put," Danny told him. "Keep eyes on the Cessna. Make sure it gets in the air. Stay in contact with Spud and Tyson, and when they confirm the aircraft's in Mexican airspace—" He left it hanging. "And him?" Spike nudged the mechanic with his foot. Danny shrugged. "We'll tie him up. Guard him until the Cessna's taken off. When we bug out, we'll dump him by the road somewhere. It won't matter by then." Spike's cheek twitched. "You think the pilot's got a family?" he asked quietly. Danny gave him a hard look, a look that said, "Don't start thinking that way, kid. Not in the middle of an op." He checked his watch. 0030 hours. Kleinman had said the plane would depart at 0200. "Get down," he told his unit mate as he took some cable ties from his pack to deal with the mechanic. "We've got 90 minutes to sit this out." The desert terrain was rough, uncompromising, but Tyson was a good driver, better than the guy in the border control vehicle they'd been following for the past 20 minutes. They were now driving through a narrow ravine, 15 meters in width, sides about 5 meters high. The ground was littered with rocks. Reminded Spud of dried-out wadis in the Middle East. The vehicle ahead stopped suddenly. The red of its brake lamps illuminated Spud and Tyson's faces. Spud clutched his handgun a little tighter. "Problem?" Tyson muttered. "I'll check it out." Spud exited the vehicle. So did the 2 border control agents. He followed them to the front of their vehicle. He saw immediately what had made them stop. Lit up by the vehicle's headlamps was a body, face down in the dust. It had obviously been there for some time, because Spud could make out the unmistakable stench of sun-rotted flesh. The 2 border guards displayed no emotion. They simply grabbed the body's arms and legs and dragged it to the side of the road. "Migrant," the driver said to Spud as he moved it. "They swim across the Rio Grande, exhaust themselves, then collapse on this side. We'll call it in when you finish your little excursion." They laid the body back down again. The river's 500 meters from here, he said. We'll leave our vehicle here, Spud said. It was a good place. The ravine meant the Tahoe wouldn't be visible from the plain above or from the river. They took their packs and weapons from the trunk, then climbed into the back of the border control vehicle. It trundled up out of the ravine. Spud and Tyson set eyes on the Rio Grande. The bank was 100 meters away, and the moon reflected brightly off the water, which was perhaps 50 meters wide. The water appeared to be slow-moving, but Spud knew the undercurrents could be strong. Flat terrain on both sides, exposed. Hardly the best place for a covert crossing, but there didn't seem to be anyone else around. The patrol vehicle stopped. The driver looked over his shoulder. "He's probably neck-high," he said. "Most illegals choose the shallowest stretch about 20 miles west of here." He shrugged. "Rather you than me," he said. Spud exited the vehicle, grabbed his Bergen, and opened it up. Everything inside was stashed within a waterproof plastic lining with a Ziploc seal at the top. It would keep his gear dry, and the trapped air would act as a flotation aid as they crossed the river, as would the empty water canteens in the side pocket. Spud took a night sight from his pack. He scanned the open ground between the vehicle and the riverbank, just the plain, semi-arid terrain they were used to. He panned round. No sign of any movement. He looked across the river. A vehicle was waiting on the far bank, about 30 meters from the water's edge, just as Kleinman had told them there would be. It was empty, so far as Spud could tell. He stowed the sight and carefully sealed the Ziploc bag before closing the Bergen. The others had all exited the vehicle. "You'll stay here until we've crossed. Keep any other border control guys off our backs." The guy nodded. "Best estimate for our return crossing," Spud continued, "is 0400 hours. You'll be here then?" "Sure," said the border control guy. "But if you're late—" He left it hanging. "When you get to the far side, head south for a mile, and you'll hit the road you want. There'll be no police presence when you're there, which may or may not be a good thing." "What do you mean?" The driver gave him a piercing look. "Cartel boys. You want my advice? Don't stop for them." "Roger that," Spud muttered. He turned to Tyson. "Let's move," he said. They jogged down to the water's edge in single file, their packs firmly strapped to their backs and their rifles slung round their necks. Spud entered the water first. He could immediately feel a current around his ankles. Weak, but he knew it would grow stronger as the water got deeper. The water was cold. By the time he'd waded 10 meters across, he was thigh-deep, and he noticed his body temperature dropping dramatically. He looked over his shoulder. He could make out the silhouette of the Border Patrol vehicle in the distance. At the water's edge, Tyson was down on one knee, rifle engaged, scanning the far bank for any sign of hostile activity. He had Spud's back. Spud waded deeper, steeling himself firmly against the current. His muscles felt slow because of the temperature, and it was a strain to push himself toward the far bank. Although his Bergen gave him a little extra buoyancy, once or twice he lost his footing, got swept a couple of meters downstream, but he righted himself again, even as the water lashed against his neck. The crossing took 5 minutes. He emerged on the other side, water dripping from his sodden clothes pack and sluicing out of his weapon. Even though his limbs were chilled, he didn't hesitate. As he made the water's edge, he put himself down onto one knee with his back to the river, engaged his weapon, and then held up one hand to indicate that Tyson should cross. He panned across the flat Mexican terrain, checking for movement, for threats, the Border Patrol guy's words ringing in his ears. But there was nothing, and 5 minutes later, Tyson emerged from the water. When Spud looked back across the river, he saw that the Border Control vehicle had gone. "Dickheads," Spud said. "You were supposed to stay there." "Kleinman," Tyson muttered. "All mouth, no fucking trousers." They were on their own. Still dripping wet, they jogged toward the vehicle. It was a beaten-up old saloon, nothing like the pimpmobile they'd left on the U.S. side of the river. They stowed their packs in the back seat and their longs between the driver's and passenger's seats. The keys were in the ignition. Tyson took the wheel. Ignoring their soaked clothing, they headed slowly south over the hard-baked terrain. The moon was bright enough for them to keep their headlamps off. After 10 minutes, as the Border Control officer had promised, they hit an east-west road. It was substantially less well-kept than the last road they'd encountered on the American side of the border.
"Bienvenida a Mexico," Tyson said. "It's good to be back."
He flicked on the headlamps, hung a left, and headed east. 01:45 hours. "We've got a new arrival," Danny said. He and Spike donned black balaclavas. The mechanic woke up, whereupon Spike shoved a rag in his mouth to keep him quiet. Better, though, that he didn't get the opportunity to fix Danny and Spike's faces in his mind, hence the masks. Now a vehicle was approaching the entrance to the airfield. Through the night sights, Danny saw it was a Hilux, though he couldn't tell what colour. It crossed the perimeter without anyone stopping it or even observing it. All personnel were still in the low building on the western side. The Hilux swung across the airfield and headed toward the three aircraft. It pulled up by the nose of the Cessna. A figure emerged. Danny zeroed in on him. Tough to make out his features in profile, even with the image-intensifying sight, but he was certain he recognized the pilot, Barry Osmin, from the photo Kleinman had shown them. "Positive ID," he said. "Get Spud on the line." As Spike pulled out the encrypted sat phone Kleinman had supplied them with, Danny kept eyes on the target. He headed straight to the trunk of his vehicle and was in the process of removing a suitcase. It was obviously heavy. He hauled it around to the far side of the Cessna. Danny lost visual. When he came back into view, he no longer had the suitcase, but unloaded a second from the trunk. Spike spoke into his sat phone. "The bird's getting ready to fly," he said. "Are you comfortable? Over." Spud's voice came over the loudspeaker of the sat phone.
"Roger that. We have an excellent position for bird watching. Over."
"Keep the line open," Danny said, without taking his eye off the pilot, who was now loading his third suitcase into the aircraft. He returned to the car, closed the trunk, and moved the vehicle alongside the hangar. Then he returned to the aircraft and climbed up into the cockpit. A minute later, the Cessna was taxiing over to the runway. There was still no sign of personnel on the airfield. Even this flight was so regular as to be of no interest, or they'd been told to make themselves scarce. Whatever the truth, the Cessna encountered no obstructions. It accelerated down the runway, lifted into the air. As it gained height, it flew directly south. "The bird has flown," Spike said into the cell phone. "Repeat, the bird has flown." Danny kept eyes on the aircraft until it disappeared from sight. Then he turned to look at Spike. His unit mate had removed the old-fashioned cell phone he was going to use to detonate the device, and was in the process of powering it up. He kept his hand over the screen to stop the glow from emanating. "Ready," Danny said. "Ready," said Spike. If the airfield from which the Cessna had taken off was small time, the airfield where it was scheduled to land was positively homespun. A rough landing strip in the middle of a flat desert plain 300 meters from the roadhead. A small building, little more than a shack, halfway along the strip, about 50 meters to the eastern side. The vehicles that had congregated around it, however, spoke of money. 5 black SUVs, well appointed, surrounded by a total of 11 men, each of whom was openly carrying an assault rifle. Spud and Tyson were still damp from the river crossing. They had left their vehicle in a depression in the terrain a mile to the north of the roadhead. Then they skirted round the airstrip to dig in at the south end of the runway, 100 meters from it. Here there was a dilapidated building, 3 remaining walls, no roof, that afforded them cover to put in surveillance on the runway. Tyson lay on his front in the doorframe, rifle engaged and aiming toward the point where the narco vehicles had parked. Spud looked through what was once a window frame, camouflaged by the darkness, looking out toward the airstrip through his night sight. The sat phone, with the open line to Danny and Spike, was at his feet. It stuck a strip of duct tape over the screen to shield the glow. Time check, 02:20 hours. The armed men by the cars looked relaxed, chatting, smoking. Spud could tell they'd done this before, and were in no way concerned that they would be disturbed or challenged, or that anything would go wrong. "Think again, dickheads," Spud said to himself. "He's coming," Tyson said. Spud panned up to the airspace above the landing strip. Tyson was right. In the distance, flying low, was a light aircraft. It was maybe a couple of clicks out. "We have eyes on the bird," Spud said, loud enough to be heard over the sat phone. "She's in Mexican airspace."
Roger that.
Came Danny's voice from the other end.
On your command.
Spud gave it a moment. No operational reason other than wanting to put the shits up their wankers by the cars. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds. "Okay," Spud said into the cell phone. "Fireworks."
Fireworks.
"Light it up," Danny instructed. Spike nodded. He put the old handset on speaker, keyed in a number, pressed call.
Light it up.
Spud realized he was holding his breath as he watched the aircraft. The explosion, when it came, was spectacular. It came in 2 waves. The initial blast ripped the cockpit open like a sinister metal flower coming into bloom, silhouetted against the night sky. A dull boom hit Spud's ears a couple of seconds later. The aircraft had barely started to fall from the sky, however, when the fuel tank exploded. The Cessna was suddenly a blazing fireball of dark orange flame and black smoke. The noise of this second explosion was 5 times as loud as the first, and it illuminated the entire airstrip as it fell spectacularly to earth, its forward momentum giving it a steep downward arc. Seconds later, it smashed onto the airstrip. Spud found himself grinning. "Atta boy, Spike," he said. He turned his attention to the armed men. They were fiercely illuminated by the burning aircraft. Without exception, they were sprinting for their vehicles, clearly desperate to get the hell out of there. He glanced down at Tyson, then back at the Cessna. "Beautiful evening," he said. "Absolute fucking cracker," Tyson said. The Zeta vehicles stormed from the site, their engines high-pitched and urgent, over the crackling blaze of what remained of the Cessna. Sunday, Chapter 12. The night shifts were always the busiest. Sure, during the day every hour of a doctor's time was spoken for, but it was at night that the hospital tended to enter crisis mode. The triage area was the busiest 1,000 square foot in Nuevo Laredo. The emergency room was in constant use. The day shifts were set aside for appendicitis and broken limbs. The night shifts were a conveyor belt of gunshot wounds. So, when Ana Rodriguez left the hospital at 6 a.m., she was exhausted. The streets, bathed in the early morning light, were empty. It was Sunday. She negotiated them numbly, automatically. She wanted nothing more than to get home and collapse into bed next to her little boy, Miguel. She turned into her road at 6:17, 2 minutes earlier than usual. She recognized one of her neighbors, a woman about her age whose name she didn't know, walking her dog along the pavement. The dog seemed jumpy. The woman caught her eye, but then looked away quickly. Anna was accustomed to that reaction. Sleepily, almost on autopilot, she turned left into the front yard of her house. She hit the brakes and came to a sudden halt. In most respects everything was as she had left it, the dog bowl on the porch, the outdoor light still shining. But in one respect it was very different. There were 2 cars parked in the yard, facing away from the house toward the exit. Black SUVs, tinted windows, 5 Mexican men, 2 leaning against each of the SUVs, the 5th standing in the porch. They were well-built, broad-shouldered. Each of them had a chilling deadness in their eyes. They all stared unblinkingly at her. One of them was holding 2 lean mongrel dogs on chains. They were straining, and at the sight of Anna gave a low growl. She saw their teeth were tipped with metal, as though they had fillings. The old car that she'd left with the Zetas 3 nights earlier was parked on the left-hand side. Anna felt a sudden wave of cold nausea. She put one hand to her mouth in case she was sick, but she managed to hold it in and whispered one word to herself, "Miguel." She fumbled for the car latch and exited the vehicle without even bothering to turn the engine off or close the door behind her. As she hurried up to the front door, her skin prickled as she passed each of the men leaning against their vehicles, who burned into her with their eyes. She reached the porch. The 5th man stood in front of the door, blocking her way. He stank of body odor. With a jolt, She realized she recognized him. He was the man from the other night, the one with the fake eyes tattooed on his eyelids.
"Where is my son?"
Anna hissed.
"If he's been harmed in any way, I swear I—"
The man raised a finger and pressed it to her lips.
"Save it, Senora," he said. "Save it for that one."
Anna knocked the man's hand away.
"Don't touch me,"
she said, pushing past him. As she opened her front door, she looked over her shoulder at the man.
"And his name is Augusto,"
she said. She hurried into the house and slammed the door behind her. Her whole body was shaking. The scene that awaited her didn't help. Miguel was in his pyjamas, sitting at the table. He had a lollipop in his mouth, which, when he saw his mother, he guiltily removed and placed on the table next to Buzz Lightyear with the missing left arm. Next to him was a man in late middle age, black cropped hair, pencil moustache. He wore a white vest that revealed his strong upper arms covered in tattoos. He had put on weight since Anna had last seen him. His face was jowly, his fingers fat. On the table in front of them was a handgun, stripped down into its constituent parts. The man was holding the barrel, showing it to Miguel. On the near side of the table was an expensive-looking Chanel shoulder bag. Black, with gold-coloured accessories. It bulged slightly. There was something inside. The man looked over at Anna as if surprised they had been interrupted.
"Say good morning to your mother, Miguel,"
he said in a hoarse voice that was not much more than a whisper.
"Good morning, Mother,"
said Miguel. Anna was still shaking.
"Come here, Miguel,"
she said. The man nodded at the boy.
"Do as your mother says."
Miguel climbed down from the table, grabbed Buzz Lightyear, and walked across the room to Anna, who held him fiercely.
"What are you doing here?"
she said to the man. He didn't answer immediately. He stood up and started clunking the pieces of the handgun back together again. Finally he spoke.
"A boy should know how to strip down a weapon," he said.
"No, Augusto," Anna said.
"A boy should not know how to strip down a weapon."
A flicker of annoyance passed over the man's face, but then he smiled and continued to assemble the firearm.
"If one of the men outside called me Augusto," he said, "I would have them hanged."
He clunked the magazine into the assembled firearm.
"And flayed,"
he said, almost as an afterthought.
"What are you doing here?"
Anna repeated.
"I thought you spent all your time in your precious safe house."
"A brother cannot visit his own sister."
"You are no brother of mine."
Augusto showed no emotion. He walked around the table and toward Anna and Miguel.
"That's not what you suggested to my men 2 nights ago," he said quietly.
Anna backed away from him, still clutching Miguel. Her back was against the door now.
"They were going to rape me," she breathed. "Have you changed so much that you will let your men rape your own sister?" "I thought I was no brother of yours."
Augusto stood 1 meter away from her and Miguel. His face turned blank again.
"Last night," he said, "my men visited a small village called San Cristobal, 20 miles south of here. Would you like to know what they did there?"
Anna shook her head. "They selected 10 of the villagers. They imprisoned them inside the village church. Then they set fire to it. When the prisoners tried to escape, they shot them." Silence. "Would you like to see the video? It's very entertaining."
"No."
"Then would you like to know what their crime was?" Anna said nothing.
"There was no crime,"
Augusto continued without taking his eyes from her.
"Their death was your punishment for what you did the other night. Their blood is on your hands."
She stared at her brother in horror.
"From now on, you will only provide medical help to members of the Zeta cartel. If I hear that you have disobeyed this command, another 10 innocent people will die in the same way. Every time you threaten my men as you did the other night, another 10.
He took a step closer.
"I have previously made it known," he whispered, "that you and Miguel are not to be touched.
I have allowed you to live away from my protection, rather than take my nephew under my wing where he should be. You ought to be grateful. Instead, you throw my kindness back in my face. It ends today. Is that understood?" Anna said nothing. "Is that understood?" Augusto repeated. "Yes," she breathed. Another step forward. Their faces were inches apart. "Yes, what?" he whispered. Anna swallowed hard.
"Yes, Z1," she said.
He nodded slowly. Wet lips, that black, mirthless stare. Anna, terrified, found herself trying to remember what he'd looked like as a child. She couldn't. He stepped back. A grin spread across his face. He reached out and ruffled Miguel's hair. "He's a good kid," he announced. "Good genes. Me? I'm a proud uncle. Miguel, you want to come and work for your uncle when you're older?" Miguel didn't reply, but that only seemed to please Augusto more. "A good kid," he repeated. He looked over to the table and pointed to the Chanel bag. "For you," he said. "A small gift from brother to sister." He lowered his voice. "For you, Anna, not for the boy. Now, move out the way." Anna stepped aside, anything to get him out of there. She didn't turn round until she heard the door shut. Only then did she let go of Miguel, who ran into his bedroom. Anna looked through the window out into the front yard. There was no sign of Augusto. He had clearly already climbed into one of the cars, as had all his men, with the exception of the guy with the tattoos on his eyelids. He was standing by the open driver's door of one of the vehicles, looking directly at Anna through the window. He closed his eyes to reveal their tattooed counterparts. Then he opened them again, inclined his head to Anna, got behind the wheel of the vehicle, and drove away. Anna watched him go. The sickness hadn't left her stomach. She turned and stared at the Chanel bag on the table. She found herself both repelled by and horribly drawn to it. She didn't move for a full 30 seconds. She was holding her breath when she finally approached. There was a smell coming from the bag, putrid, rotten. Part of her mind shrieked at her not to open it. But she also felt as if someone else was controlling her body as she reached out and unbuckled the golden clasp. She opened the bag. Immediately she wanted to vomit. A severed head stared up at her. Its eyes were open, and even in death it managed to express the untold horror of what had gone before. The skin was waxy, yellow, and blood-spattered. The hair was matted. There was movement around the nostril, a maggot crawling its way out of the sudden light. Anna couldn't tell if it was male or female. She didn't want to know. She clasped the bag quickly shut again, put one hand over her mouth to stop herself from being sick. She staggered back from the bag, unable to take her eyes from the monstrous contours its innards made on the fabric. The room seemed to spin, and for a moment she thought she might fall. She didn't. Instead, she rushed over to the wooden sideboard. She opened the cutlery drawer, to the back of which she had duct-taped her handgun, but she didn't pull it all the way out. Instead, she lifted the cutlery tray, and with trembling hands felt underneath it for a small piece of paper folded in two. She opened it up and read what was written on it, a U.S. cell phone number. She stared at it, nervously chewing on her lower lip. She looked over her shoulder, first at the Chanel bag, then at the door to the bedroom, then back at the paper. She realized she had never been so scared. It was as if the fear was an actual substance, a cold liquid pumping through her veins. She needed help. Santa Maria, she needed help. It had been offered to her years before, and she had turned it down, but she couldn't turn it down any longer. She fetched her phone, and with sweating, shaking hands dialed the number. It rang 3 times. Then an American voice answered. "Kleinman," it said.
Chapter 13. Danny and Spike had driven 30 miles from the airfield with the trussed-up mechanic bundled in the back of their vehicle before Danny pulled up by the side of the deserted road and let him out. They had nothing against the guy. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Danny had cut off the cable ties binding his wrists, and they wordlessly left him by the roadside. They only removed their balaclavas when he was well out of sight. They were now turning into the parking lot outside the motel. It took them nearly 5 hours to return, as, having dumped the mechanic, they'd doubled back on themselves several times to check they weren't being followed. Danny had already clocked Kleinman, standing outside the bedroom set aside as an ops centre. He thought he could see an orange spark as the CIA man flicked his lighter. He resisted the urge to accelerate across the lot, bringing the car to a careful, unobtrusive stop in front of the motel. He turned to Spike. "Good work," he said. Spike didn't look as pleased as Danny expected him to. Embarrassed, if anything. They alighted. Danny took the lead, striding straight up to Kleinman. "Spud?" "We're tracking their phones," Kleinman said. "They've made it back across the border." Danny allowed himself to relax a little. He hadn't made phone contact with the rest of the unit. He knew they would be focused on getting away from the Mexican airstrip without being spotted by any cartel personnel. There was nothing he could do to help them with that, and making contact could be a distraction. It was good to know they were back on U.S. soil. "Is our cartel boy still where we left him?" he asked. Kleinman nodded. "You questioned him?" "No." Good, Danny thought. The kid would have had several hours sitting trussed up in his own filth to get himself good and worked up. He turned to Spike. "Come with me," he said. Spike, who'd remained very quiet, nodded. "You too," Danny said to Kleinman. But the CIA man was already heading toward the room where the Zeta prisoner was being held, sparking his lighter as he went. He was in a worse state than Danny expected. The stench in the bathroom was disgusting. He had obviously soiled himself several times more. His arms and legs were still bound, his head still hooded. He was shaking heavily, even though it was warm in the room. Breathing through his mouth to stop the disgusting smell getting up his nose, Danny leaned over and pulled off the hood. The cartel boy winced from the light, then forced his eyes open and took a moment to focus. When he recognized Danny standing over him, he started to squeal like a pig and writhe around in the mess in the bath. A frightened animal trying to escape, but with no place to go. Danny stared darkly at him, ignoring his pathetic struggling until he fell still and silent, apart from the occasional terrified whimper. Then he bent over and ripped the tape from around his mouth. His lips were bleeding. More blood had congealed under his broken nose. He gasped noisily. Danny pulled his handgun, made a show of cocking and unlocking it, then leaned over and rested the barrel against the prisoner's skull. "Your cartel buddies think they're pretty sick, huh?" Jesus said nothing. Danny grabbed his hair with his free hand and forced the barrel of the gun into his prisoner's mouth. Jesus gagged. He seemed to be trying to say something, so Danny removed the gun. "They think they're pretty sick, huh?" he repeated. "Yes, sir," Jesus replied. "They think they're pretty sick." "Next to me and my friends," Danny said. "They're pussies." "What are they next to me and my friends?" "Pussies, sir," Jesus said. "Got it in one." Danny looked over his shoulder at Kleinman, who was standing in the doorway to the bathroom. "Fire away," he said. Kleinman limped further into the room, looked grimly down at Jesus through his little round glasses. "There's a Zeta tunnel leading under the Rio Grande," he said. "The entrance is in a meat-packing facility on the American side of the border. The exit is in a storage warehouse on the Mexican side. The Zetas use this tunnel to move drug money from the U.S. back into Mexico. You are now going to tell us when the next shipment of money will be transported across the border." "My friend here missed a bit out," Danny said. "By the time I've finished with you, you'll be begging to tell us when the shipment is." The Zeta Sicario closed his eyes. "Tonight," he whispered. Danny and Kleinman glanced at each other. "What time?" Danny said. "Midnight," Jesus breathed. They do it on Sunday nights because there are no workers at the factory." "How many people are involved?" Jesus breathed deeply, shakily. 6, he said. 3 on this side, 3 on the Mexican side. There are rails in the tunnel.
A cart on a pulley system. They load the money into the cart, then walk with it while the three people on the Mexican side wind the pulley system to pull the cart along the tunnel. There's a car waiting at the warehouse to take the money on."
"How long does it take?" Danny asked.
"About an hour, sir."
"And the meat packing factory is deserted when they make the run?"
"Yes, sir. We paid the owners off, sir."
Danny shoved the barrel of his gun back into Jesus's mouth. "You know what happens if you're lying to us. You're not fucking going anywhere. If there's anything else you want to tell us, now's the time." Jesus shook his head violently, his eyes bulging. Danny removed the gun and turned to Spike. "Tape him up again," he said. "Get the hood back on. He stays here in case we need any more intel." He looked at his watch. 0700 hours. "Where the hell is Spud?" he muttered. When Spud and Tyson finally arrived, it was midday. They were dirty and stank of stale river water, but were grinning nevertheless. Spud high-fived his cousin. Even Tyson was grinning. A successful op left everyone with a good feeling. This was one of those moments. "What kept you?" Danny asked. "We took the long way round in case we were being followed," Spud said. He gave Kleinman a slightly edgy look. "Your border control muppets had fucked off when we got to the river. We had to make the crossing without anyone keeping eyes on, in daylight." He turned to his unit mates. "You want something done properly." "We got a problem," Rav interrupted. Everyone fell silent. They turned to Rav, who was staring at his screen, a confused look on his face. "What?" Danny demanded. "I've just accessed the Federal Aviation Authority's systems," he said. "It was an American pilot, so they had agents at the crash site within an hour." "What's the fucking problem?" Tyson pressed. Rav looked up at them. "There was no money on the aircraft," he said. Silence.
"Well, that's impossible," Spike said. "We saw the pilot loading it up. It was in suitcases, right, Danny?"
"Right," Danny said. "There were definitely suitcases." "Trust me," Rav said. "Those crash site guys are forensics geniuses. If there were any traces of currency at the site, they'd have listed it." Nobody spoke. The buoyant mood among the unit had suddenly deflated. Spud broke the silence. "Look," he said. "I saw the plane go up. It was a fucking fireball. Hardly surprising there was no trace of the money. It went up in smoke." Rav didn't appear convinced. He exchanged a long look with Kleinman. Danny knew what they were thinking. If there was no money on the flight, did it mean the Zetas knew the aircraft was going to be hit? Had they sacrificed their courier because they knew he was under surveillance? And if so, who tipped them off?
"Seriously," Spud continued, "it was napalmed. The whole point was to destroy the money, wasn't it? How much C4 did you put in that pouch, Spike?"
"Enough," Spike said. "Wouldn't surprise me if there was no sign of—" "We'll monitor the situation," Kleinman interrupted, in a voice that brought an end to the conversation. His eyes met Danny's, but he quickly turned to the document spread out on the ops room table. Danny and Spike were examining maps and satellite imagery of that part of the border where the cartel's tunnel was situated. Danny tried to dispel the air of sudden uncertainty in the room as he briefly explained the intel they'd received from Jesus to Tyson and Spud before turning back to the imaging. He indicated a rectangular building on the northern edge of a narrow stretch of the Rio Grande, about 30 clicks east of their current location. "This is the meat-packing facility," he said. He pointed at another similarly sized building on the Mexican side of the river. "That's the warehouse. It's a major engineering feat getting a tunnel under that river. My guess is it'll be pretty narrow. We don't want to get caught up in there. I suggest we get to the meat-packing facility several hours in advance, then engage the 3 guys delivering the money before they have a chance to get in the tunnel. Agreed?" Spud, Tyson, and Spike nodded. Everyone seemed more focused now they were talking tactics. "I want at least a 2-hour setup," Danny said. "That means arrival at 2200 hours. Kleinman, can you get a drone up over the warehouse on the Mexican side by then? I want advance notice of anything unexpected." "I'll see what I can do, boy," Kleinman said. "When the men arrive, we whack them and burn the money," Danny said. He happened to be looking at Tyson at the time. He saw him wince at the thought of all that cash going up in smoke. But his unit mate didn't say anything, so Danny continued. "Right now we need to get some shut-eye," he said. "We leave at 20:30 hours." Back in his room, Danny slept only fitfully for a couple of hours. At 1500 hours he gave up the pretense. He got out of bed, splashed cold water on his face, and let himself out of his room, wincing slightly as he opened the door to the bright Texan afternoon light. His plan was to check on Jesus, but as he stepped outside, he heard voices to his right. Rav, Kleinman. There was a faint smell of tobacco on the air. He moved silently along the motel strip, past the door into the ops room, to the corner of the building. He couldn't see the two men, but it was clear at least one of them was having a cigarette break, just a couple of meters from where he was standing. And they were talking about him. "He seems capable," Kleinman was saying. There was the familiar grating sound as he sparked his lighter. "I had my doubts at first. His file is impressive, but suggests a tendency to follow his own muse from time to time. But he's decisive and seems to know what he's doing. Everything's gone according to plan so far. Not that I wouldn't prefer an American team, but—" "I don't know, boss," Rav said. "That FAA report doesn't stack up. I've read 1,000,000 of them. They'd have detected the money." "Perhaps," Kleinman said mildly. "Perhaps not." "Don't tell me you haven't had the same thought as me," Rav said. There was a pause. "I don't quite follow you, boy." "I don't trust that guy Tyson. Have you seen his resume? He got pretty close to the Mexican Special Forces operatives who became Zetas. He knows Z1 for Christ's sakes, and his file isn't exactly spotless. Plenty of our boys out in Afghanistan seem to think he was on the take from the Taliban's heroin operation." Another pause. "You're overthinking things. The Pentagon have had direct contact with SAS headquarters in Hereford. Each member of that team has been thoroughly vetted." "Yeah, well, even the five-sided puzzle palace gets things wrong from time to time." "Certainly," said Kleinman. "And the same goes for FAA forensic teams. I know we'd all prefer an American team on the job, but that option's not open to us. Let's not start inventing bogeymen, okay?" Danny didn't hang around to hear any more. The conversation was clearly coming to a close. He didn't want Kleinman and Rav to know he'd overheard them. He slipped silently back into his room, where he sat on the edge of his bed for a moment, mulling over what he'd just heard. Could Rav possibly be right? Tyson? Dirty? Danny thought back to Aidan Bailey's party at the Emirates Stadium. It was true he was surprised that Tyson should be on first-name terms with a guy like Bailey. Danny knew better than most there were men in the regiment who comfortably walked both sides of the line, dividing the legal and the illegal. But Tyson, in the pockets of the Mexican cartels, it just didn't stack up. The plane hit had been a success. Rav was chasing shadows. As for Danny, he needed to remember the first rule of a successful operation. You trust your team. That was exactly what he intended to do. Tam Garrick and the rest of Team Yankee Bravo 9 had returned to their Docklands base immediately after the hit. They'd cleaned up. Tam used a whole tub of Swarfiga to get the blood spatter off his hands and face, got some food down their throats, and caught some sleep. As the morning wore on, Tam kept one eye on the BBC News 24 channel to see if there were any reports of a burned-out transit van in a forest on the outskirts of London. There were none. Maybe it hadn't been found. Unlikely. Or maybe somebody was hushing things up. Yeah, someone was hushing things up. The call came through at 3 in the afternoon, the same monotone voice Tam had spoken to as they left the scene of the hit.
"We've got him. Check your secure server."
Nothing more. Tam opened up his laptop, a tough, rugged machine with a dented metal casing. He opened the browser, allowed the inbuilt camera to take a shot of his iris, and once his identity was confirmed, navigated to the folder waiting for him on the server. "Aidan Bailey," he muttered. His unit mates were standing around the table, viewing the screen over his shoulder. Tam had clicked on an icon that brought up a black-and-white photograph taken with a telephoto lens. Aidan Bailey wasn't a very impressive-looking man. About 5'8", squat shoulders, round face. He had a good tan and wore an open-neck shirt with a chunky medallion round his neck. The photo showed him walking toward the camera, a cell phone to his ear. A blonde woman in high heels was tottering along behind him. A second photo showed the frontage of a building, brown brick, 3 stories high. There was a rather tatty sign above the entrance. In garish red lettering it said, Paradise Gym. A sign in one of the blacked-out windows read, Open 7 days a week till late. "That, my friend," said Webb from over Tam's shoulder, "is a gay gym." "I heard you were an expert," Tam said. There was a silence as his joke failed to find its mark. Tam's cell phone rang again. He answered it and put it on speaker so the rest of the team could hear it. "Thanks for the dirty photos," Tam said. The humourless voice ignored that comment.
Aidan Bailey is known to the UK security services. He has a number of illegal operations. As far as the British are concerned, he specializes in protection rackets and extortion. MI5 cut him some slack because he's blackmailing several members of Parliament and at least one police commissioner. It suits their purposes because they can then counter-blackmail the same people. If Aidan Bailey does indeed have a sideline in exporting military hardware to terrorist groups in the US, the British are unaware of it. We need evidence of these activities if we're going to extradite him.
"So what's the deal with the Paradise Gym?" Tam asked.
Bailey has various offices and centers of operation. Most of them are in expensive office blocks. They're just fronts. We believe this to be the true nerve center of his operation. He has already entrapped 3 Conservative members of Parliament by taking photographs of their homosexual trysts at the Paradise Gym. There is a suite of offices on the 3rd floor, and Bailey's people spend more time at this location than any of the others. You should start your search for evidence here.
"Why don't we just find this motherfucker," drawled Webb, "and put a round in his skull? End of problem."
Negative. You need something more solid than the word of another criminal.
"What if we get the evidence?" Tam said. The idea of some London hood sending weapons into the US made his trigger finger itch.
If it's watertight, you have the go-ahead for a hit, but under the radar. We don't want a firefight on a London street, and we don't want the UK authorities to know you're involved. If it happens, it needs to look like an inter-gang thing. If the British find out we're targeting UK citizens, there'll be a shitstorm.
There was a pause.
So that means no more campfires in British forests. Is that understood?
The men looked at each other. "Understood," Tam said.
You can expect Bailey's guys to be on a war footing. They've lost 2 men already.
"Understood. What's the location of the Paradise Gym?" The dry voice gave them a precise address. Now the unit was in position in the environs of a broad, busy road back in East London. Here, the Paradise Gym was sandwiched between a large second-hand clothes shop and a bustling cafe. On the opposite side of the road was a recreation area, a skate park strewn with graffiti, and a children's playground populated by youths who hadn't been children for a long time. This was where Brooks and Dixon were situated. They were dressed in hoodies, trainers, and tatty raincoats, clothes that made them as good as invisible, but also hid their covert mics and earpieces, as they loitered on the far side of the road from the gym, carefully watching any comings and goings. There was heavy, driving rain. The raincoats did a half-decent job of keeping them dry, but they were well used to operating in more hostile conditions. Tam and Webb were working together. They were not observing the front of the Paradise Gym. Instead, they recce'd the back of the building. Here there was a shabby rear entrance, its doors locked with a heavy chain. 2 large overflowing bins stood sentry on either side, and a security camera covered, Tam estimated, a semicircle outside the entrance with a radius of approximately 7 metres. A terrace of high, run-down East London buildings faced the rear entrance across a deserted cobbled street strewn with litter and only 10 metres wide, a dark, claustrophobic space. If they wanted to conduct surveillance here, they needed to find a satisfactory OP. They'd stick out simply loitering in the road. The buildings on the opposite side of the road looked deserted. Some were even boarded up. It crossed Tam's mind that they could break into one of those and observe the rear entrance from a window opposite. He quickly decided against that idea. Just because the buildings looked deserted, it didn't mean they were deserted. There could be squatters, or even genuine residents behind that grimy facade. Instead, he looked up. Whenever Tam was operating in an urban environment, He was always struck by how infrequently people looked up. They were forever looking over their shoulders, but they so often seemed oblivious to the fact that a whole world existed above their heads. As he and Webb stood out of the rain in a dark doorway on the same side of the street as the back entrance to the gym, he checked out the roofline opposite. The buildings were 3 stories high, but flat-roofed. There was no sign of a ridge. Instead, the brick facade of the building was topped with what looked like a low wall. There were bricks missing here and there, and a single protective line of barbed wire.
"I'm going to look for a way up," he told Webb.
He stepped out into the cobbled street into the rain, his hood over his head, his standard civilian rucksack slung over his right shoulder. He strode past the rear entrance to the gym and continued 50 meters along the road. He passed nobody except a homeless guy huddled out of the elements in another doorway, swathed in several dirty blankets. There was an alleyway on his left, 10 meters from the end of the road. Tam spotted a black metal exterior staircase. The rain was splashing heavily off the treads. Tam hooked a left and strode toward the staircase. Unobserved, he climbed it. It led to a fire door on the side wall of the top floor of the terrace. The platform at the top of the stairs was surrounded on 2 sides by a metal grille 2 meters high. Tam looked down, checked he was unobserved. The alley was deserted in the teeming rain. He clambered up the inside of the grille and hauled himself over the edge of the roofline. The roofs along the terrace were flat, as he expected. A couple of inches of water had already pooled where he was standing. A half-meter wall divided each of the buildings along the terrace. Tam kept back from the front edge of the building, so he could not be seen from the road, and jogged back toward the section of roof that overlooked the gym. He crouched down behind one of the gaps formed by a missing brick, then removed a spotting scope from his rucksack. He rested it in the gap, then looked through the lens onto the street below. He could make out Webb still standing in the doorway. More importantly, he had a full view of the rear entrance to the gym. Anyone came in or out of that place, Tam would have eyes on. With Brooks and Dixon watching the front, and Webb positioned down at ground level, they would soon be able to build up a picture of the comings and goings at this seedy gym. They could choose the correct moment to gain access, strip the place down, and search for evidence. If they were lucky, they might see that motherfucker Bailey entering. Tam was as happy to avoid a confrontation as start one, if that was the best outcome for the op, but a little bit of him relished the idea of nailing the bastard who thought moving illegal weapons into the US was a good idea. If getting the green light to do that meant lying here on the rooftop under the pouring rain for 48 hours, so be it. It was just part of the job. "In position," he said into his covert radio. 3 separate American voices responded with the same phrase.
"Roger that."